across the country. So we wish Council Member Foster and his family safe travels and an important moment in his family. He will be rejoining us tomorrow virtually. In addition, I want to send good thoughts to Councilmember Von Wilpert and her family. Before we start today's meeting, I want to remind everyone about the city's practices and procedures for public comment at city council meetings. The city welcomes public participation at our council meetings, including the Budget Review Committee. Speakers may address the council and the committee during public comment, and also in connection with a specific item of business on the agenda. However, the city must ensure that no one person or group of people disrupt the meeting in a way that prohibits other speakers from expressing their ideas and opinions. So to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to address the council, I will alert an individual or individuals if I think their conduct becomes disruptive. If the disruption continues, I will rule the individual out of order, and if the disruption continues further, I will declare a recess so we can restore order. At that point, I will direct the individual to leave the room. If the individual refuses to leave, police will escort the individual out of the building. And if we have to repeat the process of warning and recessing, all members of the public will be excused from the council. Credentialed media, of course, will be allowed to remain. Once again, we have these practices and procedures to protect the rights of all public speakers who wish to address the council and the committee, and to allow the council to conduct the public's business. So with that, we will first move to committee members, mayoral staff, city attorney, independent budget analyst for any comment before we get started. Not seeing anyone. Thank you for joining us, Councilmember Campillo. Look very sharp with your blue blazer there. So with that, we will now take up our information agenda. As a reminder, these are informational items only during our Budget Review Committee hearings, so no motions are required. And as Natalie mentioned, public comment will be heard after each sub-item. Sub-items have been characterized to follow areas or branches of the city. Therefore, several sub-items include multiple city departments. For these sub-items, the department official will introduce. We will hear a presentation or presentations regarding all the departments included. After each department's presentation, council members will have an opportunity to ask staff questions. At the conclusion of the sub-item and after public comment, council members will also have the opportunity to provide concluding remarks on that sub-item. With that, we will begin this morning's hearing with sub-item G, Housing and Community Development Branch Overview. Natalie, please formally introduce sub-item G.
Sub-item G, Housing and Community Development Branch Overview, which includes development services, city planning, economic development, real estate and airport management, and arts and culture. Council President?
All right, thank you. And with that, Casey, please formally introduce yourselves for the record. Let us know how much time you need for this sub-item's presentations.
So all total, we'll need about probably 25 minutes for all sub-items.
Thank you.
Good morning, Council President and members of the City Council. Casey Smith, Chief Housing and Community Development Officer. I'm here today with Directors Elise Lowe from the Development Services Department, Heidi Von Bloom from the City Planning Department, and Christina Bibler from the Economic Development Department, along with several members of their staff. We are here this morning to present 3 of the 4 branch budgets. You will be hearing from Homeless Strategies and Solutions Department Director Sarah Jarman and her team tomorrow. Next slide, please. Now to cover some high-level branch highlights. The city continues to set the bar for housing permitting and production. From 2020 to 2024, the city doubled the annual homes produced from 4,500 per year to almost 9,000 per year. We have sustained a 3-year trend of accelerated production at 8,500 homes on average. And of the 500,000 homes in San Diego, 14% are now deed-restricted affordable housing. On the DSD side, we continue to work with industry and our customers to streamline permitting processes, which drives efficiency, while also continuing to enhance our digital solutions in support of our customers. In planning, we implemented 2 community plans this year, Claremont and College Area, which is helping to drive housing production and respond to state mandates, and continuing to pursue grants to offset costs and preserve staffing. We continue to integrate sustainability and mobility into the planning department, along with integrating cultural affairs into the economic development department. Not only do these consolidations help to streamline efficiencies, they also produce savings to the general fund that exceed $1 million per year. On the real estate side, we continue to update policies and strategies to support our customer departments and drive revenue, both to the general fund and to enterprise funds. Streamline efficiencies, they also produce savings to the general fund that exceed $1 million per year. On the real estate side, we continue to update policies and strategies to support our customer departments and drive revenue, both to the general fund and to enterprise funds. This includes focusing our limited resources on revenue-generating leases and property max outcomes and solutions with overall goal of reducing homelessness citywide. The work we do requires the assistance and support of several city departments and the IBA. I'm continually impressed with the level of collaboration that exists with council members, for your time and patience as we dive into these important budgetary decisions, and for listening to staff and this budget people who are dedicated and will work through the complicated decisions at hand. Next slide. Moving on to our expenditures. Collectively, the branch will see a reduction of over 10 positions with over 16 million in reductions to programs in EDD and city planning, with a net reduction of roughly 1.8 million due to an increase of 11.6 million in the DST Enterprise Fund and 3.3 million in HSSD budget. You will hear more info on the reductions and funding changes during our presentation today and tomorrow. With that, I would like to turn it over to Elise Lowe and her team to walk you through DST's budget.
Members ask any question of this overview, and then we'll go to you and we'll do that sequence there. Okay, thank you. Is the IBA? Okay, the IBA doesn't have any comments at this time. Does my colleagues have any questions or comments on the overview of this? Not seeing any? Okay, well, we got dispensed with that very quickly. So Elise, please proceed.
Thank you, Council President. Good morning, members of the Budget Review Committee. Corey Velez. REMA oversees the business operations support services, which includes our fiscal management, as well as the telecom and utilities division. Thank you, REMA. Go ahead.
Good morning. With the expenditure summary, it's broken down by fund with approximately 645 FTE, a budget of $156 million, up $12.6 million, reflecting service demand and system improvements. With respect to the general fund in our Building and Land Use Enforcement Division, includes FTE decreases from 73 to 6, which is down approximately $990,000. And the grant fund, which is our solid waste local enforcement agency, to 1.2 million. The general takeaway in this draft budget is that permitting operations are scaling up. Core baseline services include continuing to review, issue, and inspect private development for compliance, 1,000+ inspections annually across buildings, the right-of-way, telecom infrastructure, enforcement. DSD will continue to enforce San Diego Municipal Code of Land Development and state building codes for violations. On the front end of services, DSD continues application intake, plan check, and permit use and development governance by facilitating public hearings such as the Planning Commission and the hearing officer. Requests for information, appointments, and records. Some accomplishments to highlight include relocating into new lease facilities and maintaining a vacancy of under 2%. In terms of fees and technology, we've implemented dynamic fee invoicing and multiple online permitting enhancements. We've launched through the Technical Advisory Committee 2 working groups for inspection services and technology investment with industry. This next permits applied for are issued within this next graph shows a year-over-year we're already outpacing the prior year. Units issued, in which in 2026 year to date, we've issued for budget equity impact highlights, Mission Valley location improves public transit access, first floor records for viewing, plan checks, and hearing access. DSD has been recognized for permitting approximately 8,800 new homes, near transit amenities, advancing fair housing and climate goals. And DSD continues podcasts and webinars to broaden public understanding of services and resources. Starting off with the enterprise fund of significant budget adjustments and service level impacts, there is one addition of a position to support the Office of the City Attorney in gathering of building and land use records, as we've experienced a surge of those requests in the past year to 2 years. An increase of $6.5 million in revenue to reflect the change from a static to a dynamic fee schedule for invoicing customers. An increase of approximately $2.8 million in IT expenditures based on necessary IT requirements and enhancements to online permitting processes and digitizing our efforts further. And $10 million in franchise fee reimbursement for work performed for SDG&E, right-of-way inspections and permitting services. The general fund, namely the Building and Land Use Enforcement Division, significant budget adjustments includes a reduction of 4 FTEs to the zoning enforcement section, down 16% after the 40% taken in the current fiscal year. This will also result in continuing not servicing any priority 3 complaint cases, and will either result in increasing the average caseload per zoning investigator, or we need to relook at our engagement service level targets. And to illustrate this specific impact, specific things that will no longer be serviced in the same level they are currently is no enforcement of billboard sign and building wrap violations. Significant reduction of enforcement to streetery permits, and these photos illustrate a before and after of streetery zoning enforcement, that the after effect includes public safety's a possible result of a non-compliant streetery. We will also no longer provide enforcement of illegal storage violations, and these photos illustrate what some of those prior cases have involved. And also not able to investigate adult entertainment zoning complaints under the current staffing reduction. In addition to those cuts, there's also a reduction of 2 administrative support sections that would result in expecting a slower response to Public Records Act requests, claims, and litigation records requests. A reduction of a building and land use inspector will result in the caseload rising from 235 to 248 as it relates to substandard housing and building code enforcement. This also would impact delays in permit applications, which are typically used to cure violations due to case management lag. And this summarizes our presentation. We're here to answer any further questions. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you for the presentation. Turn it over to the IBA. Amy?
Thank you, Council President and members of the Budget Review Committee. Amy Lee with the IBA's office. Our review of the Development Services Department DSD budget starts on page 143 of our report. We would like to note some issues for council consideration. First, as part of general fund budget mitigation, the proposed budget eliminates 7 FTEs and $1.1 million in associated expenditures from the building and zoning enforcement sections. Of these, the reduction of 4 currently filled zoning investigator positions is expected to reduce capacity to enforce and investigate lower priority cases for significant code violations, or priority 2. This priority level includes abandoned properties, disturbance of environmental resources, historic sites, and unpermitted grading. Response times to this category of violations will be further delayed with the proposed cuts. 1 combination inspector is also proposed for elimination, which would contribute to some delays for building code violation cases. Nevertheless, DSD will continue to prioritize substandard housing violations. As discussed in DSD's presentation, the fiscal year 2026 reductions in code enforcement resulted in priority 3 complaints no longer being investigated or enforced. Council may wish to better understand the implications of proposed building and zoning enforcement reductions, including on enforcement of significant code violations and potential effects on revenue generation. On the DSD Enterprise Fund side, the proposed budget includes ongoing expenditures viewed as critical for operational needs. The largest expenditure is $2 million for online permitting system RFP implementation to award a new contract, as the contract for the current system, Acela, is now set to expire in 2028. Although proposed expenditures may be critical, the DSD fund is projected to end fiscal year 2026 with a negative cash balance, although notably improved, of $5 million. And DSD plans to start replenishing the DSD reserve after fiscal year 2027. Council may wish to learn more about how DSD is balancing critical expenditures with the need to rebuild its reserves, as well as levers available to DSD to scale back on spending during the upcoming fiscal year should revenues not materialize as projected. The proposed budget also funds the addition of one permit technician to support a recent increase in PRAs and records requests, as well as 0.59 FTE and $441,000 in associated expenditures for a deputy chief operating officer, both additions to be funded by the DSD fund. Regarding revenues, the DSD fund is proposed to receive $10.1 million in reimbursements for DSD activities related to SDG&E right-of-way permits and inspections completed in fiscal year 2025. Per the city's franchise agreement with SDG&E, any city fees incurred for SDG&E's work in the right-of-way, including for DSD's permitting and inspection activities, are first charged against franchise fee revenue, with any city fees beyond the franchise payment being charged to SDG&E. Because franchise fee benefits the general fund therefore pays for DSD's right-of-way fees on behalf of SDG&E. Lastly, the proposed budget includes $285,000 in new expenditures for routine maintenance at the Mission Valley facility, spread across DSD's 3 funding sources, with $49,000 charged to the general fund. We note this facility is privately owned, which poses limitations for using in-house facility management services. Next, I will turn it over to Helen from our office's Division of Race and Equity to discuss budget equity implications.
Thank you, Amy. Good morning, Council President and members of the Budget Review Committee. Helen Waldegorgas, pronouns she, her, hers, with the IBA's Division of Race and Equity. Our budget equity implications within the department review start on page 149. 2 of the FY27 proposed adjustments for development services include equity implications, one reflecting an addition and the other a reduction. The addition of a permit fee calculator would bring benefits to both DSD staff and customers. A simplified permit application process with increased predictability of fees would support customer access, especially non-technical users, and the anticipated reduction in application errors would maximize staff time. As previously mentioned, the reduction of building and land use enforcement BLUE division staff, including 7 FTE, maintains 0 code enforcement for priority 3 complaints since FY26. BLUE's work is overwhelmingly complaint-driven, so reducing enforcement will not necessarily reduce complaints or violations. The bar graph on page 150 shows the rate of priority 3 cases by council district from FY22 to FY25. Since the city's reduction in force RIF process completed in December 2025, staff have rejected 230 new complaints of this type and closed 967 that had been under investigation without further action. Council may want to ask the department how remaining enforcement staff could be restructured to maintain geographical coverage across the city for the priority 1 and 2 complaints that will still be enforced. That concludes my comments. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you both for that input. So with that, we'll go to the council members. I see Councilmember Moreno's first on the lights.
Thank you. Thank you to the IBA for the helpful report. I know this has been a challenging budget year, and I do appreciate the work that the department has completed in navigating this very difficult year. The proposed budget eliminates 7 full-time employees from building and zoning enforcement, including 4 zoning investigators, 2, 1 combination inspector, 1 admin aide, and 1 public informations aide. The IBA notes that this will effectively maintain 0 code enforcement service for priority 3 violations citywide. So things like unpermitted businesses, garages converted into living spaces, and accessibility violations. In District 8, where we have had significant growth, these are not abstract concerns. Can you please speak to what constituents should expect when they report these types of violations going forward?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Moreno. Essentially, the department will be sending a letter to follow up and ask the reporter of the violation to follow up with the violator and use a mediation service. But we will log the case and then not enforce it if it's a priority 3.
Got you. So DSD will be sending the violator a letter, kind of stamping the situation for your reference. Wonderful. The IBA flags that these enforcement reductions could indirectly reduce civil penalty fund revenues, which was already down 65.2% this fiscal year. So we're cutting the staff that generates the revenue that funds the enforcement and help keeps constituents safe. Can you please help us understand how the department plans to address that cycle before it gets worse?
The Civil Penalties Fund is an unbudgeted fund where all the fines get deposited into. It's typically used for one-time expenditures, and so it's reviewed on a case-by-case basis based on funding levels. But to the IBA's point, less enforcement generates less fines, and so then there's less reliance on that fund for training and enhancements and to support code enforcement activities. There's really no mitigation effort for that except to adjust to the expected support from that fund on a case-by-case basis.
Got you. So am I understanding you correctly when you're stating that this funding is not necessarily used? It's used on a case-by-case basis. It doesn't, it's not utilized for actual personnel?
It's used for one-time related expenditures. So if personnel are doing a training, it would be relied upon to provide that support, but not for typically for ongoing expenditures like a permanent budgeted position.
So these eliminated positions, they will impact the civil penalty fund revenue
They would, in that there would be less enforcement.
that
and-
generates the funding, so therefore there's
Correct.
less revenue. So
That's
we should
correct.
expect, as I mentioned, it's down 65.2% this fiscal year. Next year, it will be lowered.
That would be a sound assumption, yes.
Thank you. The proposed budget includes $2 million to resume records digitalization, funding that was removed in fiscal year 26 as a one-time budget mitigation. I do understand the long-term value of digitizing land use and development records, but given that the department is simultaneously eliminating 1.1 million in building and zoning enforcement staff who are out in the field today, right, responding to complaints from residents. I would like to ask, is this the right moment to restore that $2 million? And what is the department's rationale for prioritizing digitization over restoring enforcement capacity, given that direct service impacts to the cuts?
Thank you. That's a great question. 2 points I'd like to make on that. The first is that the records digitization is funded through the enterprise fund, not through the general fund. The positions eliminated from building and land use enforcement are general funded positions, so 2 different pots of money. The need for the records digitization is huge. Charges of Public Records Act requests have continued. In fact, we are legally responsible to respond to public record ask requests in 10 days. It's almost impossible for us to do that with the number of people that we have working on it. With the digitization of records, it'll help us be more compliant with the law, more transparent to the public, and easier to provide information quickly.
Got you. And just to correct a little fact here, the general fund, did the general fund put any money towards the DSD fund this year? Was there any money allocated from the general fund?
No, the Development Services Enterprise Fund does not receive any funding from the general fund. Zero. It's all paid through permits.
Got you. Okay. I was under the impression that this year we had received some funding from the general fund.
No, our records team, all of the Public Records Act requests, all of that, that's all funded through the enterprise fund and permits.
Okay, thank you for that. The proposed budget includes the transfer of a chief officer position from the mayor's office to DSD at a cost of $441,000 in personnel expenditures. So basically, this position was previously funded by the general fund and would now be funded by Development Services Development Services Fund. I do have a few concerns I want to raise about that. First, the Development Services Fund is already projecting a structural deficit, so absorbing a $441,000 personal cost from the mayor's office raises questions about timing and prioritization. Why is this the right moment to take on a personnel from the mayor's office?
Yeah, I think that question came up yesterday, Councilmember, and I'm going to ask our Chief Financial Officer, Rolando Charvel, to come up.
The idea here is that the work that the executive team is doing is benefiting the entire $6.4 billion operation of the city, and these costs are being allocated across the board, including the enterprise funds.
Wonderful. This position is being transferred from the mayor's office. So can you help me and the public understand, number one, just what prompted the shift, what this chief officer's specific responsibility would be within DSD to justify the expenditure of DSD funds? Thank you for explaining the DSD funds so thoroughly earlier, and whether this role is essential to the department's operation. I mean, we're eliminating how many FTEs? 7 FTEs, and we're adding $441,000 from the mayor's office to pick up a chief officer from the mayor's office. So help me and the public understand this.
Absolutely. So the work that Casey does in this case directly benefits the work that's done by the DSD fund. He is the executive officer over that function. So it is appropriate to allocate those costs to the area that's benefiting from that service in the same way that the director would be charging to the fund as well.
Now, is this person just going to be focused on DSD issues?
No, only a portion of his time is being allocated to the fund.
So once again, just to reiterate, we're talking about eliminating 7 very important full-time employees for $1.1 million. But yet we're adding 1 full-time employee from the mayor's office for $441,000.
Well, just to clarify, Councilmember, the addition is to the DSD fund, and the reductions are taking place in the general fund. It's not.
No, I understand that, but we're eliminating 7 personnel to
From
the
the general
DSD,
fund.
from the general fund.
Yes.
Okay. It's just either way we slice it, it really sounds very fishy. Why are we taking a personnel from the mayor's office and can I do that? As a city council member, can I add a personnel that works only in DSD from my office into the DSD fund? And I think that was a rhetorical question, and I think that's very questionable.
I can answer that.
Given, I don't need it. Like I said, it
Can I
was.
answer though?
No, thank you. I'm fine. I wanted to make a point. Maybe
the
one
cost
of
of
my.
the council is also allocated to DSD through the general. So yes, your cost and all of the administrative costs for the city are charged to the fund as well.
Thank you. This is a fiscally difficult year, and I want to acknowledge the work that your team is doing to keep services running with fewer resources. I will be watching closely how the enforcement reduction affects communities like mine. And I would encourage the department to revisit those priorities in the May revise if revenue projections do improve. I want to make it just abundantly clear. I have tremendous respect for the folks over in DSD. They do especially in my community, they do a whole lot. And these eliminations are going to further compound the work that they are required to do. So that is where I'm very concerned with this move. And I wanted to put it on the record. And like I said, hopefully the May revise, we see something different. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Moreno. We'll go next to Councilmember Elo Rivera.
All right. Thank you, Council President. Elise, thank you. Amy, thank you for your work. Helen, thank you, as always, with the analysis. First, thank you for all the good work that's done. Again, we wouldn't see the improvement in housing, in the construction of housing that we've seen without the work of you and your team, Elise, and that is something I truly appreciate and the city's better off for. As with every department, there are cuts that are difficult to swallow here. Can we pull up the slide on some of the enforcement, the work that you all do on that side of things? Yeah. Go back a couple or one even. There's that one. There's that one. Yeah. So, I mean, this is public safety. This is like real deal public safety, especially in many of the communities that I represent. And I know multiple neighborhoods across the city who depend on this enforcement to maintain their quality of life, to be able to maintain pride in their neighborhoods, and health and safety, like very, very direct and imminent health and safety concerns. And I have real concerns about the long-term implications of cutting building and zoning enforcement to hit a reduction goal. So we'd heard a bit about from the IBA about abandoned properties and substandard housing also being issues that will be less likely to be addressed or investigated as a result of these cuts. Is that something that we should expect as well?
I've asked our deputy director over Blue to answer that. I do want to point out first that our number one priority is the enforcement of substandard housing, and the elimination of one FTE on the building side will still enable us to enforce substandard housing. This picture of the storage violation, because it's outside the structure, is different. So I'd like Leslie to go ahead and speak to that.
Good morning, Council. Leslie Sennett, Deputy Director of Building and Land Use Enforcement in DSD. For the abandoned properties specifically, Councilmember Rivera, we will continue to enforce those as a priority with our zoning investigators that remain. So they have eliminated the priority 3, but priority 2 we're still responding to as our most important. So as Elise said, our substandard housing is our highest priority, but that's for our building inspectors. Our zoning investigators that remain will be addressing abandoned properties, and they handle those first as they come in.
So in a way that, again, like everyday constituents can understand what is being deprioritized and what will continue to be prioritized, in a way that if you're a neighbor in a neighborhood, you can understand what to expect and what to not expect based on the proposed budget.
So I would say for the priority 3s, those are going to be the maybe quality of life versus health and safety. So it's things that annoy you, like your neighbors parking on a lawn, perhaps having a fence that's too high. Those are the types of things that we've eliminated. A business, having a home business that you don't like them having, those are the things that are not being investigated. If a house is vacant and abandoned, there's violations that occur at a vacant property. We're still handling those as a priority. We are even prioritizing within those, like when there's a fire, to make sure we're responding to those immediately. We're also doing anything that requires a conditional use permit, anything that's with environmentally sensitive land, grading, those types of violations are our highest priorities.
Councilmember, if I could just add that it will just be much, much slower for us to be able to do that.
So there's work that you will no longer be doing, and then there's work that you'll still be doing, but it will be taking longer to do that work. So everything that was just named there, the expectation for how quickly that should be responded to, that expectation should change based on the proposed budget.
Correct. The public is still likely to trend to give us 5,000 complaints a year approximately. We don't expect that to change. Unfortunately, it's the number of folks responding to those complaints that would be lower, and that's where the change would occur.
And what would that change in time, what's that anticipated to be?
It really depends on the amount of complaints coming in. My staff is excellent in the way that they work and respond, and especially when it is a high priority, they're making sure that they get out there as soon as they can. I think the delays come later with the processing that goes into issuing a violation, having to do the research, issue the citation, take it to hearing, or take it to the city attorney's office, and that's where we see the bigger delays. But we do work closely with our partners in the city attorney's office and PD for anything that's health and safety related to try and make sure that we're responding to the community's concerns as fast as we can.
Thank you, Leslie. And what, in terms of enforcement that is general fund, it comes from the general fund, has been looked at as for potential cost recovery?
Because building and land use enforcement is complaint driven, we don't necessarily prioritize monetizing it in a way, because then that would, it wouldn't really hit the city's strategy of only responding to complaints. We're not doing proactive in order to pay for the staff of the salaries. Where we do see revenue is from when we take projects to hearings and go before a hearing officer, and that hearing officer helps us make a decision about what the amount of a fine would be. And we always include our administrative costs in that. Leslie, do you have anything else to add?
I would say that traditionally, our goal has been to help citizens and our constituents come into compliance. And so that has been our forward mission, I would say. But we are looking now through the budget cuts that how do we make sure that we're being compensated for the efforts that we're making when someone is not complying. A couple of the changes that we've made this year with the council support is increasing the amount of the fines that we can issue. So when we have somebody who is just blatantly not following through with what they need to do to comply, then we are making sure that the fines are more commensurate with the efforts of the city.
Right. And how do abandoned properties fit into the equation?
Abandoned properties typically go through the city attorney's office because of the level of violations that go with them, and especially with the police department using the city attorney's office. And what happens is they will decide whether or not in the city attorney's office that it should be prosecuted either criminally or through a civil matter. And then they decide how much the costs were. And as part of that, all of our costs are calculated in blue, and that's submitted, and then that's reimbursed through the efforts of the city attorney's office.
Last year, we had a similar conversation, and I brought up that Escondido had created a fee for abandoned and vacant properties. These fees are meant to help the city recoup the costs that come with properties being abandoned and left vacant, which are significant. They're significant in terms of quality of life impacts. They're significant in terms of the economic impact. District 9 and other parts of the city are victim to corporate entities and individuals who are essentially hoarding property in our city, banking on the significant increase in value that they will see over time while returning nothing, literally nothing, to the communities where they're holding that property. And it's at a cost to the city, and it's at a cost to the surrounding community. Again, I brought this up last year. I haven't heard of any movement on pursuing a policy along these lines. Casey, I don't know if you wanted to respond to this. Chris, I don't know if you want to. Was any thought given to going after these bad actors by way of this fee?
Yeah, Councilmember Chris Ackerman with Mayor's Office. So as Elise and Leslie have mentioned, and I'll also ask Heidi to come up to elaborate, but as part of this year's Land Development Code update, which will be coming forward on Monday, there are a series of cost recovery efforts as it relates to administrative penalties and fines for different categories. So if Heidi could come up. and expand on that.
Yes, Councilmember, that's correct. This item was heard at Land Use and Housing Committee and is expected to be heard by the City Council next week. The Land Development Code update package for 2026 does include a series of updates that increase potential maximum fines and penalties. These are largely reflective of not being updated for sometimes up to 15 to 20 years. So they are intended to act as a deterrent to violators and encourage compliance.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Heidi. I just will kind of reiterate what I said before and what Councilmember Moreno was saying, that this is incredibly important from a public safety perspective. It's also incredibly important from a kind of neighborhood perspective as well. And the pride that is in neighborhoods where the pride amongst residents and business owners in the communities that are most likely to be victimized by these negligent property owners, it's no different than other parts of the city. They want to feel the same level of pride. They have the same level of pride, and they consistently feel disrespected by the city. And I think, again, in a budget, like every budget where we're making difficult choices, showing folks in our city that have historically been neglected and disrespected by the city, I'll wrap up here in just a moment, that we are prioritizing them is important. And I know that this is like a little bit, it's a little bit apples and oranges, but from a kind of big picture perspective, I think it's appropriate. The city right now prioritizes chasing down hot dog vendors over folks who are hoarding property and disrespecting entire communities. And if you live in one of those communities, the dissonance there is infuriating. The idea that it's more of a problem to the city to have someone selling hot dogs or tamales or ice cream than it is to have a property that's been left vacated for 20, 30 years and is a consistent source of problems in your community. And so in a moment where we're struggling to find resources to pay for what's necessary, and this is definitely not a you thing, Leslie, in a moment like that, showing our neighborhoods that we're going to prioritize the things that matter most to them and not the things that matter most to the biggest, most powerful businesses in this city, I think would be really, this is an important time to do that. So again, I know that it's not in this budget necessarily, but it's in the bigger budget as a whole. And it's one of the things that I'm struggling with in the proposed budget is what we are choosing to prioritize and who we are choosing to prioritize. Cutting here and maintaining a focus there is just another signal to me that we're prioritizing powerful corporate interests, we're prioritizing the wealthy, and deprioritizing the folks who've consistently been deprioritized by the city over the years. So that's frustrating. I'm glad to know that there's some action being taken via the Land Development Code update, but I'd like to see some more urgency on that front because our neighborhoods deserve it. Thank you, Council President.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Eloy Rivera. We'll go to Council President Pro Tem.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you to my colleagues for their questions. I think this it helps to sort of outline a little bit of where I think there's a lot of focus on this council, which is that we do believe that a bit of the work that code enforcement is doing is actually critical to the quality of life in our communities. And not just to mention that I understand that the top priorities are still going to be addressed. And so what we're looking at is the lower level priorities really either being delayed or left to the side for some chunk of time. And that is, I think, going to be very difficult to explain to folks in the public. So just to help us understand, again, I think based on what you had just shared, the way the penalties are collected for the civil penalty fund is largely as a reimbursement to the exact time spent on that particular violation?
Civil penalties by the municipal code are actually issued for the violation. So as part of the processing of a civil penalty notice, we will include all of our costs. So that's recouped as well in addition to the penalty.
Got it. So there's a penalty amount that is set in the municipal code followed by the reimbursable amounts that again, is that passed on to the individual or entity where the violation is
To
being
the
addressed?
responsible party, who is typically the property owner.
Now, I imagine for higher level priority items, there tends to be a better degree of collection of violations. And I want to acknowledge there's probably an equity component here as well. There's a difference between substandard housing violations and some of the level 3 items that might pop up in communities where folks are dealing with different scenarios in their lives. And so I don't want to treat that all as the same.
Absolutely not. We have
yeah.
an actual penalty policy that we follow that allows us to, and help our staff determine what an appropriate response is or remedy. And we actually are able to actually use admin citations as well, which include warnings and amounts as low as $100. So if you were in a neighborhood helping somebody with a very low level violation, you could issue one of those, which is easily correctable, and there's a penalty. And again, that penalty is only issued after they have chosen not to come into compliance. For somebody who's a big developer doing building without permits, then of course we're going to issue our higher violations with more penalties.
Councilmember, if I may, we did take a look at the fees and penalties, and because of that lower level cost that was done as sort of an educational thing, when they are not responding, we would issue the higher level penalty of $1,000, to which some folks would still not respond. And so now the recommendation is to go as high as $10,000 to really get their attention on some of the things. So that is one of the recommendations that'll come before you in the Land Development Code, to raise our fees to be that high for our administrative citations and our civil penalties. And civil penalties also, when they are issued, they also increase cost over time because it's day by day. So some of the penalties can be upwards of $300,000.
Just to get an understanding of that, is that change that's being presented in the Land Development Code accounted for from a revenue standpoint as we're making these reductions?
Those changes in our existing violation and penalty fees, by design, go to those funds and are not budgeted revenue to avoid the appearance of fining to be recoverable. That's typically a standard budgetary practice to not budget fines and penalty revenue. So that's why they're established in those specific separate funds. So it would have to come in on a case-by-case basis on one-time use, but it would be deferred and deposited into those funds that were set up for those purposes.
Understand. And I don't know if this is a department question or maybe for the IBA, but in this current fiscal year, can someone help me understand there was a budget mitigation, I believe, in this fiscal year where the civil penalty fund was swept. How much was swept from that fund this year?
I would have to defer to Department of Finance on that, but there is 138,000 budgeted in the Blue Division within Development Services.
If I may, so I believe the fiscal year 2026 adopted budget included 811,000 as part of that transfer from the civil penalty fund.
Was there a similar amount transferred the year prior?
I don't believe so. It does, oh, Elise, do you have?
Yes, it was much higher.
Yes, there was.
I think it was like 2 million.
Okay. Is there if we were to take a 5-year average of what was being collected in the civil penalty fund year over year, is there an average amount that we would find?
Over 5 years, I would estimate 4 million.
Per year?
On an
No,
annual basis?
in totality.
Okay.
So roughly $600,000 to $800,000 a year, with prior to the cut that occurred in this current year.
Now, are the funds going to those into the civil penalty fund specifically just the violation amounts, or is that including the reimbursable components from the department? Or is that separated in how we collect?
It goes into the civil penalties fund, and then we seek a reimbursement from that fund to the operating fund.
I think it's also important to note that the fines that are imposed through the hearing process, they're imposed and then invoiced, but whether they're collected at that point or not, especially when they're significant, depends on the person's ability to pay. So there are times where we might put a lien on the property and we have to wait until that money comes in. So you might not see a direct correlation in what's awarded per what's collected each year.
I understand that as well. I think I put this out because we're in a year where we're scraping by for every dollar that's possible. And I recall other scenarios from an accounting standpoint where the city has made a reasonable effort to assume revenue based on prior history. And we've been sweeping that fund on a regular basis. And so if there's even an average of $500,000 a year, if nothing else, it serves as a reimbursement for the work that's already been done by the city. And that should be accounted for. It certainly could make a difference, whether it's providing support here or frankly, in other areas that the city is also struggling to meet from a needs standpoint. So I just point that out so that as we work forward, maybe working with the IBA and Department of Finance, we can determine if there's just some reasonable component here to expect. And the revenue piece, we can't forget, if the Land Development Code is bringing forward updates to the potential penalties that are much larger, then I hope we're not leaving that off the table in our assumptions of what is going to be available. Not because we're literally transferring those as a cost recovery standpoint, but the funds are going to be sitting there year over year.
Sorry, Council President Pro Tem Lee, I would just like to clarify. So because there have been transfers from the Civil Penalty Fund to offset general fund expenditures for code enforcement year after year after year, we're actually getting to the point where that fund balance is no longer, it's not going to be as generous as previous years. And actually we're monitoring the current year balance to ensure that it doesn't fall into a negative cash balance just because of those repeated transfers of fund balance. And so I think that's just something to consider.
Yeah, and that's fair. I appreciate that. I just note that it's usually something that ends up being proposed on the back end when there's a needed mitigation as opposed to something that we're proactively addressing. And we're at a stage where we should proactively address that, even if it's going to be a small amount year over year. Thank you for answering that question. On the enterprise fund side, I do want to share, thank you again to everyone for taking a moment to really talk about the separation of the enterprise fund. For development services in particular, I've always been concerned that the way that we are built as an enterprise fund is that it really depends on the cycles of development that we're seeing within the community. So the challenges that you've been facing from a staffing standpoint, I think are reflective of the fact that there's a difficult economy between high costs, high interest rates, a lot of economic uncertainty that has resulted in a pause on many of the growth sort of patterns that we've seen for several years when it comes to development. Those fees that help to fund DSD come from builders and developers who are doing work within the community. So that cycle is just something that I think we need to be continually mindful of. And at the end of the day, I just want to recognize that the department has been doing a tremendous amount of work on that front, lowering permit times, meeting customer service needs. I'll take the 3 minutes. And so I want to applaud that effort. And in that process, also acknowledge that we should be careful to not underfund or under-expect what is necessary for you to be able to ramp up in the future as things change. So that's just a note on that end. I want to thank Councilmember Moreno for calling out the transfer of a chief officer's expenses from the mayor's office to Development Services Enterprise Fund. And let me just break this down for the public so that you can understand this better, because I do believe that what we are seeing is a differ from practice that we have seen in the past. Last year, the council, in its final budget action, when we overrode the mayor's veto, asked that 2 positions were cut specifically from the highest level of management at the city. The mayor made a direct choice to not implement those cuts. Those 2 positions remain unbudgeted in this year's budget. They're being added back into the office of the mayor this year. I understand the mayor's not here to address his office and the budget, and that's not the topic that we're on. But what you're seeing in that office is a transfer now of the responsibilities of individuals in that department into other areas of the city. From an accounting standpoint, I thank Mr. Chevelle and our CFO for trying to find the best way that we can to balance a budget. From an accounting standpoint, it is taking services that individuals are providing and trying to attach them to the areas where that service is being delivered. I understand it. But from the public's accountability standpoint, I think what we're missing is that in a year where we are asking everyone to take a shave, that office looks on paper as if it's taking a cut. It's not. It's simply doing so by offloading those costs to other departments in the city, which I will point out takes away from the very work that those departments are doing, because that cost has to be borne somewhere. So in this particular case, it means that, and perhaps from a policy standpoint, we're okay with that. It means that that cost is being offloaded to development services and now is being paid for by the permits and fees from developers and builders, which then takes away from other services that you could still be providing at this time. So that's just something I think we need to be a lot more transparent about. It is something that I don't think has been the norm here for the city. And as we look forward, I don't think we can honestly say we are doing everything we can to address every potential reduction to restore the services that people want to see protected if we can't do that transparently. And I'm going to be pushing that we continue to actually accomplish that at this year's budget. Thank you, Council President.
All right, thank you, Council President Pro Tem Lee. We'll go next to Council Member Whitburn.
Thank you, Council President. I will join my colleagues in expressing appreciation to the department and the very important work that it does. People are struggling with the cost of living in San Diego, and the faster pace at which you're issuing permits for housing is increasing the supply of housing. That has caused rents to stabilize in many places, and that is a major part of the cost of living for many people. So you are bringing real relief to a number of folks. You've also done a lot of streamlining, which has helped a lot. I'd like to see continued streamlining where you think that we can accomplish that. Your department also has a big impact on neighborhood quality of life, as we've been discussing with the enforcement of code violations. And I do have a few questions for Ms. Sennett, if you wouldn't mind. The code violations are of particular interest to me. The chart of the IBA review shows District 3 had the highest number of priority 3 cases, the quality of life cases. And I also want to try to better understand the impacts that we're talking about here with the reduction of these employees. How many people are in blue right now in that division?
72.
There's 72. Okay, and so how many people, I don't know how you divide the workload, but how many people deal with these priority 3 cases that are neighborhood related?
For the zoning complaints, we currently have 4 teams. And in those teams, there's 4 to 6 people. And then a senior.
Okay.
So we have approximately 20 to 22 zoning investigators and 4 senior zoning investigators.
And so if we lose 7 people from blue, I feel like what I'm hearing, and maybe it's not making sense, I don't know. If we lose 7 people from blue, why would that result in the complete elimination of enforcement of priority 3 cases? Help me understand that.
So currently, with the budget cuts from last year when 12 positions were eliminated, we stopped most of the zoning priority 3 enforcement. What's only remaining is adult entertainment, business, billboards, businesses that require a permit, and streeteries. So we would just be eliminating enforcement of the billboards, adult entertainment, and businesses that require a permit. And we would be having a slower response to streeteries. The other priority 3s that have to do with building violations would remain enforced.
Okay, thank you. So one of the things that the slide presentation seemed to suggest to me that enforcement of hoarding complaints would no longer occur. That's what it seemed to suggest in the slides.
If the only violation was storage, that's correct. If there were health and safety violations that are often associated with hoarding, such as limited egress or access to a property, those would be enforced. So it would be evaluated. But if it's just only storage, then no, they would no longer, we don't have the staffing to enforce that.
Do we enforce it now?
No, we eliminated the storage violations with last year's budget cuts.
All right, so if it's just the storage, we're not enforcing that. If there are associated health and safety complaints with it, we are.
Correct.
Councilmember, so it would be inspected And then a determination would be made.
Okay. Because we've had some pretty serious hoarding cases that I'm trying to think about to the degree to which those were just storage cases and the degree to which they were also health and safety. All right. It seems like there's a range of severity within the priority three. The building wrap violations, I mean, we see that during Comic-Con. We got a lot of building wraps. They're technically, in many cases, violations, but we don't get complaints about those. A lot of people like those.
We do.
Yeah, right. I mean, so, okay, we're not enforcing that in any particular way. I could live with that. But then when you talk about not enforcing the access for people with disabilities, that's a whole different sort of
So to
concern.
clarify, that would still be enforced. Access for disability is a building code violation, and so our building inspectors will still do that. And that is a priority three that will remain.
Okay.
Potentially slower because of the elimination of one of the building inspectors, but our building teams would still address that.
Okay. I also know that unfortunately, sometimes blue gets weaponized with neighbors complaining about other neighbors' fence heights and things like that, that I don't know that we have to be that involved in. So, okay, let me end with this then, I guess, because there's a lot of nuance here when you talk about the degree of severity things that plays into what actually gets enforced or what you actually look into. What that we are currently, let me just ask it this way, what that we are currently investigating, would we stop investigating under this current proposal?
Adult entertainment zoning violations, businesses that require permit violations, billboards. Those would be the three main ones that we would stop enforcing.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That answers my questions. Thank you, Council President.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Whitburn. We'll go next to Councilmember Campillo.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you to our DSD staff. Thank you, Casey. Thank you for all the questions my colleagues have asked. Real quick question. I shared a similar concern about the ability to enforce serious, significant public safety issues, neighborhood issues that are deeply problematic nuisances. I do have a question about the street vendors. Have we been enforcing the street vending ordinance lately?
Yes, we have.
Oh, okay. I was under the impression that we were sued under the street vendor ordinance in court, and there's been an issue with
I
that.
apologize. I misunderstood you. I was thinking straighterries when you said street vendor
Oh,
ordinance.
okay.
You mean street vendor ordinance like the hot dog vendors?
Right, yeah,
Council-
downtown, Gaslamp Beach, that
Can you
stuff.
please answer
That's
that? Thank you.
enforced by the San Diego Police Department.
Okay, that's okay. Well, my understanding is that it's not enforced at all right now because we were sued in court. It was stopped. It's unequal. It was uneven employment or uneven enforcement. So we lost that in court. So for about 2 years or so, we haven't been stopping street vendors. I see members of the California Restaurant Association who would back that up. So I don't want anyone to leave here with the impression that we don't care about neighborhoods, but we somehow care about street vendors, and particularly hot dog vendors who, by all accounts, are doing very unsafe things, don't have county health licenses, whether they pay their taxes on their income, very questionable, using child labor out of the back of vans 7 blocks from Petco Park to cut onions. Who knows what they're doing? But I don't want anyone to leave here with the impression that we don't care about your neighborhood, but we somehow care about street vendors and hot dogs, because we can ask that on Friday. We haven't been enforcing that for years. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Campillo. So everybody has spoken. I'm going to follow Councilmember Foster's lead as the chair of the meeting and kind of keep my questions very, very short, and I can follow up. I want to echo my thanks for the three of you and the work that you do. One of the things I don't like about budget review is that you're told what your budget and your scope is, and then you have to come to defend it, whether you really agree that it's the right thing for us to do, even during challenging budget times. But thank you for your patience and your willingness to answer all those questions. You're doing a great job. The housing permits that have been generated is a direct result of how DSD has shifted. The expedite of the affordable housing has really been a game changer. Everybody in Sacramento talks about how great San Diego is. A lot of that goes to development services for the work that you're doing. I just had a couple of questions and some of the things that I've heard in the back and forth. I wanted to amplify what was mentioned in the presentation, and I believe Amy mentioned in her presentation, that the way that the franchise agreement is structured, that they essentially get all their SDG&E gets all their permit fees waived, and that the general fund has to make up for that. So you do the work, you send a bill to the general fund to get compensated for the work that the enterprise fund does. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's how the revenue
And
structure is
Your estimate is
established.
10 million.
It's not an estimate. Those are actuals from
Act-
FY25.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that's an actual, so.
Mhm.
So everybody can reflect on that. That's the franchise agreement. That's not debatable right now. There was a question and answer between you, Elise, and Councilmember Moreno that I think I misunderstood. I call in a complaint about my neighbor. That is a low priority. You're not going to come out there. Who gets the letter? Do I get the letter or does my neighbor get the letter?
I'll defer to Keely.
Hi, Keely Halsey. The code enforcement team is one of the divisions I oversee. I'm assistant director at DSD.
Keely, why don't you go to the taller mic? I think we'll hear you better.
All right. The process for closing, thank you for the opportunity to clarify. The process for closing the cases that are no longer enforced due to the budget reductions from last year and this year, in fact, does not involve a letter. We do have a process where letters are sent and people are encouraged to engage with a mediator, if they're able to have a conversation with their neighbor or whomever it is, that's encouraged. However, the difference in the round that was explained, that Leslie explained to previous questions, is it's closed with a note that explains to the complainant that it is closed and not pursued due to budget. And that is the extent of the issue. So the complainant gets that information.
And am I the complainant because I don't understand the English language?
If you're the one who called or sent it in, yes.
So
You
I
would
get
get
the-
that information so it wouldn't just be sitting with us with the expectation that we'd eventually get to it. We do let the people know. Unfortunately, at this time, we cannot investigate that case.
So I get the letter, not the neighbor that I'm complaining about.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
I think there was a little bit of a misunderstanding there. I'll close with this. I think the hard conversation is that all the cuts we're talking about are on top of the cuts that we did last year. Those were very difficult cuts to begin with. Can we find 1.1 million? How many of those positions are filled now that we're proposing?
The 4 zoning investigators are filled. The other 3 are vacant.
Okay. Are there trouble filling those if we found the money?
They're filled.
No, just 3 that are not.
Administrative.
The 2 administrative positions and the 1 building inspector that are vacant we could fill those.
Oh, okay. Well, I put that, I think all the council members expressed some concern about another cut on top of what was cut last year. Leslie, you can only do with the resources that you have at your disposal. There was a lot of talk, and there will be a lot of talk later this morning about the arts and parks and libraries. As far back as I can remember coming to budget conversations at chambers, code enforcement, code enforcement, and code enforcement. It's a constant struggle to deal with that. But I think, this council ought to take a serious look about, is that a cut that we want to accept? And that I don't know where we find the money, but I think it's a serious conversation. So anyway, thank you for that. Not seeing anybody else in the lights. Thank you very much for the presentation, all 3 of you, all 4 of you. So we will invite city planning.
So it's portions, yeah, exactly. So it's broken out in the mayor. So it's just the.
All right, if you can introduce yourselves for the record and proceed.
Okay, good morning, council members. I'm Heidi Von Blum. I'm the director of the City Planning Department. I'm joined by Program Coordinator Scott Mercer, who oversees our administrative and fiscal operations team. City planning accomplishments this year included continuing increasing of opportunities for the development of new homes and jobs, in particular in the communities of Claremont and College. With these updates, in the last 2 years alone, the department has brought forward plan updates, increasing opportunities for nearly 80,000 new homes and 50,000 new jobs. Home and job opportunities are important, along with many other separate and all related planning updates, like the department's completion of the first package of updates to the city's historical resources regulations, completion of the city's first inclusive public engagement guide, and the adoption of a coastal resilience master plan. Additionally, the department was able to secure over $3.4 million in grant funding for the Balboa Park Master Plan update, the Otay Mesa, Nestor, and Rancho Bernardo community plan updates, and an update to the city's climate action plan. We've done this while nearly tripling our staff labor billings, increasing revenue to reimburse the general fund from $3.3 million in FY24 to $9.6 million this year. It is important to note that due to our increased labor billings, we have significantly reduced our reliance on outside consultant contracts, and the consultant work that has been utilized is largely funded solely with grants. In addition to this year's major accomplishments, we have more work well underway, including the Mid-City Communities Plan update, Neighborhood Homes for All of Us, an Affordable Homes Development Master Plan, a Bicycle Master Plan update, as well as updates to the Street Design Manual. And implementation of major state housing law requirements like the implementation of SB 79. We also prepare statutory reports each year on our development impact fee program, the multiple species and vernal pool species conservation programs, our climate action plan, climate resilient SD, our housing element reports, as well as the historic preservation program reports. Our department continues to prioritize its efforts in advancing equity. Our Claremont and College area community plan updates increased new home opportunities in high resource areas for people of all incomes, in alignment with our previously adopted updates to the general plan and housing element. And we completed the inclusive public engagement guide, enabling staff across the city to better and more inclusively engage our communities in planning, program, and policy development. Our budget adjustments in the general fund include the reduction of a vacant senior traffic engineer, the removal of $250,000 in non-personnel expenses, an increase of $770,000 in staff labor billings to the general plan maintenance fund as reimbursements to the general fund, and the reclassification of 3 management level program coordinator positions to classified MEA represented planner positions. Overall, the expense side of the city planning budget is dropping by nearly $1 million, while the revenue side is increasing by about $700,000, for a net bottom line favorable impact to the general fund of nearly $1.7 million. I do want to point out, for your understanding, that the reductions that have occurred and are occurring in city planning represent 7% of the department's general fund budget. However, when taking into account the fact that the department recovers nearly half of its general fund budget through labor billings, the 7% reduction is more accurately characterized as a 12% reduction to the portion of our operations that do not currently generate revenue for our general fund. Adding in last year's reductions, which also did not account for the department's revenues, this does represent over a 40% reduction in available resources in a period of 2 years. I am relaying this information so that there is a clear understanding of the impact to the department's ability to generate revenue and keep our planning department work program on sometimes very aggressive timelines, often driven by state mandates. In addition to the general fund, the city planning department also manages the climate equity fund and the general plan maintenance fund. The first, the climate equity fund, will not receive the $1.5 million in revenue this year that was allocated last year due to the lack of franchise agreement funding that terminated in FY26. Additionally, to limit additional reductions to the general plan, the $7 million in other franchise fees that had previously been allocated is not proposed to be restored in this particular fiscal year. However, I do want to make clear that the fund has a balance of about $14.9 million all of which is appropriated to infrastructure projects in underserved communities. It is also worth noting that since the Climate Equity Fund was originally established in 2021, it was a first step in addressing disparities in infrastructure investments by setting aside a certain and mostly modest amount of funding to be spent solely in communities of concern. Since that time, disparities have been more comprehensively tackled by adopted policies calling for the prioritization of infrastructure in these same underserved communities through actions that include updates to our Parks Master Plan and the transition to citywide development fees, along with the work that Engineering Capital Projects brought forward with updates to the council policy related to the overall prioritization of capital improvement projects. We also manage what's called the General Plan Maintenance Fund. The draft budget proposes to use $770,000 in fund balance to enable increased labor billings from our staff, which provides additional revenue to the general fund. We are also working on a proposal to change the general plan maintenance fee from a flat fee to a surcharge on plan check fees based on feedback we received from this council. This change would make the fee more equitable while providing for some increases in cost recovery as allowed by law. We expect to bring this proposal to the Land Use and Housing Committee in June. With this budget, city planning expects to preserve most core services. The impacts of the budget reductions will largely result in delays in the delivery of our overall work program, as well as the inability to accommodate additional unanticipated work requests, including any increased presence or attendance at community meetings. As previously stated, our budget reductions also include a reduction of $250,000 in non-personnel expenses. This was achieved through a cancellation of a number of memberships and contracts associated with the Climate Action Team and reductions of budget that were enabled by efficiencies realized due to the recent restructure from the Sustainability and Mobility Department. This action also increases the department's reliance on grant funding, which due to timing constraints, we do anticipate could result in some additional delays to the completion of the department's work program. I do want to note that the department has had pretty favorable success in obtaining grant funding for most of its planning efforts. We do continue to prioritize both the competition for additional grants, as well as prioritizing our resources on the items that we currently have grant funding for. That concludes my presentation. We're happy to answer questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the presentation. Turn it over to the Office of the IBA.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you to the City Planning Department for their summary. I think they did a pretty good job summarizing the proposals in the proposed budget. Amy Lee with the IB's office. Sorry, I should have added that in first. Our review of the city planning budget starts on page 103 of our report. In the proposed budget, City Planning identifies expenditure reductions and increased revenue to meet its reduction target of 1.5 million or 7% of its prior budget. For personnel expenditures, reductions include $455,000 for the elimination of a senior traffic engineer from the mobility planning section. This position is currently vacant and will likely affect some mobility-related planning efforts, internal education on mode shifting, and timely delivery of some planning initiatives. There's also $192,000 in savings associated with 3 FTE reclassifications that are not anticipated to have a significant impact. On the non-personnel expenditure side, there is a $250,000 reduction, largely right-sizing budgets to reflect projected spending, but could delay planning deliverables. For revenues, the budget reflects a $770,000 increase in reimbursement for city staff time from the general plan maintenance fee. These fees are charged for certain permits for long-term maintenance of the city's general plan. According to the department, although work is prioritized for city staff over consultants, using GPMF to increase reimbursement for existing staff does not ultimately increase department capacity to deliver on planning initiatives, as the number of FTEs funded are still the same. In contrast, budgeting GPMF for consultant work as needed provides access to highly specialized expertise that may not exist in the city and make necessary progress on planning initiatives. Lastly, I will just note that our discussion of the Climate Equity Fund can be found on page 55 of our report. But next, I will turn it over to Helen from our office's Division of Race and Equity to discuss budget equity implications.
Thank you, Amy. Again, Helen Welda-Gorgas, pronouns she, her, hers, with the IBA's Division of Race and Equity. Our budget equity implications within the department review start on page 106. 2 of the FY27 proposed adjustments for city planning include equity implications, both of which are tied to reductions. The reduction of the senior traffic engineer decreases the department's capacity to advance mobility-related planning efforts without workload distributed among remaining staff. The reduction of $250,000 for non-personnel consultant and professional services effectively diminishes the department's production capability. While preserving in-house staff, the loss of contracted support comes with the loss of the subject matter expertise and execution they provided. Together, these two adjustments increase workload for staff, and while not affecting the department's KPIs, would likely result in delays in delivering the department's work program. Lastly, as noted on page 66 of the report, Council may want to consider working with the department to determine if updates to the Climate Equity Index, CEI, are warranted, as this tool is used to guide funding decisions, and the oversight previously provided by the former Sustainability and Mobility Department now sits with City Planning. That concludes my comments. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you both for the IBA's input on this. So we'll turn it over to my colleagues. We'll go first to Councilmember Elo Rivera.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Heidi. Appreciate your work. Obviously, you play a really important role in making sure that we continue to be a city that leads in terms of creating housing opportunities and a lot of other work as well. One thing that was really interesting to me is how you all found savings through the analysis of functions and responsibilities that could be performed by classified staff. Can you talk to us a little bit more about how you all did that?
Sure. So you will notice that we did propose to reduce 3 unclassified positions and add corresponding adjustments of 3 classified positions for a net increase in MEA classified positions in the department. What we did.
And net savings, though.
And net savings,
Yeah.
correct, yes. And so what we did is we looked at our management structure, particularly due to the restructure of the former Sustainability and Mobility Department that came into city planning a little over a year ago, and looked at the overall balance between classified to unclassified, and evaluated all of the classifications of our entire unclassified management team. Through that process, we were able to identify comparable classified positions, and very happy to be able in this proposed budget to have no net decrease other than 1 additional position. So we anticipate to be able to have a similar capacity with those cost savings included.
Thanks, Heidi. I really appreciate you all doing that work. I think that's really smart. Casey or Rolando, is that a practice that all departments underwent? And if so, well, let me start there. Did everyone do what Heidi did?
I think Heidi and what planning have done is extremely noble. They've done a real hard look, and kudos to the team for doing that. I think from our standpoint, we continue to look for grants and how we can utilize city staff to offset impacts of the general fund. From my branch, planning collects a lot of those grants, but we do continue to look for them in other areas, and we continue to pursue them. But again, kudos to Heidi and the team for doing that, but it is something we're looking at in other areas and other branches of the city as well.
But yeah, I guess, Casey, what I'm asking specifically about is this analysis of whether moving folks from unclassified to classified can achieve savings in a similar way.
Yeah, we do have other departments that have that similar move from unclassified to classified. I want to say DSD has a few of those. Obviously, planning does. I'd have to think through some others, but it is something that you'll see in other department presentations.
Okay. And what was the citywide approach to that? I don't know if Rolando wants to speak to that, or anyone, Chris.
That's definitely something we're looking at. We were working with MEA on that as well, having those conversations. I think we probably need to take a step back and look at compensation levels and determine, this really spans back to Prop B and our inability to increase salaries. So there's a lot of history to a lot of these decisions. But absolutely, that's something we're working on with MEA, and we're going to continue to work on that and see if there are opportunities. I know, for example, risk management already brought up a couple of opportunities.
Okay.
Councilmember, if I could also just add very quickly, I think that there's a unique opportunity here with Heidi's department due to the consolidation of the Sustainability Mobility Department and the Planning Department, giving us the ability to have a fresh look at those classified and unclassified positions. But that is unique to the consolidation.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Chris and Rolando. I think 2 things. One, there's a couple departments that at least a few folks on the dais have asked questions about not the value of the work that is done within those departments necessarily, but whether or not they should be standalone departments and what savings could come from consolidation. And that coupled with what we're seeing here in planning, that speaks to, it raises a question, I'll say, for me, of why at a kind of systemic level, that wasn't a mandate earlier on in the process to go do that work, to do this sort of analysis. No net loss in expected work, net savings from reclassifications, like that's the sort of efficiency that, you know, we should start with, right? Before we're talking about reductions and cuts that people that either lead to job losses and lead to impacts felt in the community. So I want to simultaneously applaud Heidi for doing that work, and you know, really encourage and strongly encourage that same sort of approach be taken at a citywide level, and encourage the continued analysis of whether the standalone departments that currently exist could benefit from either consolidation or redistribution of some of that work. So anyway, thank you again, Heidi, for that, for the work that you've done. This was interesting in our office, and I'm glad that it's happening, and I think, again, that it could serve as a model for other departments across the city. Thank you, Council President.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Yola Rivera. We'll go next to Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you for the presentation, and also thank you to the IBA for the report. The planning department plays a vital role in shaping the city's future, and it is essential that we continue updating community plans that are dedicated, decades old, while integrating climate adaptation strategies into how we grow our communities. Community plan updates are so critical because outdated zoning continues to create barriers to housing production, and it makes it harder for us essentially to meet our housing RHNA goals from the state. I am very happy to see Otay Mesa Nestor Community Plan Update has an anticipated completion date of July 2028. I want to put on the record that city staff should conduct community outreach in Otay Mesa Nestor that will allow residents to participate. I would discourage you from going and doing just virtual meetings or even half or a quarter virtual meetings, but more in-person meetings so we could better hear and understand the community of Otay Mesa Nestor. Obviously, I've said this multiple times, many families in the community face barriers to participating virtually, including limited access to technology and internet. Another barrier that we face also is a language barrier, so I would encourage staff to have interpreters at those meetings. I also want to thank Sandag. I believe we got the funding from Sandag, and this is Otay Mesa Nestor has been waiting for this update for nearly 30 years. One of the questions I did have is, will this grant fully fund the completion of the community plan update, or will additional funding be needed from future budget cycles?
We did get substantial funding for the Otay Mesa Nestor Community Plan Update, and I do not anticipate the need for any additional funding. We will also prioritize our staff resources for this plan update and the others that we have in process, especially given the grant funding that we have available for it. I do also just want to quickly note the reason why we have been able to move forward with our community plan updates at a much quicker pace than you've seen in previous years is because we updated and this council approved our general plan update in 2024 through Blueprint San Diego, enabling us to institute this new, much more streamlined process for community plan updates. And then also do want to assure you that our planners will be present in the community as we do the plan updates.
Thank you. I think the Otay Mesa plan update before my time took something like 12 years. So
we're on about a 2 to 3 year timeline, and we do not plan to our general plan update in 2024 through Blueprint San Diego, enabling us to institute this new, much more streamlined process for community plan updates. And then also do want to assure you that our planners will be present in the community as we do the plan updates.
Thank you. I think the Otay Mesa plan update before my time took something like 12 years. So
We're on about a 2 to 3 year timeline, and we do not plan to return to the long drawn out.
thank you. Thank you for that. Staffing reductions will obviously slow the city process and just make it more difficult to complete future grant funding. And I mentioned this because your budget proposes that we lose an engineer position. And I know that the work that the engineers do is vital, especially even with the grants, right, to make us competitive for the Otay Mesa Nestor Community Plan update. Some of the questions are very detailed. So as we work to address our housing shortage and plan for future growth, I think we need to ensure that the planning department has the resources necessary to move these updates forward efficiently. We are a model at the state level when it comes to housing production, housing permitting, and one of the biggest, there are a lot of reasons, but I think the fundamental reason is because we've been moving to update our community plan updates. In Otay Mesa Nestor, we on Palm Avenue at the MTS site, we're upzoning quite a bit, which is music to my ears. We need housing. It's the #1 issue. So I'm looking forward to seeing a lot more housing in the Otay Mesa Nestor community, and I thank you for applying and not utilizing general fund money, and looking forward to being a part of that as a community member in 2028. Thank you.
Councilmember, if I could also just quickly add, we'd be remiss not to thank your office for working with us for those letters of support for the grants, and that's exactly the kind of partnership between the council and the departments that we need to continue. So thank you for that.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Moreno. We'll go next to Councilmember Whitburn.
Thank you, Council President. I will also say to you how much I appreciate all the planning work that you do that creates additional housing supply, which we have certainly seen stabilize rent increases and help with affordability and the cost of living. There's really vital work that you're doing that affects everybody's pocketbook. I just have one question, and that is tied to the proposed reduction of the senior traffic engineer that deals with mobility planning. On Monday, when we were reviewing the proposed transportation budget, we heard from some members of the public who were concerned about the proposed reduction in the multimodal team. Does this reduction, is that tied into that at all, or is this something different, or how do those interface, if at all?
Yeah, so the transportation department implements and operates as an asset managing department, our transportation assets. The mobility planning team within city planning is focused on long-range planning. So while any loss in our department is a loss and will result in some level of delays to the overall work program, we were not able to identify any additional revenue to offset this. This is currently a vacant position. It was vacated due to a planned retirement. I do anticipate that there will be some loss, but there will not be a direct impact related to the proposed reductions in the multimodal team and transportation department. There will be an effect on the city planning long-range program.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
I do want to emphasize that we are not reducing work program items. I just want to be clear that we anticipate delays in delivery of the work program.
Understood and appreciated. Thank you, Council President.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Whitburn. Not seeing anybody else on the lights. I'll wrap up and extend my kudos to your department as well. I appreciate you keep planning in the city planning department. I know which can be kind of difficult with state mandates who believe they have a better idea about how our city should be operated. And the way that you all navigate that is really laudable. And as I said about development services, Sacramento clearly understands what we do here as a city, but their tendency to do one size for the entire state doesn't always fit well. And the extra work that you're doing with SB 79, special council meeting Thursday night, be there, is a good example of how you scramble to meet those requirements and those timelines. So I very much appreciate that and your ability to move from the old style and navigate through with both the technical studies and the public facing component that you have to do. That can be a challenge and slow us down. It's truly laudable going forward. So very much thank you for your work. I think Councilmember Whitburn raised an interesting question in terms of, scared me there, sir. Is between the multimodal, given the progress the city has made and how we still navigate that. And I appreciate your observation that we're still doing it. It just might be a little bit slower to generate that. So I'll close there. But again, thank you for the very good work. Thank you for the presentation. Okay, thank you. Now we invite the good people from Economic Development. I don't think there's really much interest in this one, so this should go pretty fast. So. And when you're ready, just introduce yourself for the record and proceed.
Thank you, Council President and members of the Budget Committee and members of the public. I'm Christina Bibler. I'm the Director of Economic Development, and I'm here to present the Economic Development Department's proposed draft budget for the next fiscal year. Joining me at the dais is Rasheen Chen, our Assistant Deputy Director over the BOSS team. Also, we have our department's leadership and additional budgeting experts to discuss the diverse portfolio of general funds that we administer on behalf of the city. And as always, at the end of the presentation, I will highlight the vast special fund portfolio the department oversees as well. Next slide. In the past couple of years, although the department has decreased by 10 FTEs, it has grown in responsibility and in many ways intentionally, as we have embraced a holistic approach highlighting the ecosystem that a San Diegan needs to work, live, and thrive. The Economic Development Department does this with 132 full-time employees, which collectively administer the business expansion, attraction, and retention programs, cultural affairs, community development programs, including funds issued to the city by HUD, airport operations for 2 municipal airports, lease administration, acquisitions, dispositions of city-owned property, successor agency responsibilities, and corporate partnerships. To ground our discussion today, I'd like to revisit the why behind our work. Our department's mission is to provide targeted resources and outreach to promote economic vibrancy, innovation, and opportunity in every single neighborhood. And our vision is for San Diego to be the global leader in tackling tough challenges, bringing shared prosperity, sustainable growth to all residents and communities. In a year of difficult budget decisions, the department's role is even more critical than ever because our programs directly support revenue generation and economic growth and stability across the city. Although our accomplishments would require more time than I was allotted, the next 2 slides will highlight some key accomplishments reflecting the caliber of services we provide. Under customer service, we empowered 13 local organizations through capacity building grants to nonprofits that work directly with businesses fostering the economy. In addition, after years of nurturing community trust and collaboration, we delivered arts and culture support to 189 organizations, which is the highest number in the history of our organizational support and creative communities programs. Under partnerships, we expanded the foreign trade zone participation, boosting economic competitiveness, interacting with over 24 operators and applicants through our global trade landscape, and reached over 1,000 businesses through business walks and outreach, providing know your rights information. Additionally, securing new corporate partnerships with companies like Hyundai and CalCoast Credit Union to offset city costs, which offsets over $4.2 million with only 1 FTE dedicated to the citywide effort. Under strategy, we've incorporated cultural affairs programming into the broader economic development activities, such as coordination between the Black Arts and Culture District and the Storefront Improvement Partnerships. Reinvestment, we've made continued advanced efficiencies within the real estate portfolio, prioritizing surplus property strategy and repositioning underutilized assets. And then within the community, our Storefront Improvement Program completed 6 business facade enhancements, which support 43 local jobs and we have 17 more facades waiting in the pipeline for future reimbursement of funds. Future-focused economic development delivered a community-led transition to extend the impact of Promise Zone efforts to drive long-term investment into underserved neighborhoods. And investment made at our Brownfield General Aviation Airport will be for future generations with the approval of the Brownfield Airport Master Plan. Highlighting some of our budget equity impacts, these are interwoven into our programs, as is the passion to help the city accomplish the goal of advancing racial and social equity to drive more equitable outcomes and close disparities. This budget equity slide reflects a couple of examples on how we did that, delivering resources to communities that need them most. Under small business engagement, I've already mentioned the business walks, but with that, we are providing critical resources like immigration rights information. And under our small business capacity program, over 75% of the funds were allocated to organizations supporting Promise Zone communities. Under equitable infrastructure, again, with the adoption of the Brownfield Airport Master Plan, the city's moving forward with opportunity as an economic engine for South Bay, designed to stimulate job creation and business opportunities in a historically underserved community. And additionally, cultural investment, our Artist Incubator Program provided seed funding and business training for 30 artists from our most under-resourced neighborhoods, achieving a 100% completion rate. Now I will outline the significant budget adjustments and how they impact our service levels, beginning with the general fund. This year's draft budget provides no base funding for the Small Business Enhancement Program known as SBEP. Per council policy, it utilizes funds from the business tax certificate to generate revenue in direct support of small businesses. And when fully funded, the city allocates approximately $2 million to SBEP, providing for programs like capacity building and storefront improvement. You may recall in response to the budget challenges in FY26, the department was able to supplement SBEP funds with one-time funds from the former Water Sewer Capacity Bank to ensure small businesses were continued to be supported. That was a one-time resource, and those funds have been fully expended. The elimination of the baseline funding removes one of the city's only direct tools to support small businesses, particularly in underserved communities. We are also absorbing the reduction of one community development coordinator in the Community and Business Engagement Division, saving approximately $164,000 annually. This position supports the business expansion, attraction, retention programs, provides financial literacy, and tourism marketing support to underserved organizations and businesses that often find barriers engaging with government programs. Moving on to the Real Estate General Fund, some of the significant budget adjustments and service level impacts are a reduction of a program manager position, which yields $232,000 in savings. Losing this position will result in potential delays in real estate transactions and increased workload for remaining staff. On the revenue side, we are projecting an increase in real estate revenues, mainly from leases and concessions and reimbursable staff expenses. Moving on to significant budget adjustments and service level impacts under the TOT Cultural Affairs Division. The department's Cultural Affairs Division is feeling the full weight of budget reductions. In this transient occupancy tax fund, a program manager position is reduced, which yields $221,000 in savings. Losing this position is difficult as it represents a key role in leading initiatives to implement the Creative City Cultural Plan adopted in late 2024 by the City Council. Most significantly, the full reduction of all external funding allocations for organizational support programs and Creative Communities San Diego by $11.8 million. I know how deeply our local arts community relies on these funds, and I want to validate that this reduction represents a profound challenge for our creative sector. We're working on evaluating and maximizing the use of any other resources to support funding recipients, and a reduction of $11.8 million is not incremental and will fundamentally change the scale at which the city can support the creative economy and benefit from the positive economic impact these institutions and programs provide. The staff in Cultural Affairs is highly skilled and respected in their field. We will continue to pursue implementation of other aspects within the Creative City Cultural Plan, as there is much to do in this 10-year outlook for supporting the arts community. Transitioning now to the Airports Fund. While we navigate these reductions, we must remain committed to maintaining safety and compliance at our city-owned airports by investing in essential pavement repairs and providing property management services to city and private tenants. As vital hubs for transportation and commerce, our airports drive regional growth, create jobs, support our community, and their continued operation ensures reliable connectivity for travelers and businesses alike. Moving to significant budget adjustments and service level impacts in the Concourse and Petco Park Fund. The draft budget includes expenditure increase of $898,000 in the Concourse and Parking Garage Fund. This funding reimburses San Diego theaters for the operations of Central Power System that provides power and HVAC to the surrounding buildings within the Civic Center campus. Previously, these costs were shared with Development Services Enterprise Fund. However, following DSD's departure, and relocation out of the city operations building, the cost allocation among general fund and non-general fund departments has been updated. Consequently, you will also see $254,000 in Economic Development's general fund, which represents the remaining general fund department's proportional share of the cost. Additionally, there is a revenue projection revised downward, $621,000 to reflect moving out of the former King Chavez School. And for our Petco Park Fund, revenue is reduced by $230,000 related to the transfer from the Transient Occupancy Tax Fund. Moving on to two more funds, the significant budget adjustments and service level impacts of the Low Mod Income Housing Asset Fund, as well as the Long Range Property Management Fund. In the Low Mod Income Housing Asset Fund, we are prioritizing this budget $32 million for affordable housing through the Bridge to Home NOFAs, which will produce over 2,500, affordable, which has produced over 2,500 affordable housing units since 2021. We will also ensure the successor agency properties are properly managed under the Long Range Property Management Plan by supporting the staffing and administrative expenses to support the fund. Under our core baseline services in community and business engagement and real estate, given the scope of the budget impact, let me clarify what we will continue to provide. We will continue with our business expansion, attraction, retention programs as the foreign trade zone, the tourism marketing district, supporting assessment districts like business improvement districts, maintenance assessment districts within commercial corridors, small business outreach, and technical assistance. We will continue to invest in community development through the administration of federal HUD funds, state funds, affordable housing, and other grants received by the department. We will continue to maximize the impact of available resources to cultural affairs, including managing the city's public art collection, providing outreach and support for arts and culture organizations, individual artists, and ensure that the creative city implementation is woven into the broader economic development strategy through initiatives such as supporting our cultural districts and achieving affordable housing for artists. In real estate, our work will continue to be centered on strategic management of the city's portfolio to drive long-term sustainable revenue and ensure our assets are actively managed and performing in alignment with the city's goals. This includes day-to-day administration of over 980 agreements, execution of the acquisition and dispositions in compliance with legal and policy requirements, oversight and negotiation of major development projects that drive long-term economic growth and revenue, and ensuring compliance with state law, such as the Surplus Land Act, which with the city has 24 properties in various stages of the Surplus Land Act disposition process today. We will continue to fulfill the city's obligations as a successor agency, ensuring proper management of more than 100 agreements and disposition in accordance with state requirements, and continue to support the city's corporate partnerships program, leveraging partnerships to generate revenue, deliver measurable value to the city and its residents. As I said before, the corporate partnerships program delivers a value of over $4 million. In baseline services for our airports, the core mandate for airports is 24/7 access to the National Air Transportation System and safety. We will continue to prioritize airfield maintenance and FAA compliance, pursue grant funds to pursue and support our airport projects. And airports are more than just runways. Directly, we support an economic engine of more than 2,000 jobs.
We're advancing revenue-generating strategies to ensure long-term self-sustainability of the airport's enterprise fund, and Airports actively manages over 240 agreements in the property portfolio. Lastly, timely communication with the public on airports-related inquiries will continue to be prioritized. The department did a zero-based budgeting review, and it covers 2 general fund-supported areas in the TOT portion of the arts and culture funding. Real estate shows a funding gap in supporting reimbursements to San Diego theaters for staffing and maintaining central power system pursuant to the ground lease agreement. Funding is included in this draft budget proposal to cover this gap. The zero-based budget review also shows that our spending is highly restricted. For example, 81% of the Community and Business Engagement Division is pass-through funding for non-economic development programs. The remaining funds are largely dedicated to other mandated spending. This draft budget includes a transfer of $3 million from economic development for the eviction prevention program, which is administered by HSSD, into that department for proper administration. In the TOT fund, most of the budget goes directly to supporting San Diego artists and nonprofit cultural organizations. As we navigate the budgetary impact on arts and culture initiatives, we will prioritize the remaining resources for cultural planning and public art programs, and we see exciting opportunities to incorporate Creative City implementation into the larger economic development strategy update. The next 2 slides are an eye test for you, but if I can just highlight, this shows the vast overview of department revenue. This is not general fund. These are the other funds that the department manages, which in its current projection is almost $200 million in budgeted funding sources that the department manages in revenue. If you go to the next slide. And exceeding $300 million in expenditures. Some of our funds cross, because they are special funds, multiple fiscal years, which then take several years in order to accomplish, to which then the department always has an outflow and an intake that far exceeds the resources that we have. However, we do that in order to achieve the greater goals within the city, and we do it with great expertise. In closing, I want to emphasize that the work this department is doing is directly related to the city's ability to support and invest in the businesses and communities we serve, generate long-term revenue, and responsibly manage the assets entrusted to us. Even with reduced resources, our team remains deeply committed to delivering valuable programs, being good stewards of public assets, and advancing equitable opportunities that benefit the city and its residents for generational impact. And that concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you for that presentation. I'll turn it over to the Office of the IBA.
Thank you, Council President LaCava. I'm Noah Fleischman, Senior Fiscal and Policy Analyst with the Office of the Independent Budget Analyst. The Economic Development Department oversees multiple divisions and funds. However, our report focuses on EDD's budgeted functions. For general funded EDD functions, there's the proposed reduction of 1 vacant Community Development Coordinator position. Additionally, funding for the Small Business Enhancement Program, or SBEP, remains eliminated in FY27 after one-time funding was used in FY 2026. For the General Fund Real Estate Division, there's a proposed reduction of 1 Field Program Manager position in the Disposition Unit. Net lease revenue is projected to increase by $833,000 or 1.1% over FY 2026 budget. Additionally, this is the first year that contractually required costs related to the San Diego Civic Theater central power operations will be shared in part by the Real Estate Division and Concourse and Parking Garage Fund. For the Cultural Affairs Divisions, which is funded by the TOT Fund, there's a proposed reduction of 1 vacant program manager position and a net $11.8 million reduction to the Creative Community San Diego Grant Program, Organizational Support Program grants, and Impact grants. Since a majority of council members have previously indicated support for arts and culture funding in your previous budget priority memos, our office would recommend that your deliberation today and/or final budget priority memos discuss 3 things related to arts and culture funding. 1, targeted amounts of funding that may be restored to arts and culture grants. 2, if no new revenue is identified, what corresponding levels of expenditure reductions in the TOT fund or general fund you would support. And 3, should funding for arts and culture grant programs be restored, how would you like those grants to be awarded to minimize harm to organizational level operations? My colleague Helen from the Division of Race and Equity will discuss this further during her comments. Next, the Airport Division Enterprise Fund proposes the addition of 3% of an FTE due to the proposed restructuring of part of a Deputy Chief Operating Officer position from the General Fund into the Airport Enterprise Fund. The Airports Fund's new one-time expenditures are related to runway and taxiway safety improvements, and new ongoing expenditures related to property management at Montgomery Gibbs Executive Airport Business Park. Next, the Concourse and Parking Garage Operating Fund is projected to have a negative $2.2 million fund balance at the end of this year, in part due to the previous year's fund balance being swept to support the general fund, ongoing expenditure increases related to the contractual cost sharing for the San Diego Civic Theater central power operations mentioned earlier, and the loss of revenue from the King Chavez Community High School vacating the lease space at A Street and 2nd Street. Cost savings and additional revenue may be identified throughout the year, but we'll continue to work with the department and DOF to monitor this fund. For the Petco Park Fund, there's an $832,000 expense reduction due to ballpark bond refunding. Additionally, during Monday's BRC hearing on the Special Promotional Programs budget, Councilmember Elo Rivero asked our office for additional information on the budget for the Petco Park Fund. We'll need additional time to work with DOF, EDD, and the Office of the City Attorney to provide council with more analysis and context on the revenues generated and contractually required expenses incurred as the Joint Use Management Agreement, or JUMA, between the city and Padres. And lastly, the Low and Moderate Income Housing Asset Fund proposes expenditures of $32 million for the Bridge to Home Funding Program, a $10 million increase from FY26. With that, I'll hand it over to my colleague Helen from the Division of Race and Equity to discuss budget equity implications.
Thank you, Noah. Again, Helen Waldegorgas, pronouns she, her, hers, with the IBA's Division of Race and Equity. Our budget equity implications within the department review start on page 158. 5 adjustments within Economic Development's proposed budget include equity implications, all of which reflect reductions. As noted in the report, the reduction of the Community Development Coordinator from the Business Expansion, Attraction, and Retention BEAR program decreases the team's capacity to provide services to potential and existing participating organizations. This would disproportionately burden the small businesses and nonprofits in underserved communities that may have reduced access to the technical assistance, outreach, navigation, and funding information provided by staff. The purpose of the Small Business Enhancement Program, SBEP, is to provide continuing support to small businesses in recognition of their vital economic, employment, service, and cultural roles, and their importance in sustaining and revitalizing older commercial neighborhoods and adjoining residential areas. The proposed reduction of SBEP would eliminate funding programs like capacity building grants, which in FY26 awarded 13 organizations a total of $180,000, and storefront improvement grants, which are projected to assist 47 businesses by the close of this fiscal year. Moving on to arts and culture. The elimination of external grant funding for the Organizational Support Program, OSP, and Creative Communities San Diego, CCSD, reduces opportunities for local arts and culture nonprofits to access general operational support and implement arts and culture projects in FY27. The table on page 159 shows the number of FY26 OSP grant awarded organizations sorted across 3 of the 6 award thresholds. 93 organizations were funded at the lowest threshold, splitting $3.7 million. 19 organizations were funded at the middle threshold, splitting $3.5 million, and 7 organizations were funded at the highest threshold, splitting $2.4 million. Of the 119 funded organizations, on average, organizations with a smaller annual operating income, AOI, received smaller grants that represent a higher proportion of their AOI, while larger organizations received larger grants that represent a smaller proportion of their AOI. Should partial or full funding be restored for FY27, this distribution strategy may warrant further consideration, including 1, funding more organizations at smaller amounts, 2, funding less organizations at higher amounts, and 3, maintaining the same proportion of funding across award thresholds. The table on page 160 shows the number of FY26 CCSD grant awarded organizations sorted across project budgets. 58 organizations were funded for projects at the lowest project budget level, splitting $583,000. 9 organizations were funded for projects at the mid-range project level, splitting $493,000. 3 organizations were funded for projects at the highest project budget level, splitting $641,000. Of the 74 funded organizations, on average, projects with a smaller project budget received smaller grants that represent a higher proportion of the project budget, and projects with a larger budget received larger grants that represent a smaller proportion of the project budget. As noted in the report, the department is currently in the process of updating its funding distribution protocols for both of these 2 grant programs based on the Creative City Cultural Plan, with the goal of a more equitable process implemented into the FY28 award process. While Council Policy 100-13 allows for OSP and CCSD as funding categories from TOT, there are no specific funding targets or goals defined for either program. Should partial or full funding be restored, Council may want to consider working with the department to develop a policy outlining funding thresholds and award targets. Lastly, the reduction of the Cultural Affairs Program Manager further diminishes already constrained staff resources towards implementation of the Creative City Cultural Plan. Should the proposed reduction of OSP and CCSD grant funding go through, remaining staff would spend the majority of their time on programming based on the plan, which, as noted in the report, relies on significantly higher levels of funding and staff than were included in the FY26 adopted budget and FY27 proposed budget. That concludes my comments. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you both for the IBA's perspective, very helpful. We'll go to council now and start with Council President Pro Tem Lee.
Thank you, Council President. There's a lot to go through here, but I'm going to focus my conversation on just a couple of particular areas of interest. And so let me start with the Small Business Enhancement Program. Christina, you had mentioned that typically that funding has been allocated out of the business tax license that is collected by the city. And we do have a policy in place that helps to determine what the amount would be if it was to be fully funded. And can you outline how that's calculated once again?
Yes, Council President Pro Tem. The SBEP funding on a per business tax certificate is then collected, put into a pot. It is roughly $20 for a business tax certificate. Then based on the number of business tax licenses, then that allocation is up for the budget process to be directly allocated to economic development to program for the benefit of small businesses. And so on average, if council were to fully fund it, it would be roughly between $1.8 and $2 million. It is based on what was received that year. So I do believe it's slightly less this year, but that's how the process works.
For how long now has that funding been determined as one time as opposed to ongoing? Was it ever ongoing funding?
There is a base budget that was always ongoing, and that base budget was approximately $750,000. And that was included in economic development's budget. And then council would then decide whether to augment that up to the full amount per the council policy or not.
So that base budget, as I recall, has been in place for quite some time before my existence here on the council. And as you noted, this council has typically every year in the budget found ways to either allocate additional funding or last year, I want to share our appreciation that the team was able to find funding to help offset cuts there. And I point this out because this is the small pool of funding that we are collecting from businesses to begin with, from their licenses, that we put back out specifically in support of our small business community. And so while we're going to get into arts and culture in just a moment, it is not an insignificant amount, but a very meaningful amount that has gone to support some of our business improvement districts and other efforts in local areas. It's one of the ways that we have, as a city, have signaled that small business is very important to us and that we're not just serving large institutions and corporations at the end of the day. And I think the disappointment on my end here is that we've already struggled year after year to try to augment that funding to come closer to what we have set in policy, only to find this year that it is being completely eliminated altogether. One of the programs that I believe is moving is the eviction prevention program, which is transitioning from EDD to HSSD. Is that going to continue to be administered by the San Diego Housing Commission? And are there any other changes we should expect with that transition?
You're correct. So it has been and will continue to be, per this council's budget approval, administered by the Housing Commission. HSSD does already manage that agreement with the Housing Commission. It was just a decision to put it into Economic Development's budget as of last year. So we're transferring that to the proper budget department.
It was just curious to me because, as you pointed out, last year it was in Economic Development Department's budget. Was it similar the year prior, or was it moved?
Actually, it was not budgeted prior. It came as of that past year. And so in economic development, we have a pass-through. Rasheen has a clarification.
Sure.
Just to clarify, there was a smaller amount budgeted in F25 for the program. But the entirety of 3 million, F26 was the first year the department got the entirety of the 3 million. But as Christina mentioned, it was HSSD who has agreement with Housing Commission to administer program. So we feel it's appropriate to budget the 3 million in HSSD versus EDD.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that. So this previously was in the Economic Development Department. It's being moved to Homelessness Strategies and Solutions. And I only point this out uniquely because we are being presented as a council with a series of options on how we would like to cut homelessness funding this year, because apparently reductions are necessary there as well. And one of the options, actually multiple of the options, point out the possibility of specifically cutting the eviction prevention program that this council has fought for, applied every single year in our budget process. And so I understand the move from a contractual standpoint, but it really sticks out to me that we are being asked to pick from programs to cut from, and this program was specifically moved from EDD to that department so that it could be considered as an option for a cut. I don't know how to see it any other way unless anyone would like to enlighten us on that.
I think I'm going to go back to what Christina said. We're putting that budget in the proper department where it should have been allocated the first time. I think it was part of a range of options. You'll hear that tomorrow from HSSD, Council President Pro Tem, and we'll go through those with you. But it is simply just putting that money where it is best fit within the organization.
Again, understand that. I think what it says to me is, from a value standpoint, 2 years ago, we fought hard enough for that funding to be retained in the final council action, to the point that last year it was not touched and it was actually touted as something that the city was continuing to promote. And this year it's being presented and laid out to us an option for us to decide if it's no longer a necessary piece of support that the city provides. Moving next to arts and culture. This one's been a very difficult discussion up to this point, and it's been a part of every public hearing we have. I'm going to assume that most of the people who are here in the audience here are here for that today. And I'll admit it's very personal for me because before coming to this office, I served as the executive director of a nonprofit arts organization. And so I can tell you firsthand how much I felt that the work that was being done in the community is work that the city itself is incapable of providing. But that work was also only made possible in large part because of the support of a city that was very proud of itself for supporting arts and culture. I think many of the organizations that are here today understand the difference between city funding and the philanthropic or admissions funding that you fight for every single day. What was so unique about the city's funding is that it was truly for operational support. For so many nonprofit organizations who are trying to deliver programs in the community, the grants they apply for are for specific programs. You lose that program, grant funding, you simply cut that program. The difference for the city was that we were trying to help provide for the actual overhead of operating and doing what you do within the city. And that's what we're pulling the plug from. And I understand that the cuts have to be made. I've told arts and culture folks myself that I think to try to restore the entirety of the amount is a tremendous challenge given the budget scenario that we are facing. But I have also noted that in a year where we as a city are seeking to achieve what we call a structurally balanced budget, that I cannot envision a city where structurally balanced does not include arts and culture, where it doesn't include small business support. So the department has been fantastic in doing this work, even when I still don't understand the consolidation of arts and culture under EDD, not because of your capability to do that work, but because to me, it sent a signal to the community as to where we value that community in the city's entire portfolio. And it should have been a telling sign because 2 years later, we cut the funding for it. We've heard several times now from the mayor that we're not cutting 100% of arts and culture. So Christina, I'm going to actually ask you to walk me through what is remaining in arts and culture funding.
Thank you, Council President Pro Tem. The amount that remains is just under $2 million, and that will be for staffing support and administration of the division. In addition, it will provide some contractual obligations for example, the Horton Theaters Foundation, for the Lyceum, et cetera. We also manage the Public Art Fund, which is a totally separate fund, and there are staff administering those funds, and it has roughly $7 million in it. And so management of the collection, as well as implementation of the Creative City Cultural Plan is what we plan on doing.
Can you walk me through how many full-time employees are in that $1.9 million?
Correct. So assuming that the reduction of the program manager moves forward, that includes 6 FTEs total.
Of the Public Art Fund that is currently available, how much funding from the Public Art Fund is intended to be distributed this year?
I would need to get back to you on that with the breakdown of which projects are closest, unless Raishi knows off the top of her head.
Yeah, so there's also spending restriction related to public arts funds. We'll need to conduct a detailed review to see if we are able to repurpose any of those funds.
So I ask because it's been touted by the city that we're retaining $2 million in arts funding and an additional $8 million or so in public arts funding. It feels like a bit of a trick to the public, I imagine. If of that $8 million, we don't have an answer for how much we're actually deploying this year. Can you walk me through each of the full-time employee positions that are remaining in arts and culture?
Yes, and may I clarify that the Public Art Fund and administration of that collection is a direct result of the funds that are collected to administer that. They aren't grant funds. They are to then create art in both public and private developments. So I just want to clarify that for the public record. The positions that we have in cultural affairs are an assistant deputy director, which previously was the director when it was its separate department. The proposed reduction of the program manager, a program coordinator that directly supports the Commission for Arts and Culture, as well as administers 2 other positions, a senior arts management analyst and an arts analyst, and then also replicating that on the other side of the house for the Public Art Fund, a senior arts management analyst and an arts analyst. So those are the 6 positions total.
So of the 6 positions, 2 of them are specifically to manage the public art side of it?
Correct.
Do you know roughly how much that is in the budget?
I don't, but I'd be happy to get that back to you.
Of the remaining positions that are available, how many of those individuals were administering our grant programs to the public, to organizations and
2 dedicated full-time staff members.
that, is that what's been cut in this budget?
No, what has been proposed to be reduced is the program manager position, which was another leadership position overseeing the functionality of the division. But with a little bit of the restructuring, those represented employees will remain because we still have much to implement within the Creative City Plan. And the recently vacated program manager position was reduced.
So we've retained the positions that were intended to help support the pretty significant amount of grant giving the city was doing previously, but we retained $0 of the grant funding that they were administering.
If I may, yeah, just to add on to maybe what Helen alluded to, is that the department is actively looking to restructure how the grant funds were distributed. It is my understanding that it is a this budget year solution, and that we have already undertaken and started earlier this year prior to the budget being released, a restructuring best management practices of how to allocate the grants in a more equitable way in the future. And we shared that with the Department of Race and Equity as well.
I understand. And I've heard from arts and culture commissioners who have noted that that work's been in progress for a number of years because there's always been an intent to relook at the formulas that the city provides. So I would just note that I don't think that is unique to this one year, though it's easy to say that we're retaining staff just to do that work. How much funding is going into the Creative Community Cultural Plan at this point?
Right now, there is no funding dedicated to the Creative Cultural Plan. This would be staff time in order to implement some of the actions.
And by the way, I'm going to look at the Office of the Mayor right now because this is not a suggestion that in the May revise, you cut the staff in this department even further. But I think it bears a question to ask. What's let's take the public arts piece of it out of it, but I don't think anyone has an answer on the amount, so maybe a third. What's $1.2 million of arts and culture staffing doing at this point?
Well, I'd go back to Christina's comments that they're still continuing to support the Creative City Cultural Plan. We've got several different initiatives. We're also working on cultural districts. They're going to continue to be there to support the arts and culture community. And I'm just going to leave it at that.
I think we're reducing support for small business and arts and culture to talking to people. I don't think those folks are going to consider that to be support. And again, I'm not discounting the amount of work that these folks were doing. They were doing a tremendous amount of work and supported by the department in doing so. I'm going to turn and ask the mayor's office here, was an economic impact analysis completed regarding the cuts being made to arts and culture?
No, there was not.
All right, I know you're not happy about a lot of this, but kind of keep it down. Council President Pro Tem Lee, I think, no.
That's what I was just going to say, back of the napkin math, the two positions that you mentioned that administer the Public Arts Fund, it's about $230,000.
Got it. I'm sorry. So there was no economic impact analysis completed before making these reductions?
That is correct, Council President Pro Tem. I mean, we do understand the impacts to the community. We understand that these are real impacts, but as far as an economic study, no, there was not one done.
When was the arts and culture community notified of the cuts that they were going to be expected to take?
I'm going to ask Emily from the mayor's office to come up and answer that question. I believe she helped with some of that outreach.
Thank you, Casey. Yes, there was a briefing held the day before the budget release, so on April 14th. That was when I notified some of the arts and culture community leaders of this cut.
Thank you, Emily. I guess along those same lines, what conversations were held with any philanthropic organizations and partners prior to the budget being released about the cuts?
As I mentioned yesterday, we are going to be hosting an additional philanthropic meeting to ask if there's any opportunities to fund some of these caps. There wasn't a specific meeting prior to communicating with arts and culture community.
So there was not any effort made to connect to any philanthropic organizations prior to the budget being announced to share that we were going to eliminate $11.8 million of arts funding in the city?
That's correct.
So can I just ask, what do you think the response would be from any philanthropic partners in this city if they found out about the cut the day after it was announced?
I don't know that I can speak on behalf of the philanthropic community. I don't know what their response would be.
Thank you, Emily. And I'm not expecting you to be able to speak for them, because if we haven't talked to them yet, then obviously we wouldn't know. And that's not your fault by any means. I think if there was any one day where the mayor deserved to be in this room to explain how this decision was made, today would have been that day. And I appreciate the staff that's here, that's doing the work, that's trying to have these conversations. But I think what this continues to tell all of us is something that I'm going to tie back to. Oh, actually, before I get to that, one last thing here. When this was presented, it was noted that this cut was intended to really be a pause. Can you explain how we envision to unpause next year?
I would defer to DOF or the mayor's office.
Yeah, I think at this point in time, Council President Pro Tem, we're looking at this as a one-time pause. And we'll be working to identify funding to bring it back in the next fiscal years.
So I'm asking again then, what would be the plan to bring back funding for this in the next fiscal years?
That's a difficult question to answer. I think there's a lot of desire to bring these funds back, and we're going to be working hard to bring these funds back. We recognize the impacts. I don't have a specific plan for you today, but it is something that we're taking a hard look at, understanding the impacts.
Thank you, Casey. I actually really appreciate that comment that you just made right here at the end. When we opened the budget discussions with the presentation of the budget by the mayor, Councilmember Elo Rivera asked our mayor what I believe is a fundamental question to guide the entire budget process, which is, what is the vision behind the budget and how we move forward as a city? And as we move forward from hearing to hearing, I think the conclusion we've all recognized over and over is that there simply is not one. It's not enough just to present a budget that is balanced by the numbers. In a time where the city is grappling with extremely limited resources, it becomes even more important to ask ourselves, what's the balance of services we seek to deliver as a city? The plan that outright eliminates entire lines of support for small businesses and cultural and arts organizations is not a plan. What I just heard from you, Casey, is something really meaningful and that I've been looking for since the moment this budget was proposed. We all knew difficult cuts would be coming. I think I, for one, hoped that what we would hear from the administration was not just how necessary the cuts we were being asked to take were and why everyone would have to endure that, but to hear what are we actually going to be fighting for to bring back. But we haven't heard that. We didn't hear it last year or the year before either. And so there's going to be May revised coming in a week and a half. And I think what's disappointing to me is not getting a sense that there is an actual desire to collaborate to find an answer to this question. And to go to philanthropic partners in this city, actually, we haven't even gone to them yet, after you release a cut of this kind, only invites one kind of response, which is that no one is here to bail out the city of San Diego from what was our responsibility before today. And so I can tell you, I'm going to be making every effort, I'm sure with many of my colleagues, to engage every partner within this region, because without a plan, I think what I see for the future of San Diego is that we are actually saying that the city will no longer be able to support arts and culture into the future. I don't want to see another $2 million attached to an organization next year in the budget with nothing that we are delivering other than just kind support. So I think it's time that we gather with regional partners throughout this region to discuss how we move forward. And we have to do so in a way that acknowledges that the city may not be playing the role that it once was. And I think we should be transparent with you if that is the truth. And we should be okay with telling you that that is the truth. Not because we don't care, but because in order to care, we need to show that we are fighting to actually deliver on the services that are being lost, and that we are committed to working with every partner who's interested in doing that across this region. So I look forward to those conversations in the weeks ahead. My hope is that we will find an avenue to help you restore, Ms. Bibler, some of the funding that your department has helped to really empower our community to make use of. And I hope our colleagues will be interested in doing the same in the weeks ahead. Thank you, Council President.
All right, thank you, Council President. I gave you some of my time because you were on a good road there, and I wanted you to have the full opportunity there. Councilmember Campillo, you're up next.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you to the members of the public who are here. Thank you to our staff for the presentation. I'll start with just a quick question on some economic development department issue real quick. We got an email earlier this week from the Tourism Marketing District from Colleen Anderson. I see that there's an elimination of a community development coordinator, which takes the total positions there from 5 to 4. And it's in my understanding that that position being eliminated receives essentially 80% of its funding from the TMD to support the TMD administratively. The Tourism Marketing District does a lot to promote, put on commercials, essentially draw a ton of people to San Diego. Christina, can you let me know why this position was being eliminated when really only it's 20% of that position was coming out of our budget, 80% was being funded by them?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. So to clarify, there are a lot of positions that charge to the TMD Administrative Fund, including in the City Treasurer's Office. We aren't the only department.
Right.
So it does provide a broad spectrum of available support. The Community Development Coordinator, when charged with meeting our reduction proposals, has been vacant for roughly a year, and the work has been supported by the department without additional hiccups. And so when you look at where we are willing to maybe take the additional Tourism Marketing District administration funds and not lose a level of service, overall, it would be great to keep that position. But I would offer this council a vacant position before I would offer a filled position. And in this case, that was the hard decision to put before you.
Got it, understood. The IBA report does note that that was temporarily filled by an out-of-class assignment. Can you explain what that, how that work was being done, who it was being done by?
Absolutely. So within the Community Development Specialist classification, you have everything from CDS 1s all the way up to the Community Development Coordinator. This was an out-of-class assignment within the department of a CDS 4 that was backfilling that position and taking on that role in an interim basis. They fully extended all of their extensions available to them, and the CDS 4 is going back to their full-time position as a CDS 4, doing the same role.
Councilman, I'll just add, and the department, correct me if I'm wrong, that the elimination of that position doesn't prevent any other position that is budgeted from still billing against the TMD fund for work that they may do in their classification for the TMD.
And that's the point I was trying to make earlier, correct?
Understood. So it's fully your intention that the work that was done will continue to be done to support the TMD in drawing millions of people to San Diego?
Absolutely.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I appreciate the line of questioning from my colleague, Council President Pro Tem. I'm going to spend the rest of my time talking about arts and culture here, and I spoke about it the other day as well. I think that the elimination, near elimination of the division as the public experiences it, is a really big setback for the city, and it's being made despite clear community feedback, years of council direction to increase the support and not eliminate it. And I said the other day that if we had invested more in arts the year before and the year before that, I think our budget deficit last year and this year and next year would be smaller because we would be improving our local economy. So as we cut this, as we look to see how to replenish the funding is the way I'll put it, we need to take the burden off of the arts and culture community and our community-centered departments, things like that. I'll just note that the way it gets talked about, external funding allocation, that essentially tells the arts and culture community that we see you as external, not us. I know it's administrative finance speak. I know it's not trying to be rude, but it really is failing to see that the arts and culture community operates in our parks, in our libraries. It's more of an adjunct and complement to the city. You do the things that we don't do in the buildings we have. I would say if we didn't call it an external funding allocation, if we called it an external employment support, like workforce development and small business support, would we see it as something different? Would we value it more? What about external housing support? Because your workers that you might have to lay off aren't going to be able to pay their rent. What if we called it external housing support, like the Housing Instability Fund, where we give people who are struggling to pay their bills to stay in their homes? How is this any different? External philanthropic incentives, because as Council President Pro Tem Lee so adequately pointed out, the philanthropists who you rely on already very heavily are now going to say, no, we're not backfilling for the city. We've given so much. We can't just look at philanthropists as endless piggy bank. They already donate a lot of money to what you're trying to do. If we called it an external economic competitiveness incentive, would we value it more? Because it sounds like it's not art. As I pointed out, you're not really external at all. You operate in Balboa Park, which is a city park. You operate in places in Liberty Station, which we own a lot of those buildings, city facilities, city parks, city schools too. That's not even our government, but you do it in our schools. So, helping our children there. In a manner of speaking, I could describe arts and culture spending as a lot more like an internal departmental transfer. Yesterday, we were told how much we ought to cut parks and libraries. And with cuts to arts, we don't just make hours less at rec centers and libraries, we make the time people are going to spend in those parks and libraries even less appealing. That's a double punch. And there's a more fundamental problem here. We have a budget analyst who can tell us what the budget cuts will do and what replenishing certain funds will do and how to work with full-time employees, how to divvy up those funds. But we don't actually have an economist on staff who tells us what we're going to lose in the next year's budget if we cut here or invest there. I would say Council President Pro Tem stole my line, but I appreciate that he did it. When the council passed the Balboa Park parking fees last year, I asked two questions, and one of which was, do we have an economic analysis to determine what the parking fees will do to businesses and nonprofits and the loss of other revenues we might face? And the answer was no. I don't blame the city staff for not having that. The city's made it harder to access the core of arts and culture, and now we've pulled the rug out from underneath you. I can't think of any way to put it other than the city is flying blind on the whole idea, and now we're flailing to find $11.9 million. And I hope the people in the crowd here know that I'm not looking at Casey and Christina and saying they're the ones who should have the why. They're the ones who know how. And I rely on them to tell me how we're going to execute things, and they are great at their job to execute on how. I look to the mayor to understand why. The larger governance problem is that on the whole, the city does not know what the impacts of its decisions will be, and therefore, any why that we're giving will not make sense. On things like the pavement management plan, let me be very clear, pavement management plan, stormwater plans, a lot of infrastructure programs, we know the liabilities, potential damages. In that area, we actually have a really good sense of why and how. But on the whole, the general fund, the city is flying in the dark on impacts. We have a lot of data to make decisions, but we actually don't have the professionals to interpret that data in a way that can tell us how to best invest it. Except we do have a creative city cultural plan that tells us just how important arts and culture are to our region and our city. And I thank Jonathan Gluss for his amazing work getting that passed, or getting that through before he left. We have entrepreneurs and artists and CFOs and their accountants, the people who understand the money and the people who understand the performance in this room, telling us this is what the real life impact and the economic impact will be. So I think we should listen to them. They're telling us what this is going to do. And I just point out that there's an absolute irony that the same year the US Mint ends making the penny, the mayor has proposed that we essentially end penny for the arts. It's not funny. It's just ironic. This is good jobs. This is people putting food on their table, paying for their health care, investing in their children, paying their rent. But because they're external funding allocations, we don't take it seriously. So I want you to know I take you seriously. District 7 constituents take you seriously. The parents in my district who say we need more art in our libraries and our parks and our schools, everywhere in the city, they take you seriously. And I'm sorry I don't have that why for you today. That's really important to me to understand that. So I'll keep fighting with it for you, and I thank you, Council President Pro Tem Lee, for pointing out we're flying blind here. Thank you, Council President.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Campillo. We'll go next to Councilmember Elo Rivera.
All right. Thank you, Council President. Thanks, Christina, as always, for everything you and your team do. Noah, thank you. Helen, thank you. All right. So one, I will say thank you to my colleagues for digging in and the questions that they asked. There's a couple things here that I want to dig into, just kind of to make sure I'm asking explicitly. We talked with, this is in the weeds, but we talked with planning about the way that they analyzed whether or not shifting from from unclassified to classified could have savings. Did your department do a similar analysis?
We did look at that as we were in the same branch and having those discussions. Because of the way that the positions that were proposed to be cut were either vacant or there was another position in the department that could assist with that workload, meaning there may have been a reciprocal skill set. That's really what we focused on, was to eliminate positions, not eliminate positions that have one role, but eliminate proposed positions for reduction that could be filled by another subject matter expert with a similar skill set.
Got it. But the reclassification that was analyzed?
We did look at that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. And before I go further, I'm going to give another chance to answer the question I asked a couple weeks ago that Council President Pro Tem highlighted. Is there anyone from the mayor's office who'd like to speak to the vision that we are trying to pursue, the goals that we are trying to achieve with the proposed budget, specifically as it relates to economic development?
Councilmember, the mayor has been very clear in the vision that he has for this budget, in which
Chris, his response to me was that it was in the strategic plan, so don't tell me that.
so focusing on the fundamentals is the answer, Councilmember, which is
That's not a vision, Chris.
fourfold.
That's not a vision.
Number one, it's affordable housing, building homes at a price that San Diegans can afford. Number two, addressing the homelessness crisis. Number three,
Yep.
public safety, keeping San Diegans safe.
Right.
That is a very fundamental service. And number four is fixing the damn roads.
So those are
right? So
priorities.
those are the four
priorities,
key
Chris.
points. And that's a
Those are-
very
those are-
clear vision from the
Yeah, no,
mayor.
that's not a vision. Those are priorities, which I appreciate. I appreciate priorities. That's not a vision. That's not a place we're trying to go. It's just bluntly, it's not. Those are priorities. And I appreciate priorities. Those are helpful. But again, the budget is supposed to be bringing us somewhere. It's a document to get us to a goal. And within that document, there should be priorities. But we need to understand what we're trying to get. And I cannot understand that because it's not being articulated. So I'll stop there. Understood. There is no vision as of now outside of what lies in the strategic plan, which is a world-class city for all. That is what it says in the document. That doesn't mean a lot. If you'd like, do you have a different response? You're shaking your head.
Councilmember, I disagree with that assessment. Having an affordable city, having a city where people can afford to have a roof over their heads,
Yes.
having a city that is safe, and having a city where you have smooth roads and safe sidewalks, that is a vision. I would disagree that it's just a priority.
Well,
that is a vision.
you're starting to articulate. I'm not going to play a game of semantics with you, Chris. I'm just not going to do that.
I would also rather not.
Well, I'm not going to do that with you. Okay, I will take my time back and I will ask you not to speak if that's what you're going to do. What I'm saying is you are starting to actually get toward a vision. The mayor has not articulated one. And you're hearing frustration from the council. I'll just speak for myself and from the community because we don't know what any of this is for. What is the context for the cuts that we're seeing that are being proposed to us? Why are certain departments being asked to slash their budget at a specific amount without any context for where that's trying to get us? It makes everything that much more frustrating. So within the context of this budget, I keep talking about the choices that are being made. On Monday, we highlighted, and Noah, thank you again for pointing out that it's going to require additional analysis, but that's analysis that I think should have already happened about the choice to subsidize the public safety that is provided to the Padres for events at Petco Park instead of maintaining some level of funding for arts and culture programming. It pulls from the same pot of money. And so I'd like to provide whoever a chance to talk about that choice. Why is subsidizing the Padres, who just sold for $3.9 billion, a better choice than providing $2 million in funding for arts and culture organizations with everything that goes along with that.
I can take that one, council member. I think what you're speaking towards is a reimbursement for PD and fire services that are outlined in the JUMA, the Joint Use Management Agreement, for the Petco Park with the Padres. So I believe that that's a contractual obligation, but I'd like to learn more about that and dive more into that. I do know that that JUMA is going to be expiring in, I believe, 2034. Also, we will have the opportunity to engage with new ownership at some point. We have not been contacted by them yet, but it is something that I know that both PD and Fire have wanted to take a look at as well.
And council member, if I may provide some additional context here. So it is specifically defined in the JUMA that the city is obligated to cover.
To provide services, but whether or not we have to pay for that is a different question. I think that's the analysis that needs to be done. And here's where I'm going with this. There's times when we don't even ask the question. We don't even ask the question of, do we actually have to shoulder the cost, or can a wildly profitable enterprise shoulder the cost? We know we have to provide those services. We do not know we have to pay for them. And time again, folks who cannot afford to pay more are asked to pay more. And those who can afford to pay more are not asked to pay anything. And so, like, can we just pause to ask the question and do the analysis of, do we actually have to be paying for this, or can literal billionaires pay for it instead?
We'll be happy to look at that, Councilmember.
Thank you, and I appreciate the IBA again for pointing that out. And I'm not saying that it's going to give us the answer that we want, but I have such a problem with us not even pausing to ask the question. Similarly, the Small Business Enhancement Program, Council President Pro Tem spoke to this. It is so popular. I know you know this. It means so much to the small businesses in this city. It makes a huge difference to them. And so in a city that is amongst the lowest in the country in terms of what we ask big corporations to pay, was any consideration given as we came to the realization that we were going to zero out the support for small businesses via the Small Business Enhancement Program? Was any consideration given to asking or demanding big corporations to pay more?
I'll take that. The simple answer is no.
Thank you. I appreciate the honesty, Casey. And again, this is where I get frustrated with where we're at, because similar to what was pointed out by Council President Pro Tem and not going out and having conversations with the arts and culture community, not going out and having conversations with the small business community about these opportunities being zeroed out, or excuse me, this funding being zeroed out, and not giving them a chance to start to pivot, to figure out if there are ways to partner, to bridge gaps. There's a lack of, I don't know if it's urgency or just kind of the fortitude to have difficult conversations with the people in this city who are not paying their fair share. And that is so troubling to me. It's so troubling to me that rather than like dig deep and say, you know, the Padres are worth almost $4 billion. Maybe they can pay for the public safety that they rely on to make all that money. Or before we ask, again, multinational, multi-billion-dollar corporations to pay a little bit more, we just default to having it land on small businesses and our arts and culture community. And I don't want to I wish I didn't feel like I needed to make it as an us versus them situation, but that's now where we're at, because a choice was made of them instead of them. And if we're going to get to where I think we should be as a city, and I think where most San Diegans think we should be, which is where everyday people have a fighting chance and can see a future, where arts and culture is invested in, where young people have an opportunity to achieve their potential, where communities feel safe, where all of those things, we're at a breaking point if we're at a fork in the road where we're either going to do that by asking and demanding that those who make the most pay their fair share, or give up on the whole thing and become a lesser version of San Diego. And I'm not okay with the latter. I'm not okay with being a lesser version of San Diego when we know the resources exist in this city to get to a better place. So I want to say again, how frustrated I am with the choices that are being made, the false choices that we're being presented with, and with the not just the lack of vision, but the lack of willingness to demand more from those with the most. Because it leaves us in a place where we're just not being the city that we can be, and that is sad, and it's unnecessary. So thank you again, Christina, for answering questions. Casey, I appreciate your honesty. We've got to get to a better place. And again, here's I'll end on an optimistic note. The resources exist in this city to do that. So that is the light at the end of the tunnel for me, is that we do not live in a place where we cannot be better. We absolutely can. What has to change is our willingness to demand those who can pay, do pay. Thank you, Council President.
Council President?
Yes.
May I just,
yeah.
I'd love to get something on the record.
Yeah.
And Councilmember, I think you would appreciate, as a result of the difficult budget season we had last year, we were able to, in a timely manner, put into a request for sponsorship for our financial partner, support for our small businesses. And I'd like to highlight that CalCoast Credit Union is a great partner of the city. They did advance their funds, and thanks to Sarah Brenna, who oversees our corporate partnerships program, prepared me with just this quick data point of previously the city had received 160,000, of which 60,000 of that went directly to the Promise Zone initiatives for capacity building. Their new contract is 275,000 with programming for our small businesses. So although it's not the magnitude to which you're speaking of, I would like to thank CalCoast Credit Union for their partnership coming alongside the city to support our small businesses.
I thank you for that, Christina. The sponsorship piece is an important piece of the puzzle, and I appreciate the work that's being done on that front. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Rivera. Before we go to Councilmember Moreno, we have Councilmember Von Wolpert online.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you to everyone for the presentation and the work, and to my colleagues for asking very thoughtful questions, many of which I had as well, so I won't repeat them. You know, one of the things that I've been really trying to get done during my term in office, that Mark Hersey was trying to get done as my predecessor as his term in office, was really trying to take care of our farmers up in the San Pasqual Valley. And I know I ask this every single budget session year, but people forget that they are a crucial part of our San Diego City region. And Casey, I appreciate you having leaning in on this, but can we still have a commitment on the record that we're going to get the San Pasqual leases done?
Yeah, Council Member, based on the conversation we had a couple weeks ago and the level of support you have from EDD, you know, we're confident we're going to get a lot of those leases across the finish line. So we're going to continue to work diligently with those farmers, with those communities out there in San Pasqual, and again with PUD, because that is PUD property. But we're going to continue to work hard to get those across the finish line, and we are.
Okay, so I see, you know, that there's a proposal to eliminate an EDD staff position, the program manager reduction. That won't affect the farmers in San Pasqual. And the folks who are trying to do the carbon sink, the folks who are trying to do climate change work up there, we're still going to have, you know, Nick Baldwin will be attentive to this project.
We are, Councilmember, we are very blessed to have Nick on our team. The position that is currently filled, that is proposed to be reduced, is not on the lease administration team. It is on a different real estate team related to our dispositions.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate you, and I'll continue to work for that. But, you know, we have farm workers who are depending on this too. So, and then I just had a larger question at leases in general. I mean, I know that the city has a significant amount of holdover leases. We just saw it in the most recent audit. And so do we have enough staff to handle these leases and maximize the revenue we're getting from them?
No.
Because, is this because most of our leases are just not enterprise fund? They just go with the general fund, so we can't hire dedicated staff for lease management?
No, actually, that's the breakdown of the number of agreements that we have is about 70-30. So 70% of the leases are revenue generating and 30% are non-revenue and public purpose generating. And then they're further broken down depending on the asset owning department. So we have reduced the number of holdovers. However, the priority by this council and our mayor is to ensure we're looking long-term for revenue solutions, primarily to support the general fund as well as public utilities as the highest priorities.
Okay. I wonder, what is the thinking, for example, we had a whole discussion about the Torrey Pines Golf Course yesterday, which is a great revenue generator for the city. It seems that we would never understaff the golf division because they bring money in. And so I'm just wondering, Christina, this is not your purview here about, of course you'd like to hire more staff to help.
Absolutely.
But why don't we do that? If it brings in money, why don't we hire more people to the revenue generating portion of our portfolio?
To be completely frank with you, council member, we have been in discussions about different ways that enterprise funded departments that have the ability to generate revenue to support their staffing and their service levels as an opportunity for the future. It is not currently in preparation for this budget. And in that regard, some enterprise funds have the capacity and the knowledge to take that on, others do not. So I'd like to highlight airports. Airports manages 243 agreements and has only a 1.5% holdover rate on their leases. And that's pretty significant given the workload and the complexity that airports brings, but we specifically hire for that. Conversely, in our public utilities department, almost 70% of those leases are in holdover or month to month. And the complexities associated with public utilities, to be honest, sometimes far surpasses what economic development has, and we are heavily reliant on asset owning departments to provide us with the subject matter expertise to then further support their portfolio. So it is both an internal serving service as well as external serving service for the leaseholds. We're doing both sides of the house for complicated portfolios.
Got it. So we need to have a conversation with PUD about getting more people hired to do their leases?
We are actively having conversations with PUD about how to best support their portfolio. That could be one of the things we talk about in the future.
Okay. Okay, I'm happy to ask that question when PUD comes up. And then I also want to thank Councilor Ela Rivera. I too would like to know the answer to the question about whether or not the Padres should be reimbursing us for the basic public safety services we provide. Petco Park is fantastic. It's a great generator of revenue. I'd like to know, is it just for games or is it for all the concerts and events that they hold too? Because a lot of overtime is used to bring PD and fire and EMS to the park. So whenever the IBA or the city attorney does that analysis, I too would like to know the answer to that and if we can get more reimbursement for our services. And finally, I agree with my colleagues' comments on the small business enhancement program. It's been a lifeline for a lot of small businesses in my district as well. And then the arts funding. I understand that every department has been asked to take, budget cuts because of the fact that our sales tax didn't pass, we're in a budget crunch. But why did the arts have to be zeroed out? They didn't just ask for, a 7% cut like every other department. We just took all the funding away from the arts. And that's going to be detrimental to so many communities and employees and business owners. And so why was the decision made to give them zero funding as opposed to just a 7% cut like the rest of the departments?
I would defer to the mayor's office.
Yeah, I think I can answer that. It goes back to previous statements that were made in previous council sessions and going back to, the press conference where we announced the budget on the 20th. It's really about a preservation of core services. And so, the administration brought forward this budget with the vision of preserving core services.
understood. I mean, believe me, you're not going to find a bigger champion for funding our public safety and our infrastructure than, but at the same time, the arts are part of what make our community vibrant, and they create jobs and economic will to this city, including TOT and sales tax. And so I feel that we're cutting our nose off to spite our face, similarly to not getting all of the bang we can for our buck out of our leaseholds. The arts create economic development for the city. And so I don't agree with zero funding for arts and culture, and we need to find funds in there to at least partially restore the funding. Because if arts and culture leaves our city, they're not going to be easily able to come back. And we had a whole discussion yesterday about filming and getting filmmakers to do major productions here in San Diego. Well, part of it is that we have a vibrant arts community. So I want to put forward that I will be looking very hard to see restoring funding for the arts, and that I hope my colleagues will too. So thank you, Council President. Those are my questions for this item. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you for weighing in, Councilmember Von Wilpert. We'll go next to Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you for the presentation. And I would also like to thank all the community members that are here today, that have been here, that have been just voicing your concern with this department's budget. As we review the proposed budget for Economic Development Department, I want to be very clear about my deep concern with the scale and the direction of these proposed reductions. Economic development is it's not just about balancing spreadsheets or managing assets. When the city cuts economic development, they're cutting access, opportunity, and stability for working families, cutting small businesses, artists, and community organizations. Thank you to my colleague for asking about the Small Business Enhancement Program, the fact that it was established as a council policy, and the fact that we can't even answer the question of, specifically in my district, who will lose grants, how much will this affect our storefront improvements and technical support is very concerning, and I appreciate that being brought out to light. As was mentioned by my colleague, Councilmember Ela Rivera, the Small Business Enhancement Program is one that is heavily relied on by our community, specifically District 8. So hopefully we get to hear a little bit more information as the year goes by. If not this year, this next year. Moving on to leases, this has been one of my continued frustration with this department is the management on leases. This issue has been known since 2019, and this administration has not focused in on this issue. This is not something that's brand new. This is an audit that was done in 2019, I believe. And there has been opportunity for the city to generate more revenue without adding more fees to residents. Yet year after year, this administration doesn't prioritize giving the department the necessary resources to solve this issue. Just in February, the audit committee, which I chair, heard the performance audit of the city's management of its leased golf property portfolio. In that audit, we saw how the city could increase the rent on Fairbanks Ranch Country Club. This is a resort-style property in Rancho Santa Fe that rents its land from the city of San Diego. Just to put it on the record, their Sapphire members have a limited time initiation fee of $25,000, and their monthly dues are $1,270 per month. Yet Fairbanks Ranch pays the city only $863,498 for their lease. Do you have an update on the timeline for the Fairbanks Ranch appraisal?
If I could ask Deputy Director Lucy Contreras to come up to the microphone and speak to the timing.
Lucy Contreras, Deputy Director. The appraisal is actually in its final stages and should be complete before the end of the month. The team has been in communication and in discussions with Fairbanks Ranch regarding the percentage rent, so it is actively moving forward.
Okay, and just to bring everybody up to speed, this was a lease that was formulated in 2016, and July is the first time that we're going to be able to open it up. Is that correct?
Yes, there are reopeners in a lot of our leases that are long-term leases that allow for a reevaluation period. And this is, we gave notification earlier this year that it's time to reevaluate, and then we set that for the next years going forward.
Councilmember, just to clarify, the reevaluation is only on the percentage rent rates. Lucy can correct me if I see her nodding her head.
Correct.
It doesn't mean that we're now going to be able to charge them an additional base rent. It's just the business activities that generate revenue. We can renegotiate with what is more fair market.
Got you.
It doesn't necessarily mean that we'll get that 2.5 million target in the auditor's recommendation, though.
But in essence, they are paying 2016 prices.
They're paying 2016 negotiated business area percentages. So for example, I don't golf, so I can't give you too many good examples about the golf course business operations, but let's say for a tee time, the city might take 10% off of their gross or net revenues from tee time, depending on how that's negotiated. So it's a percentage rent, not necessarily prices from 2016. What this reopener does.
I don't want to get into like,
okay.
You know, I don't want to confuse people here more than they already are. But I will note that the auditor did point out that the city could be receiving $2.5 million. And in essence, it's losing about $7,000 a day. And I want to point out that this is just one lease out of all of the holdovers, which the city auditor conservatively estimated to be around $2.2 million in revenue. Obviously, $2.2 million or $1 million doesn't solve our budget issues, but I think it definitely would help the reductions being proposed to us today. And just another example of the city just not doing its job, its basic core job. So moving on to the arts, I want to thank, I think Councilmember Lee was very eloquent in expressing our concerns that I think most of you guys are here today with. So I want to thank him for that. I certainly have never worked in the arts, but I have been a board member and have fundraised for several boards in the city of San Diego. And it was noted that the elimination of this funding effectively puts nearly 170 nonprofit organizations at risk, many of which are lifelines in low-income communities. In my community of District 8, where they provide essential services, cultural connection, and stability that just, I don't think could be replaced. The arts and cultural sector in the city of San Diego generates over $1.1 billion in economic activity each year. Let me repeat this for the people in the back. The arts and cultural sector in the city of San Diego generates over $1.1 billion in economic activity each year. This is supporting local jobs. This is, shall I say, driving tourism and strengthening the small businesses and neighborhoods that depend on the investment. What is the most troubling in the proposed reduction to the cultural affairs is that this cut is not a trim, it's a restructuring. It's not even a restructuring, it's a dismantling. The IBA report mentions that the elimination of core arts and cultural grant programs have real and immediate consequences. These programs support neighborhood festivals. Could think of a few. Juneteenth is one of them. Local arts organizations, I mean, just I just have to look out here to name a few, which I don't want to today, but youth programming, my family and I attended Fern Street Circus this past Saturday in South Bay, Egger. And one of the things that, you know, I'm just going to say it, there were a lot of brown and black people, young people there, which having a 3-year-old, having her be able to see herself is very meaningful and very, very impactful. And as sitting here as a 43-year-old woman, I didn't have that growing up. So it hits. These events bring our community together. They create economic activity, they create jobs, they create spaces where people feel seen, right? And represented. Communities of color, in particular, the neighborhoods that I represent in District 8, have long relied on arts and cultural investment as a tool for preservation, for healing, and economic empowerment. I will say that the paletero that was at South Bay Egger, I didn't check to see if he had a vendor permit, but that day wasn't a bad day, right? That day was not a bad day for him. So in communities like Barrio Logan, where culture is deeply rooted in the identity of the neighborhood, these investments are not symbolic. They're, I would dare say, essential. So it's deeply frustrating to see the city adopt ambitious cultural equity plans and celebrate the importance of arts and culture, only to turn around and propose eliminating the very resources needed to make those commitments real. We cannot say that we value equity, community investment, and cultural preservation while proposing cuts that will disproportionately impact the very communities that have historically received the least investment. I do believe we have a responsibility to look at this budget with honesty and urgency, and because the choices we make here are not just financial decisions, but as was mentioned, they are a value statement. The line of questioning that my colleague, Council Member Elo Rivera, made about how we brought the community into the fold, it's really concerning to me. I've been saying this for a while. We have known that this was going to be a very extremely difficult budget. And the fact that you guys were not brought in until the day before, that's just, it's an insult. So I'm going to leave that there. I'm going to leave it there, but thank you guys.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Moreno. We'll go back to Councilmember Elo Rivera.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to make sure I completed the one assignment that the IBA gave us. And I do think those were very important questions that you asked. No, I want to be honest. It's difficult for me to answer that because of the lack of time that the arts and culture community had to process what the impacts would be. So I have an instinct, which is to help the organizations that have the least to make sure that, you know, this doesn't result in them going away completely. But that's an instinct. And by pulling them into the fold, I think we will make a more informed decision. I know that that's a point that Council President Pro Tem was making, that Councilmember Campillo was making. And so it's not in any way a desire to avoid the question, because we are going to have to make hard choices. And I will echo what Council President Pro Tem said. I would love to restore it completely, and it's also difficult for me to imagine us being able to do that. So, but I do think we can restore some, especially if we're willing to have some hard conversations with some very wealthy entities. But the best decisions will be made in partnership with community, not with community shutout. So thank you for asking those questions. Again, where I start is let's support the organizations that this funding has been the most important to from a numbers perspective, but we should not make that decision in a vacuum without including the community. Thank you, Council President.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Elo Rivera. Councilmember Whitburn.
Thank you, Council President. I'll keep it brief. I don't have questions on this item, and I understand the mission between now and the passage of a final budget, and I want to hear everybody who came today to provide their input on this. I just want to acknowledge, I see a lot of friends here from District 3. Many of our arts and culture organizations are located here in District 3 in Balboa Park, here in downtown and in the surrounding neighborhoods. But I also want to acknowledge that they serve the entire city. They inspire, they provoke us to consider new ideas. They employ thousands of people. They generate revenue for our city, and they are essential to creating a world-class city. There is a long way to go in this budget process. A big part of that is hearing from people who are impacted by what the city funds or doesn't fund. So thank you for being here today, and I look forward to your comments. Thank you, Council President.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Whitburn. I gave away all my minutes to my colleagues because they were doing very well and very eloquent and didn't want to disrupt them. I could not say most of that, all of that better than they did. So thank you for those comments. Obviously quite heated. We're facing a challenging time between what our hearts tell us and what our brains are telling us is where that balance will somehow manifest itself. So I'm going to close this item. Thank you, Christina, and your team for the work and the hard choices that you made, that you had to present to us. And we will, oh, actually, let me level set. It is now 12:23 by that clock, which is probably wrong. It's 12:21. We have probably a couple of hours worth of public comment. I don't know how many people gave up and had to go on with their other business of the day. We have to have, as I think some of you heard quite eloquently last night, got to keep 5. It is my interpretation that if you step out for refreshment or in the hallway or into the restroom, you're still part of the 5, but there's only 6 of us here. Councilmember Velmore doesn't count for quorum. We did not arrange for food. We didn't track very carefully. They didn't arrange for food, so we can all be hungry together. But we need to get through this. These people waited 3 hours to be able to testify. So I hope we can hold together and get through this. Probably notice to the 2 o'clock crowd that will be coming in that we probably may not hit 2 o'clock. So prepare accordingly. I think Christina, you and Roseanne can probably get a more comfortable seating location for that. So,
Council President,
yeah.
may I, with all of that in mind and the importance of maintaining quorum and giving folks an opportunity to speak, might it be possible, and if my colleagues disagree, for a short recess so that we can kind of grab what we need, do what we need to do, and then hunker back down? Would that be okay?
Well, you could do that one by one, but do you want?
Yeah, I think that's my concern, is that we do that one by one and you know.
Yeah.
I think we
5
tried to do
minutes?
that last night and we ended up feeling the consequences of trying to do that one by one.
10 minutes?
Yeah. That's more, yeah, more than enough for me. Yeah.
Okay. You guys good? You're the bigger boss here. 10 minutes?
I'm happy either way, but I think to your point, I just want everybody to know that if any of us steps off the dais for a minute, we could hear everything back there. We continue to be able to hear. We're listening to what you're having to say. We're just behind there for a minute. So just know that. Thank you.
No, I appreciate that. So we'll take a 10-minute recess, which will be 15 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman.
Okay, everyone. All right, we're ready to get going again. Our 10-minute break is over 25 minutes later. Yeah. All right, I'm going to reconvene the Budget Review Committee of May 6, 2026 to order. If we could get everybody to settle down. This is chewing into your public comment period. Natalie, if you could call the roll.
Council President LaCava,
Present.
Councilmember Jennifer Campbell, Councilmember Whitburn,
Here.
Councilmember Von Wilpert, Councilmember Lee,
Here.
Councilmember Campillo, Councilmember Moreno, and Councilmember Elo Rivera.
So those of you with sharp ears heard Councilmember Moreno is present in the back, and she can hear us quite well with the speaker system we have. One of the few good things about this City Hall building. So with that, we're all kind of settled in. Let's go to public comment.
Thank you, Chair. The public comment for sub-item G is now open. And as a reminder, sub-item G includes the Housing and Community Development Branch overview. The departments are Development Services, City Planning, Economic Development, Real Estate and Airport Management, and Arts and Culture. We did receive 76 speaker slips here in council chambers, and there are 5 hands currently raised in the virtual queue. We will begin with those in chambers. I know a lot of you in here have ceded time to others, and as a reminder, you must be present in chambers, and when I call your name, please raise your hand if you have ceded time. Each speaker will have 1 minute per department for a total of 3 minutes, and I'll just ask that you indicate which department you'd like to speak to if it's not indicated on your speaker slip. We will begin, and then another reminder, if you can please come up to the front of the room at the reserved seats when I call your name, that would be very helpful. We will begin with Barry Edelstein. Please approach the lectern, and you'll be followed by Carlos Cristiani, Catrice Lee, and Gabriella Johnson. If you could please make your way to the front. And Barry Edelstein, you have been seated time by 3 others. If they could please raise their hand, David Bennett, Stephanie Benvenuto, and James Lawson. So you'll have 4 minutes. Please begin.
Thank you. Good morning, I'm Barry Edelstein of the Old Globe. I note the frustration on the council and I share it. The independent budget analyst shows that in the mayor's budget, most departments took reductions around 7%. Arts and culture is reduced by 86%. That's not shared sacrifice, it's a massacre. This budget does not trim arts and culture, it erases them. This budget wants to solve a systemic structural deficit by targeting one of the most fragile ecosystems in the city with an 86% cut. What sense does that make? The money the Old Globe receives from the city does not go to fancy costumes for musicals. It goes to theater programming at nonprofit partners serving people who do not have regular access to the arts. It fulfills goals the city itself set out. It engages 30,000 people, all served free of charge, in schools, libraries, shelters, senior centers, veterans organizations, jails and prisons, immigrant communities, LGBTQ organizations, and others in every single one of your districts. When this funding goes away, those programs will be cut, and then jobs will go too. Real jobs, good jobs. The people impacted will be the very ones to whom the mayor and council promised the Creative City Cultural Plan in 2025. Adopt a cultural plan 1 year, kneecap it the next. What sense does that make? Many on your staff have asked us to propose solutions. You'd be wiser to ask me what Hamlet means when he talks about a quintessence of dust, but here's one. This budget finds room for a $12.7 million increase for vehicle maintenance, $900,000 more than the amount the arts were cut. I know a guy on El Cajon Boulevard who'll fix a flat tire for $5. Go see him. Absurd, right? Because it's a false binary. This is not a choice between shock absorbers and Shakespeare. It's not a zero-sum game between fire stations and the arts. In a $2.4 billion general fund, 11.8 million is a vanishingly small amount. Eliminating 86% of arts and culture funding is not an inevitability, it is a policy choice, a baffling, self-contradictory one, but a choice. So I call on all of you to choose something else. Ask the independent budget analyst to identify 11.8 million in reductions, rephasings, reimbursements, revenue adjustments. It's doable. Council members, a budget is a moral document. It encodes in numbers the things we value. The proposed budget proclaims that the city of San Diego no longer values the arts, and I'm ashamed. Make a different budget, one that undoes this attack on the very values of our city and our civic lives. On behalf of 189 funded organizations and hundreds of thousands of their constituents, I ask you, do the moral thing. Fully restore this funding. We stand ready to work with you. Please, we need your help. Thank you.
Thank you. Carlos Cristiani, please approach the lectern. You've been seated time by Steve Snyder, and you've indicated arts and culture, so you'll have 2 minutes.
Carlos, hang on. I know you want to applaud because there's going to be some amazing statements. Old Globe is served very well by your representation, sir. But let's do the finger snapping or waving your hands. We'll get through this a lot faster. Thank you very much for your patience. Carlos.
Thank you so much. It is always very hard to go after Barry. Council members, Council President, my name is Carlos Cristiani, here on behalf of the Fleet Science Center. Arts and culture costs are costing San Diego more than it saves. The city's own study finds $275 million in annual tax revenue and 16,900 jobs fostered by these investments. Zeroing out arts and culture will close a 146 million deficit. That premise is risky. That's only an 8% solution with a 100% downsize. We know that. What's more alarming is we are seeing a very hard shift from a city partner that used to take stewardship seriously to a very limited vision of a city that only sees itself as a landlord. Knowing a thing or two about real estate, we know that the principle of realized profits banks on reductive and extractive economic models. That's why it works for people investing in real estate. But in comparison, cities since times immemorial are expansive, visionary, always thinking and planning beyond their limits. We invite you to do exactly that with us. As your trusted partners, we cannot in good conscience let you abdicate your responsibilities as steadfast stewards of public space, civic life, and community expansion. Thank you.
Thank you, Catrice Lee, and you've been seated time by Brianne Leach. If you could raise your hand. Thank you, so you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Catrice Lee, and I'm a San Diego resident who lives in District 7 and works in District 3 at the Natural History Museum. My plea is both personal and professional when I ask the council to reconsider the cuts to arts and culture funding. Museums of all types are trusted by the community because they share knowledge and inspire wonder through exhibits filled with artifacts, specimens, and art. As a parent, I also love that museums create space to learn something new together with my family and outside of screens. One thing unique to the Nat is our paleontology collection. Right now, we're sharing our past with the public by preparing a fossil of a prehistoric bison that was found at the Snapdragon Stadium site in Mission Valley. Imagine seeing the wonder on my teenager's face while seeing this fossil and the excitement of learning that there is evidence of this natural history less than a mile from our house. Just stop for a minute and imagine bison running down I-8. This is what museums do. They turn knowledge into curiosity, curiosity into learning, and learning into civic pride. They give children like my son opportunities to feel connected to their city and their history and the natural world around them. Cuts to arts and culture funding are not abstract budget decisions. They directly impact access to education, inspiration, and community spaces that San Diegans rely on every year. Please continue to invest in organizations that help San Diego stay informed and connected. Please fund arts and culture programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriella Johnson, and you've been seated time by Taylor Lemcool. And if the following individuals can please come to the front: Denise Bevers, Elise or Alice Smith Cooper, and Shirey Engel. 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Gabriella Johnson, an employee at La Jolla Playhouse. I grew up in LA, but I am now a resident of District 1. I'm here to share why arts funding, specifically investments in the La Jolla Playhouse's paid internship program, matter deeply, not just to artists, but to our city as a whole. My connection to the arts began at a young age with 2 working parents. Theater and dance programs were initially a form of childcare, but these programs became the foundation of my education, my career, and my stability as an adult. They were not luxuries, they were access points. As a student, I didn't realize that the theater could be a viable career until educators and institutions showed me it was possible. The internship directly led to full-time employment. My life changed the day I received an offer to work full-time at the Playhouse. The program's paid nature made it possible. Without it, I would likely have had to leave San Diego or abandon this career path altogether. At a time of widespread economic uncertainty, arts funding gave me stability, kept me employed locally, and allowed me to contribute to an institution that brings tourism, education, and community to the city. Programs like the one that supported me just don't produce artists, they produce skilled, committed professionals who stay, work, and give back to San Diego. Budget cuts rarely feel abstract to the people who are affected by them. They mean fewer paid opportunities, fewer entry points for young people without financial privilege, and fewer pathways to meaningful employment right here in San Diego. I ask you to reconsider the cuts, which should not be seen as discretionary spending, but as an investment to the workforce, education, and long-term cultural and economic health of our city. Thank you for your time and consideration of the real human impact that these decisions will have.
Thank you, Denise. And you've been seated time by Debbie Buchholz and Robin. Thank you. So you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. I'm Denise Bevers. I am the chair of the Board of Trustees of La Jolla Playhouse. I'm also the founder and CEO of VetMab Bio, a biotech company here in San Diego, and I live in District 2. I urge you to rethink the mayor's proposed budget to zero out the OSP funds for local arts and culture organizations. Without this funding, La Jolla Playhouse and our fellow grantees will be unable to provide free programs to the military community, incarcerated and foster youth, our unhoused neighbors, low-income children and families, and other vulnerable populations. Collectively, local nonprofit arts and culture organizations serves hundreds of thousands of San Diegans across all 9 districts of our city. Sure, those who can afford to buy tickets will still come to see what we put on our stages. They'll still come to our exhibits. But these grant funds make arts and culture accessible to those who cannot afford it. More importantly, these grants funds support free programs that don't have a ticket revenue attached. The Playhouse spends over $2.5 million on non-income producing programs like our performance outreach program, affectionately known as the POP Tour, which recently closed. We brought theater to over 70 schools in San Diego, including low-income neighborhoods and Title I schools. We also have military and veterans programs, technical theater training for juvenile court and community schools, and Voices of Our City choir theater workshops for unhoused and formerly unhoused individuals. All of these programs will be impacted if these cuts remain. Arts and culture are for everyone. Please put your funding where our values are. On a personal note, as a biotech executive, I always describe our arts and culture scene in San Diego when I'm recruiting talent to our area. As the former chair of our Innovation Night at La Jolla Playhouse, which brings our thriving tech and biotech community together with the arts, I've seen firsthand how innovation and creativity create success across our region. Please also consider the impact of the arts on other industries when you make your final budget decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Elise Smith Cooper. And you've been seated time by Danielle Prince, if you could raise your hand, and also Milana. Is Milana here? Okay, so you'll have 2 minutes. Please begin.
Good morning or afternoon. I've been here since morning, so good afternoon. I'm grateful to be here. My name is Elise Smith Cooper. I'm also known as the Golden Brown Fairy Godmother and the Ancestral Storyteller. The reason for that being is that in the 50 years that I've been performing in this city throughout most of the theaters that are here and some that are gone, I've had an opportunity to recognize what my grandmother told me. That is that you are a gifted individual, but you're not going to like chicken today and feathers tomorrow. Get yourself something solid that you can do and then volunteer your time, which is what I've done over the years. I'm a registered nurse. I'm a licensed ordained minister, chaplain. I made my living and raised my family doing those things. But I've enlivened my community and empowered my community by my volunteer work. That was honored by the 79th District of the Assembly of the State of California, the Woman of the Year this past year. However, while I was experiencing that, I was also homeless because the HOA couldn't fix the roof and I couldn't stand the mold and I had to get out. So here I stand at age 85, recognizing that I have given my time and love to this community, and now I need something from my community. I need my city to stand up and have the difficult conversations and do the kind of administrative things that I'm not capable of doing, but I can tell you what a code blue is because I'm a registered nurse. And I know that you know what a code blue is. That means somebody can't breathe, somebody's heart is stopping. And when you hear code blue anywhere you go, you don't slit the patient's throat. You come forward with what is necessary to be done to save the patient. If it means looking at the doctor in the eye of the
Thank you. This
who
does
is the
conclude
most
your
important
time.
person there, then you say, then you pray and do what you have to do.
Thank you. This does
Thank you very
conclude your
kindly for
time.
your
Thank you
opportunity
for
to
the
speak.
concluding statement.
God bless you.
Shiree Engel, and you've been seated time by Becky Goodman. And if the following individuals can please come up to the front: Daryl Dans, Peter Comiskey, and Greg Soritzerl. Apologies. So Sherry, you'll have 2 minutes. Please begin.
Thank you. I'm Sheree Engel, Air Force veteran, writer, and teaching artist, here to tell you Maslow got it wrong. Creative expression isn't the reward at the top of the pyramid, it is the bedrock. And I know because I'm proof. In the early 2000s, something bad happened while I was honorably serving. And when I found myself homeless, attempted suicide, I felt lost. But our arts community didn't wait for me to get better. They invited me to write a better story. Many arts orgs caught me just in time, many of them here, and I'll tell you about just one. For years, I couldn't tell my story in therapy until La Jolla Playhouse's Veterans Playwriting Program came along, and that writing alongside my fellow veteran sisters and brothers got me through the hardest work of my life. I joined the Air Force to serve my country, and my city served me back. Now I pay that gift forward not just through homegrown orgs like Voices of Our City Choir with LJP or Improv. I also moved beyond that through VR mental health training that I wrote, used currently by the military, through speaking to thousands of future Air Force leaders. I get to help our city, our country, write a better story. This is how I continue to serve. Creative expression is good economics, and here's my evidence. I cost this city money when I was struggling, from unpaid hospital bills to emergency responses. Today, I support others, people experiencing homelessness or mental health crisis. I am a valuable life interconnected with just the right people, and that happened because our city did something right. Thank you. This cut amputates the ecosystem that gave me a new mission, and I'm inviting you now to write a better story. Thank you for your pens.
Thank you. Daryl Dans, and you've been seated time by Kayla and Alex. Is Alex Goodman here? Okay, so you'll have 2 minutes. Please begin.
Good morning, Council. My name is Daryl Anthony Davis, Sr.
I'm a father of three, a Navy veteran, and I'm a resident of District 4. I'm also the beneficiary of the La Jolla Playhouse Veterans Playwright Workshop. I'm here to talk about sub-item G and to ask you to restore the grant funding for arts and culture. Honestly, this workshop changed everything for me. Civilian life is a considerable adjustment after 20 years of service. The resources made possible by this funding opened doors I had never imagined were there. Most importantly, a path forward and a second opportunity to serve my community, not in uniform, but through art. In a time when so many veteran programs are being cut, so many of us feel forgotten, and we struggle with our mental health while searching for purpose after we've served. Having affordable programs that provide a safe space for us to commune and express ourselves through shared experiences is the best way to thank us for our service. As a direct result of this program, I was able to have my work staged and produced, leading to me being accepted into the Powers New Voices Festival at the Old Globe. Every year, La Jolla Playhouse supports thousands of active duty members, reservists, veterans, and their families, all free of charge. These programs aren't extra. They create genuine safe spaces for expression and healing. To me, that's community development in its purest form. I know the budget is tight and choices are hard, but zeroing out these grants effectively cuts a lifeline for veterans dealing with the isolation or the stresses of transitioning back into civilian life. Restoring this funding is a tiny fraction, and I hope you reconsider zeroing out this fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter Comiskey, and you've been seated time by James Haddon. If you could raise your hand, James.
Jim could
Or Kim, Jim? Okay, so you'll have 2 minutes. Please begin.
Good morning, committee members. Peter Comiskey, Balboa Park Cultural Partnership. I'm not sure the exact language that's the intent of this, but there's been a pervasive and intentional miscommunication. Council Pro Tem Lee identified it today on social media, a myth that completely ignores the reality of the Mayor's proposal. The truth is that for OSP, CCSD and CPPS grants are entirely eliminated. This is not a capricious, this is a capricious and short-sighted decision that does not align with the ideals of a world-class city. We, together, are witnessing a clear, systemic pattern of disinvestment. It began with paid parking at Balboa Park, which has resulted in year-on-year attendance declines of up to 60% for some organizations, and over $10 million in projected revenue loss for our cultural organizations. We hoped for a recovery, but it's not happening. Now, those challenges are being compounded by devastating cuts to arts and culture grants across the city. Cut by cut, the city is dismantling the very organizations and programs that make San Diego a place where people want to live and work and visit. The warning signs are flashing red. Committee members, here is the bottom line. If you approve the budget as proposed, you will solidify a deeply troubling pattern that is systemically unraveling the soul of our city. Please do 3 things. Reject the elimination of these vital grant programs. Keep the funding within the TOT fund as identified by the Charter and Muni Code, and use the council 1% discretionary if needed as backfill. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg, please approach the lectern. You'll be followed by the following, if they can please come to the front. Roxana Velazquez, Bridget Stone, and Lori Lipsman. Please begin. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. I just want to start off by saying thank you for asking a lot of hard questions up here. I really appreciate you listening to this community and doing what needs to be done to save some of this funding. I'm going to read this anyway. I'm not going to say it any better than you guys did earlier, but I spent a lot of time on this, so I'm going to throw it out there. My name is Greg Swisterzal. I'm the president of IATSE Local 122. I represent the workers who build, load in, run, and support live entertainment, theater, film, television, and cultural events throughout the city and region. I understand the city has a real budget problem, but cutting arts and culture this deeply is disproportionate, and it will do lasting damage for very little structural gain. This is not just about grants. It affects real institutions, real workers, at the Old Globe, the San Diego Opera, the Symphony, San Diego Musical Theater, where we just organized last week. They're about to lose about $70,000, and countless smaller theaters that are already dealing with federal funding cuts. Please
Thank you.
consider that.
Thank you, Roxana. You've been seated time by 4 others. If they can please raise their hand. Jill Galvez, Kate, Teresa Wolf, and Zach Roberts. Oh, okay, thank you. So you'll have 4 minutes total. Please begin.
Thank you. Good morning, distinguished council members. I first of all want to thank you for your comments. You really touched my heart before. I am Roxana Velasquez, and I'm the CEO of your San Diego Museum of Art for the past 16 years. The arts are a fundamental aspiration of human nature. Across times and cultures, humans have always created images, music, and stories to make sense of the world. From prehistoric cave paintings to contemporary digital art, artistic expression reflects a deep need to communicate emotions, imagine alternatives, and leave traces of our existence. Their arts, therefore, respond to something essential. They are not an accessory, but a basic dimension of being a human. Creativity is a driving force of societies. Innovation, whether scientific, technological, or social, appears when you have been exposed to the arts. We nurture flexibility of thought, tolerance of ambiguity, and originality. A society that neglects the arts weakens its own innovative potential. The San Diego Museum of Art welcomes 600,000 people every single year, among those 100,000 children, and we take our responsibilities very seriously. We provide access to those kids. The San Diego Museum of Art has been a proud partner of the city of San Diego since 1926. Our partnership has grown stronger every year. We are grateful for the investment that our city council and mayor have made in the arts and culture that have elevated and inspired people of all ages throughout this beautiful city. Today, the proposed cuts will devastate the vibrant cultural landscape that defines life here in San Diego. If art and culture funding is removed from next year's budget, there is no telling when that funding might be restored. After a century of weaving art into the fabric of the region, carefully curating our meaningful cultural ecosystem, the cuts in next year's proposed budget will unravel this legacy. If these cuts are passed as is, with no additional support of help coming from the state, the county, or federal government, quite simply put, our ability to serve the people who need art most in our community today more than ever will be greatly diminished. Thank you all for your consciousness and for your time here. Thank you.
Thank you. Bridget, apologies, I can't pronounce your name, Cavalia Stone. Bridget, okay, thank you. Lori Lipsman, and followed by Lori will be Scott Davis, Todd Schultz, Alessandra Montezuma, and Sarah Anderson.
Hello again. I'm Lori Lipsman, pronoun she, her, a resident of District 3, here to ask the city not to do sweeping cuts to arts and culture as proposed. Arts and culture are keystone of all societies and should be respected as a necessity and not a luxury. Todd Gloria, stop colonizing, look at what has been inflicted on Kumeyaay Nation and learn. Cut funding for MCASD. This institution prioritized expanding to La Jolla over the accessibility of the location downtown. La Jolla has extreme wealth, including patrons of the arts. Do not increase funding for policing and cancel contracts with mass surveillance companies. Arts and cultures are an equitable and inspiring way to build safe communities. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, Scott Davis. And you've been seated time by Victoria. Thank you, so you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Council President, City Council President Pro Tem, and City Council in general, I appreciate the work that you all do. I'm Scott Davis, and I'm a resident of D9. I'm a visual artist. I founded an arts nonprofit that was strengthened thanks to the city's CCSD funding. Today, I lead the Port of San Diego's public art program, but I am not here to represent the port. Last Friday, the comedian Atsuko Otsuka performed the first of 4 sold-out shows at the Balboa Theater. At the end of her show, she brings the house lights up and asks the crowd, "So what is San Diego all about? I know about beaches, but like, what are you?" Atsuko lives in Los Angeles. The crowd answers her question with a few mealy responses. Burritos, lumpia. Why am I talking about a comedian? Because her question was a clear sign that we need more arts and culture funding, not less. Atsuko's question was directed squarely at the $11.8 million of funding the mayor intends to cut. Now, imagine that our civic culture was so clear that the crowd said, "We are the gateway to Latin America." I want the mayor and the mayor's staff to ask yourselves, why don't cities like Miami or Chicago or Boston struggle to define their identity? How does a comedian who lives 2 hours away have no clue what San Diego is? The answer is because we are already underfunding arts and culture. The arts did not cause the budget deficit. The arts employ people. They define the essence of who we are. They ensure public safety. They provide an outsized return on the city's investment, and they ensure we are not the butt of America's jokes.
Thank you, Todd.
Good afternoon, City Council members. I'm Todd Schultz from the Conrad and La Jolla Music Society. I work in District number 1 and live in District 2. The nonprofit arts community has partnered with the city for nearly 40 years, providing essential services in all of your districts. These and the mayor's priorities are not mutually exclusive. One of the most significant responsibilities we've assumed is arts education. 50 years ago, few arts organizations maintained education departments, but as public education has declined, the responsibility has in effect been not outsourced to our organizations. In response, the arts community has risen to the challenge. Today, nearly all nonprofit organizations offer robust education programs that reach hundreds of thousands of students each year. Given already tight budgets, any significant reduction in city support will force difficult decisions. In practical terms, the first programs at risk will be those that do not generate income, which includes our 27-year-long program of free bilingual after-school education training in Barrio Logan.
Thank you. This does conclude your time. Alessandra, and you'll be followed by Sarah Anderson, Dana Zimbrick, and Jessica Hansen York, if you can make your way to the front. And Sarah, Alessandra, so you'll have 1 minute. Please begin.
Thank you. I'm Alessandra Moctezuma. I'm Chair of the Arts Commission. I want to thank our council members for listening. In the past week, citizens and groups have spoken about what makes life in our city and communities great: parks, libraries, youth services, and arts and culture. In 25 years living and teaching in San Diego, I have seen and been involved in the growth of our arts and culture sector. It's not only an economic driver, a source of jobs, it builds a sense of community and it changes lives. For FY27, we identified 220 organizations across all districts to receive funding from the TOT allocation. They run community front-facing programs for youth, retirees, refugees, veterans, and other underserved populations. I know that you see and understand the value of arts and culture, and with the Arts Commission, I am hopeful that you will help restore the funding for our community and organizational grants.
Thank you, Sarah Anderson, and you've been seated time by Sarah De Silva. Thank you, so you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, City Council members. Thank you so much for everything that you guys have had to say today. That was really eye-opening and gives a little hope. So thank you so much for that. I really wish the mayor was here. I think he should be to hear what we have to say too. I'm Sarah Anderson. I'm one of the 4 co-founders of San Diego Made and the San Diego Made Factory. We're located in District 8 and I live in District 4. We're also in the Promise Zone at the factory. I wish I had the time to fully explain and share the stories of what city funding has done for us, for my organization and for the communities that we've served. It's changed the course of our organization in massive ways. I wish I could really express the gratitude for all of that, the opportunities we've been able to have, the pride that we've had in our city for being given that, and even the tears that we've cried over receiving funding that we never thought would even be possible just 12 years ago when we started. And I wish I could tell you about the deep, impactful programs that we've been able to develop that are so community driven and full of growth that the city funding has directly helped us create and support. So to go from those feelings of support and pride to just, for the past 3 years, to the reality of all these cuts is super jarring. I keep thinking, is it some kind of weird negotiating tactic from the mayor? Like he's gonna cut everything or say he's going to, and then all of a sudden give us a little bit and we'll be happy with that because we're used to fighting for pennies anyways, right? But we're not gonna do that anymore. We need this funding. It's not fair. I was gonna ask about the cultural plan. I was at so many of those meetings. The city put so much time and effort and money into developing that, and now there's like nothing to support it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Dana, please approach the lectern. You'll have 1 minute.
Good afternoon. I'm Dana Zimberg, Artistic Director and Conductor for Classics for Kids. We bring live orchestra music and music education programs to thousands of students across the city. We serve students in every single city district, and I'm a resident of District 3. Last year alone, Classics for Kids provided 30,000 students with access to concerts at venues like the Balboa Theater downtown and the Joan B. Kroc Theater in Rolando. Seeing the students' faces light up as they walk into a professional theater or hearing the kids sing along with the orchestra demonstrates to me the incredible impact of these experiences on young lives and imaginations. This has been possible because of past grants from the city. The Operational Support Program and CPPS has helped make these moments possible. Loss of grant support for us looks like a 10% cut to our annual budget right off the top. That's going to be less days that we can rent a theater, less musicians we can hire, less stage hands we can have. It's a big deal. So please reverse the cuts. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica Hanson York. You'll be followed by the following: Andrew Wild, Maya De La Torre, and Ruben Alcaron. If you can please make your way to the front of the room.
Good afternoon, council members. Jessica Hanson York from Mingay International Museum, urging you to restore funding to arts and culture. For every organization, this money is essential. At Mingay, city funding is our single largest source of unrestricted operating dollars. The loss of it will absolutely require the cuts to programs and community service. Arts and culture nonprofits already make miracles happen with far too few resources. We are essential collaborators to schools. We partner with organizations from across the nonprofit and government sector, including social service and libraries and youth and senior services, healthcare to expand services and impact. We pay artists collecting and showing their work, hiring them to teach and curate. We even employ them, and we drive cultural tourism. Arts and culture benefits all of San Diego. Please keep the funding. Thank you.
Andrew Wild, Maya De La Torre.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Maya De La Torre. I'm a District 9 resident, and I serve as Director of Philanthropy at the San Diego Natural History Museum. I urge the council to please fully restore arts and culture funding. Most people don't realize just how much arts and culture truly encompasses. It's not abstract, it's not elitist, it's not frivolous. Museums like the Nat provide essential social infrastructure for local communities. When my mother first immigrated from Mexico as a child, field trips to Balboa Park were her first exposure with cultural institutions and expanded the limits of her imagination. At the Nat, we believe all students deserve access to science and learning opportunities. We created our Museum Access Fund to make sure that we could provide field trips to historically under-resourced youth like my mother. Our youth deserve that same kind of meaningful investment from the city, because pressing pause on arts and culture only puts a pause on our youth's future. Thank you.
Thank you. Ruben Alarcon, and following Ruben will be Scott Tran, Steve Vigil, and Adina Varner. If you could make your way to the front.
Hello, council members. My name is Ruben Alarcon. I live in District 9, and I'm here with the O Globe to ask you earnestly to restore funding to the arts and culture budget for the coming year. I'm formerly incarcerated, and today I serve my community. Programs like the ones you're considering cutting changed the direction of my life. They gave me purpose, discipline, and a way to contribute to my community instead of harming it. I've lived the alternative. When we don't invest in people, we end up paying for it in other ways. If we want safer neighborhoods, we have to invest in what actually builds people up. I urge you, restore this funding. It works. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Tran.
Hello, honorable council members. My name is Scott Tran. I live in District 9, and I'm here with the Old Globe to ask earnestly to restore funding to the arts and culture budget for the coming year. As a teaching artist for the Reflecting Shakespeare program, I've seen firsthand how programs transformed lives. I witnessed incarcerated individuals reclaim their voice, rebuild their sense of self-worth, and take accountability through our programs in ways that truly change lives and build community. Reflecting Shakespeare program created a rare space to for healing, growth, and transformation, turning pain and trauma into purpose, and preparing individuals to return to our community with hope and direction. We know this is a tough budget, but I implore you to preserve and access opportunity these funds provide and work with us towards
Thank you.
alternative solutions.
This
Thank
does
you.
conclude your time. Thank you, Steve Vigil. Steve. Oh,
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Steve Vigil. I'm a resident of District 3. I'm here with the Old Globe to ask you to restore funding to the arts and culture budget for the coming year. As someone who's dedicated his career to serving others, I have seen firsthand how these programs transform lives. As a youth, I was involved in programs that exposed low-income and students of color to arts, culture, and other opportunities that allowed us to see the world outside our communities and access other pathways than what were narrowly represented in our everyday lives. As an adult, I've seen the impact that arts and culture programming have in inspiring hope, opening new horizons, and changing a person's trajectory, both young and old alike. These programs are a proactive investment in the future of San Diego, including some of the city's most vulnerable populations. I beg of you all to reconsider the budget, restore the funds to arts and culture, and thank you, and la cultura cura. Thank you.
thank you. Adina Varner, and you'll be followed by Valerie Vega, Martha Gilmore, and Laura Reynolds. If you could make your way to the front, thanks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Adina Varner. I'm the Director of Arts Engagement at the Old Globe, and my work touches lives across every district in our city. But today, I choose to speak on behalf of our senior citizens. For many older adults, access to the arts is not just enrichment. It gives them a sense of connection and wellness. And we proudly serve seniors who are navigating isolation and major life transitions. And through creative expression, classes, workshops, performances, they find a sense of belonging again. And I do recognize that this is a difficult budget year, but I urge you to help us preserve the dignity that these programs provide our mothers and our fathers. Investing in seniors anchors our communities, and it benefits all of us. Please restore the funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Valerie?
Hola, muy buenas tardes, honorable council members. My name is Valeria Vega, and I am here to represent the Old Globe Theater as well. I implore you, with the trust that you hold on your seats that we bestowed on you, to please help us support the funding to the arts and culture and continue the support as well to the mayor's office, staff that are here present. This is for you as well. These cuts directly threaten programs that have shaped who I am. Raised in a single parent household with limited resources, discovering theater at a young age didn't just shape my path, it transformed what I believe was possible for my life. Today, through my work, I witness the same transformative power, ignite possibility, expand horizons, and
you.
change the trajectory of countless others.
Thank you. This
Muchas
does conclude
gracias
your
and
time.
have a great day.
Thank you. Martha?
Thank you. Martha Gilmer, President and CEO, San Diego Symphony. Thank you for your thoughtful comments earlier. What you're hearing today is a repetition of a story from people who have been affected to those of us who lead institutions that really care about our community. In the arts, often you think of, not you, but we are thought of as being sort of highbrow, but really playing a great Beethoven symphony is important, but equally important is being in our community, being in our schools, being in helping people, and you've heard from them directly. I wanted to invite all of you to go with me to an event with the San Diego Symphony this week or next. We're in the community, but I don't have to. You're hearing it here from these people, and their stories are so important. Large organizations have that support. Small organizations need your support. Please live what you talked about today and find ways we can help you find ways to make this work.
Thank you. Laura Reynolds? Laura? Okay. Can the following please come to the front of the room? Mitch Woodbury, you'll be next, and you'll be followed by Elizabeth Pipkin, Wendy Mattis, and Blair Beekman. Is Mitch Woodbury here? Okay. Elizabeth?
As a military spouse, we hear a lot of words like resiliency and sacrifice and courage, so much so that they start to lose their meaning when your spouse is missing another holiday and you move again to a place with no friends and your sailor comes home stressed and angry and overwhelmed. And if you're lucky, you find places and people and programs that are investing in and encouraging your growth and well-being. I was fortunate to participate in a military-focused program run by the San Diego Opera, where I was given space and encouragement to creatively and beautifully process one of the most difficult seasons I've experienced as a Navy spouse. I will be forever grateful for their support and leadership. As a family, we've been privileged to live in San Diego longer than most military families, and I've always thought of San Diego as being a great Navy town. But when you pull funding from the arts and culture programs that invest in the lives of Navy veterans, sailors, and their families, San Diego loses that great identity and becomes just another port call.
Thank you. Wendy?
Hello, my name is Wendy Mattis. I live here downtown. I volunteer for all the organizations that are speaking to you now, the Old Globe, La Jolla Playhouse, San Diego Symphony, but I'm here on behalf of the San Diego Opera. If you could see Student Night, before each opera there's a dress rehearsal, and they call that Student Night, and students from 3rd grade to 12th grade are bussed into the Civic Theater. We fill the Civic Theater up with hundreds and hundreds of children, and they get opera. That's the crazy part to me. They get the opera better than a lot of adults, but it's such an exciting time for them. You've got little 3rd grade boys in a tuxedo, you know, and girls all dressed up, and then some in their regular clothes. They can come any way they can come, but every opera has a student night, and they won't. If this budget goes through, we won't have any more student nights, and that would break my heart.
Thank you. Blair Beekman, can you please approach the lectern and indicate which department you'd like to speak to?
Both items.
Okay, 2 minutes, please begin.
Hi, thank you. Thanks for this item. This is day 3, and I am learning to step back a bit. I need to learn how to step back a bit and just, you guys are representing myself and our community at this time. And I'm really hearing what we can be doing more at our council level to ask our strong mayor and the strong mayor system what we can be doing better. And I think you guys are you're doing admirable. You're coming along with nice ideas, and thank you. It's nice to hear differences in how to address our issues. And Councilperson Lee offered a concept of transparency with the mayor's office to not be surprised in our future issues, what has happened in the previous year. I hope we're learning important lessons that are towards the emphasis of building our social services programs and not cutting to the bone this year. I'm not quite clear if we're cutting to the bone or if this is the time that we can start to be a bit more expansive. I mean, I've tried to state clearly that the budget doesn't have to be, the deficit doesn't have to be an ultimate priority. We have to do immediately. And we have to understand those sort of concepts and narratives that we're all trying to figure out here now, that can be understood by the strong mayor, that can be understood by our San Diego community that doesn't quite understand the value and importance of social services. We're trying to build that narrative fully. This is year 2, we're trying to do that. And I hope that's what's getting through, and that we don't go for bare bones, and that haircuts can be okay, I'm learning. But when we cut to the bare bone, that's not building. We have examples of other cities that don't do that and do it well. Practice social services. Good luck what we can do. Thank you.
Thank you. Victoria Pletner Saunders, if you can please approach the lectern, Victoria. And you've been seated time by Kim Van Nguyen. Is Kim Nguyen here? Okay. And you'll be followed by Bob Lehman, Christine Martinez, and Catherine Corral. If you can please make your way to the front. Sure. Okay, I have your speaker slip here. So Victoria, you'll have 2 minutes.
Okay, well, I won't speak as fast then. I cut it back already.
Why don't you go to
Victoria Pletner Saunders, Council District 7. I'm a lifelong San Diegan, a local consultant to arts and culture sector, member of the consulting team for the Creative City San Diego Cultural Plan, and a former staff member at the City of San Diego's Commission for Arts and Culture. Since 1988, the city has created one of the most well-regarded infrastructures in the country for ensuring public access to arts and culture. With its 38 years of accumulated grant-making practice, peer review structures, organizational relationships, and public-private partnership scaffolding, eliminating the funding doesn't just close a program, it destroys institutional capacity that took decades to build. The mayor's proposed budget dismantles it overnight. A city withdrawal isn't belt tightening for many organizations too, it is the nail in the coffin. Decades ago, the city made a deliberate choice about how to fund this work. Rather than provide services itself through municipal arts programs, as many municipalities do, they chose instead to fund cultural organizations they decided instead to fund cultural organizations through the Arts Commission. In this way, it provides lower overhead, more direct funding, and greater economic impact. When organizations face cuts, free programming goes first. Once a city withdraws, organizations no longer will have the financial cushion that lets them protect access on principle. By eliminating city arts funding, the proposed budget turns San Diego into a city where cultural participation is dependent on disposable income, and families with the least are asked to give up the most. It creates the ugly impression that some of the very things that have made San Diego the city we all work so hard to call home is too easily and thoughtlessly sacrificed by those elected to protect them. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Christine Martinez.
Good afternoon. My name is Christine Martinez, and I'm here on behalf of Arts and Culture San Diego, a coalition of many of the groups that you've seen today representing arts and culture organizations, large and small. I'm urging you to reject the proposed elimination of arts and culture funding in the fiscal year 27 budget. I am so heartened and grateful to the council members here for your support and your creative ideas to restore the funding. You clearly understand the value. I think you also understand that these cuts would devastate an entire sector that helps define San Diego's identity and quality of life. Arts and culture organizations are not extras. We are employers, educators, neighborhood partners, tourism drivers, and small businesses. What's especially troubling is that this proposal places a disproportionate burden on a sector that already operates lean and delivers enormous public value. Please reconsider. Help us get to the finish line here.
Thank you. Catherine Coral? Michael Warburton? Michael, you'll be next, and you'll be followed by Leslie Latham, Jade Power Sotomayor, and Desha Cronover. If you could please make your way to the front of the room.
Fitting how we're here on the anniversary of the Hindenburg disaster, because like the Hindenburg, this budget will cause a lot of arts and cultural organizations to go down in flames. At the San Diego Model Railroad Museum, we had already cut 3 staff members and 2 part-time workers paid parking, and now we're facing what equates to about a 9% budget cut. So this will result in cuts to our programming, especially the free programming for sure. We hear that, you know, it's about the core stuff that's still in this budget, but I challenge you to find that there is a lot of policy spending in here. Example, $271 million earmarked for climate action plan items. And the city has a self-imposed deadline for climate action goals. The state's deadline is 2045. That is where you pause, not with arts and culture funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Leslie?
Hi, my name is Leslie Latham. I am Artistic Director of Project Blank, serving Districts 8 and 9. Our organization is dedicated to experimental, avant-garde artistic practices, and as such represents only a small segment of the larger arts ecosystem in San Diego. I also represent the majority of OSP grant recipients who couldn't be here today to advocate for themselves because organizations of our size tend to be run by artists who work multiple jobs in order to stay operational in America's finest city. This budget proposal is the textbook definition of cynical in that by only seeing the price of everything, you see the value in nothing. The arts aren't a decorative extra. They're one of the ways that a society understands itself. Without the arts, you don't just lose entertainment. Society loses essential tools for understanding itself, imagining new possibilities, and remaining humane. To quote James Oppenheim, hearts starve as well as bodies. Give us bread, but give us roses. Thank you.
Thank you. Jade Power Sotomayor, followed by Desha Cronover, Karen Quinones, and Makeda Keaton. If you can please make your way up to the front of the room.
Good afternoon. I'm a professor in the Department of Theater and Dance at UC San Diego and the vice president of the board of the Centro Cultural de la Raza. Part of what traps art in this perennial ritual of justification is the pervasive notion that art is something that just springs out of an individual need for expression, regardless of whether it is infrastructurally supported or funded. I wish to make 3 points. 1, billions of dollars are currently being invested into AI and will determine the course of our collective futures, shoring up artistic practices that rely on analog technologies that engage human embodiment. Theater, dance, music, painting, drawing, sculpting, etc., is fundamental to ensuring an investment in a humanist approach to the world. To be clear, this is the transfer of knowledge from human body to human body. 2, 50% of adults in the U.S. report measurable loneliness. And 3, there are unprecedented mental health crises in all of our communities. Art cures that.
Thank you for that concluding statement. Desha?
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Desha Crownover, and I'm here on behalf of San Diego Junior Theater and all of Youth Arts in Balboa Park. We've served families in every district, not just District 3. This includes many on scholarship, financial aid, or those that rely on us for affordable childcare. Our students take classes, attend camps, perform in shows, and even work as teaching and camp aides. The proposed $11.8 million cut doesn't just reduce arts funding, it removes access, equity, jobs, and childcare for our most vulnerable communities. Arts organizations are small businesses and economic drivers supporting thousands of jobs and over $1 billion in tourism. Many will not survive this. Arts and culture are not a luxury. Arts and culture are core services. They are essential to education, youth development, and community connection. I urge you to maintain FY26 arts funding in the FY27 arts budget. These cuts go too far.
Thank you. Karen Quinones, is Karen here? Makeda Keaton, or Cheaton? And you'll be followed by Katrina Bruins, Sean Boyd, and Anna Hernandez.
Greetings. I'm Makeda Cheatham, and I'm the director of the World Beat Cultural Center in Balboa Park, the only African American center in Balboa Park. You know, we just did Bob Marley Day, and also Earth Day was recently. And it's 34 years that we've been putting on Earth Day because we wanted to see more people of color at Earth Day. And, you know, we don't have a lot of support, African Americans. So we need an African art district also. So, you know, also we sponsor Kwanzaa Day, that's free. Martin Luther King Day, that's been 34 years. And Bob Marley Day. So we bring a lot of cultural events to San Diego. We need your help to continue these beautiful things we do for our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Katrina?
Hello, thank you, council members, for your comments today. I'm a resident and employee of District 2, serving as the Executive Director of Visions Museum of Textile Art, a recipient of OSP funding. Organizations like Visions have been community anchors for over 40 years and rely on stable funding sources so we can continue to operate. These proposed cuts would have long-term effects. We can't wait a year for these resources. As mentioned, the city has already said that arts are essential when they made an investment in creating the Creative Cities Cultural Plan, a plan that will just be words on a page without the necessary resources for implementation partners like the museums and artists who are in this room today to execute on those plans. As Councilmember Campillo said, we are not external. The arts create safety for communities, attract tourism, support a thriving workforce, and give people the mental reprieve they need to stand another day as they serve as caretakers, teachers, and community leaders. We are asking the city leaders to stand with the arts community and keep arts funding stable with fiscal year 26 levels. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Boyd?
Thank you, council members, for your comments of support. My name is Sean Boyd, Executive Director of Trinity Theater and resident of District 5. At the same time I stand before you, 20 of our District 8 elementary students are just about to do their first musical performance ever for an audience of their families and peers in programming city funding supports. Our similar programs serve 1,500 students through each of your districts free of charge. The mayor's proposed budget makes a lot more sense when we learn how little thought went into its development. Cut in the arts, anything will have major economic impacts for this city, a choice this city cannot afford. Arts and culture is embedded in the city's TOT framework, in Municipal Code Section 35.01, and in Council Policy 100-03. These recognize arts, culture, and community festivals as part of San Diego's economy, visitor identity, neighborhood vitality, and public life. A difficult budget year is not an excuse to disregard the rules, priorities, and values that the city has already adopted. Please revise this budget and start Penny for the Arts funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Ana Hernandez, and you'll be followed by Sarah Large, Jessica Barron, and Helen Gonzalez.
I represent Centro Cultural de la Raza, and we oppose the mayor's proposal to decimate arts and culture funding in FY27. FY26 OSP funding is nearly 10% of Centro's budget. If this proposal passes, we bear a much larger burden than the city itself of fixing this budget. This proposal immediately and disproportionately negatively affects Indigenous, people of color, immigrant, and working class communities and our arts and culture institutions. These cuts, and all cuts to health and well-being, further entrench our histories of marginalization and disinvestment, which are de facto policies of destabilization. This same proposal includes an additional $14 million for policing. Police and carceral systems prey upon and criminalize people who are Black, Indigenous, of color, LGBTQ, immigrant, have disabilities, and are subject to violent suppression and discrimination on the basis of identity and lived experience. Centro Cultural de la Raza calls on you to fully restore arts and culture funding and prioritize meaningful, equitable investments in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Large?
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Sarah Large. I live in District 7 and work at Moxie Theater, located in District 9. First of all, I would like to thank my representatives, council members Campillo and Elo Rivera. Thank you for your support, the words you've spoken in support of arts and culture this week, as well as the others on the council who have done so. Thank you for hearing us. Thank you for listening to us and advocating for us. I hope that the mayor's office can look to that as an example, because arts and culture is essential to our community. Moxie Theater has historically received funding support through the OSP and CPPS programs, which are being completely eliminated with this proposal. We have a relatively small budget, and so this funding has been essential not only to the programmatic work that we do, but in our ability to pay local artists, which is especially important for an organization that prioritizes hiring women plus artists and artists of color. So I urge you to please do your research, maintain funding for arts and culture, and do so not only for what we provide to the community, but for the obligation you have to the artists who live here.
Thank you. Jessica Barron? And you'll be followed by Helen Gonzalez, Rebecca Hook Held, Jacqueline Brookstein, and Marcia Brookstein. If you can please make your way to the front of the room.
Hello, council members. Thank you so much for the hard work, the research, and the proposed solutions to finding more money. This is so important that you are calling our city to account for their accounting. Thank you. I am the founder executive director of Guitars and Ukes in the Classroom. I'm a resident of District 3 and our offices in District 3. We serve in every single one of the city council districts, providing free professional development for educators in a district that has no money for professional development in the arts. Hundreds of people train with us every year from San Diego. And I want to tell you that the arts interrupt the school to prison pipeline. This is serious stuff. We have 331 kids who are incarcerated right now in San Diego. It costs $336,000 a year to incarcerate one youth. And that is not turning their life around. So we need to accomplish more for our
Thank
kids
you.
by preserving the arts. Thank you.
Helen Gonzalez? Is Helen here? Okay. Rebecca Hook Held? And you've indicated that you wish to speak to sub-item G. Can you please?
The third item.
The third item, okay.
Thank you.
1 minute, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Rebecca Hookheld, a resident of District 7, and here on behalf of the New Children's Museum. I'm here today to urge you to reject the proposed cuts to arts and culture funding and to restore support to the FY26 levels. For the New Children's Museum, this funding is not supplemental. It's fundamental. The OSP program is our largest annual public grant and directly supports the people and programs that serves thousands of children and families every year. NCM has been part of San Diego's cultural fabric since 1983. As the city's children's museum, we are the cornerstone of downtown San Diego for families. Every day, caregivers bring their children downtown not just to visit our museum, but to park, to shop, to eat at local restaurants, and to contribute to our broader economy. Cuts of this magnitude would directly impact programs, staffing, and our ability to ensure children and families across San Diego, regardless of their income or zip code, have access to creativity, learning, and belonging. Thank you.
Jacqueline Brookstein, and you've indicated that you wish to speak to development services and arts and funding, so that'll be 2 minutes. Please begin. Yes.
Hi, my name is Jacqueline. I founded a nonprofit improv theater as society was crawling its way out of the pandemic, which left people desperate for connection. 5 years later, I'm standing here on behalf of 250 people that find refuge in community every week at our theater that's now located in Liberty Station's Arts District. To these people, the theater is a third space, a place they go that is not work or home, where they find belonging and connection. Studies show us that having a third space is an essential part of living a healthy life. It reduces stress, bolsters mental health, and counteracts loneliness, which is one of the most dire epidemics of our time. Art spaces serve as a powerful third space for both adults and children, as creative expression leads to confidence, community, vitality, and so much more. I don't know this just from countless studies. I hear it from our students every day as they tell us that their weekly class is the joy that gets them through their week, that the connection they build there gives them a sense of belonging in a city that has a growing reputation for isolationism, that they found their best selves through the process of collaborative creation. The removal of this funding severely threatens the continuation of this haven. How can we expect our medical system to stop being overburdened if we are removing vital resources to wellness? So on the behalf of the 250 people that rely on our small arts organization and the thousands of others that enjoy its programs throughout the year, I implore you not to take away this funding that we rely on to keep our doors open. I'm also here advocating for the nearly 100 arts organizations and independent artists that reside in the Arts District Liberty Station, which is a development project to which the city has already greatly contributed. It's a treasure to San Diego, and I encourage the city to support the continued development of this site. Thank you.
Thank you. And Marcia Bookstein, please approach the lectern, and you'll be followed by our final group here in chambers, Katie Hickey, Kevin Vino, Nicole Lilly, and Morgan Kettle. And Marcia, can you please indicate which department you wish to speak to?
Arts.
Arts, okay. 1 minute, please begin.
Yes, I am a proud mother. I'm reading this on behalf of Dr. Steve Ornish, who wrote, I am a double board certified general and forensic psychiatrist and a clinical professor at UCSD in the Department of Family Medicine. Yes, this is not me. The proposal is to cut $11.8 million from a $6.4 billion budget. That's 18 cents out of every $100. What does that buy you? When these spaces disappear, people get more isolated, more angry, and more vulnerable to whoever is loudest and angriest. One of the first things the Nazi regime did was defund and then control German arts and culture, because people coming together in a spiritual way around a shared creative life is dangerous to anyone who wants unchecked power. These cuts will weaken the connection tissue of the city and will weaken the immune system to unchecked power. The question isn't whether San Diego can afford the arts, it's whether San Diego can afford what happens to a city that abandons them.
Thank you. Katie Hickey, Katie? Kevin Vino? Kevin? Okay. And you've indicated that you wish to speak to the housing budget. Is that development services?
I actually wanted to request if I could just speak on all three of the issues.
Okay, 3 minutes, please begin.
Okay. For the economic development part, I wanted to speak a little bit about the golf courses here in San Diego. So our three biggest ones that we have for revenue generating are Torrey Pines, which is 170 acres, or 1,750 acres, Mission Bay, which is 46 acres, Balboa, which is 220 acres, and so on. Total, these are about 2,016 acres of area for these golf courses. They generate about $4 million for the lease and $2 million for what the city charges per acre of these golf courses. That roughly equates to 7 cents per square foot for these golf courses. 7 cents per square foot is not the best revenue generating source. So just as a way to, look at these for what we're getting out of these, like just for comparison, home in San Diego is going to be around average $600 per square foot. So maybe we could look at better revenue sources. I know Councilwoman Moreno had some good points on some of the golf courses. For housing, a good way for the city to generate some revenue and affordable housing would be to convert some of its parking around 12th and Imperial Trolley Station to 100% affordable housing, similar to how San Diego Unified School District is converting thousands of units for teacher housing, and this helps to also generate property tax revenue for the city while also generating transit-oriented development, which helps with the city's climate goals. So this is just something that the city could look at for future goals in addressing some of these issues. And for the arts department, I just wanted to say, with our budget process, we have Todd is head of the Strong Mayor system here in San Diego. This means that essentially creates a budget unless we have 6 council members united against his budget. We can't really change this. But since Todd is the Strong Mayor, he has increased police funding by 15 million. But would a Strong Mayor cut arts, libraries, and other crucial city fundings to achieve this? But as a Strong Mayor, surely a Strong Mayor, he has decided that cutting free and after-school programs from the libraries and families was a better decision. Also cutting the arts department to help drive tourism and TOT, I do not think was the best decision of our Strong Mayor. So would appreciate some unity from council in fixing some of those other issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicole Lilly, please approach the lectern. You've been seated time by Sparky. Mitra, Sparky. Great. So can you please indicate which department you'd like to speak to?
Yes, housing.
Okay. So with the time ceded to you and for development services, you'll receive 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Nicole Lilly. I'm a 23-year-old renter, resident of District 3, and the executive director of Our Time to Act, a youth-led nonprofit organizing powerful youth for a more inclusive, equitable, and sustainable future. I'm here for the 3rd day in a row to urge this council to prioritize people in this budget. I also want to urge this council and the community at large to treat all of our neighbors as people. Today's discussion is on housing, and we cannot speak about housing without talking about homelessness. Over the past few days and frequently when I come to City Hall, I hear deeply concerning and dehumanizing things said about our unhoused neighbors. I've heard people use them as scapegoats and suggest we close gaps through even deeper cuts to shelters, safe parking sites, and services our most vulnerable neighbors rely on. This is unacceptable. People complain of unclean and unsafe streets without consideration of the unmet needs of those who are daily denied access to bathrooms, privacy, decency, and dignity. Unhoused neighbors are treated as a problem to eradicate rather than human beings we fail to support. And to be clear, it is not their failure, it is ours. I strongly urge this council to reject dehumanization of the neighbors unable to be in this room today, who have nowhere to go tonight. I urge you to form a budget that invests in the safety and success of our most vulnerable communities. Safe communities are not subjected to mass surveillance and over-policing. They are communities that ensure everyone can thrive. Safe communities create safeguards and fight for their most vulnerable. They invest in the Office of Child and Youth Success, drop-in centers, libraries, parks, art, and shelters and housing development that create stability, knowledge, nourishment, health, and the protection of trusted community. Safe communities divest from flock and police. They ensure the wealthy and privileged pay their fair share by canceling tax breaks for Mills Act properties and demanding billionaires pay for their own protection rather than picking from the people's pockets. They find creative, responsive solutions that prioritize and protect their people. I urge you to share in making this vision of a safe San Diego a reality in this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. And the final speaker slip that I have is for Megan Kettle. Megan? And I'll do a brief run through of the ones that were missed. Andrew Wild, Laura Reynolds, Catherine Coral, Karen Quinones. Okay. Is someone coming in? Oh, yes, Megan? Yes, you're our final speaker. Please approach the lectern.
Good afternoon, council members. I am
Can you
voting
please go to the taller mic right there? Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm voting in proposition of increasing the budget for our arts and cultures. As I looked out the view of the conference room, I could oversee Balboa Park. One of my earliest memories is being at the park with my grandma Jeannie and taking art classes at the museum. It changed my life forever. What is your favorite memory about arts, drawing, culture, and going to events? Let's think about those today. Art is all around us and it transcends a budget line. So I asked for you guys today to think about everything. They said that being in awe helps boost your mood more than anything. When I look at San Diego, I am in awe of the murals created by our local artists, by the music from Voices of Our City Choir, and being able to go to the World Beat Center and go to events. These things will increase mental health, increase mental well-being, and help our veterans that get to go to our museums and outings. So please vote for increasing the budget. Thank you all.
Thank you. And one final call for Helen Gonzalez or Katie Hickey. Okay. This concludes in-person public testimony. We will now move to the virtual queue. There are 10 hands raised in the virtual queue. I've started the 5-minute timer. As a reminder to those in the virtual queue, I'm going to ask which department you'd like to speak to. If you're on Zoom, you'll see the departments on your screen and you'll get 1 minute for each department with a total of 3 minutes. Judy Strang, please unmute and let us know which department or departments, and please begin. Judy Strang, we hear an echo. Can you please begin?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, now we can hear you. Please indicate which departments and begin.
Support nearly 20,000 jobs every year. Creative industries more broadly contribute
Judy
nearly
Strang, we are
$11
hearing
million
some
to
background noise. It sounds like you're having some technical difficulties. I will come back to you. Sally Small, please unmute and let us know which departments, and please begin.
Thank you to all. Yes, all. Sorry. Hi, I'm Sally Small, D4 resident and community activist. Talking about DSD, hearing about the $400,000 position being moved from the mayor's office to DSD sounded like a sneaky deal to me. Removing positions that help for compliance from DSD, I think that it creates more problems than it solves. People are not good at negotiating individually. That's why they end up coming to you. Looking at the budget, where are we going? It appears that there is no vision for public safety as much as the mayor claims it. It includes libraries, parks, stormwater, Office of Child and Youth Success. Cutting the arts and culture makes no sense. It's dismantling the cohesion that we have as a community. All of those working together is what we need. It helps our mental health. It helps our youth, our seniors, our veterans, our justice involved and military families have some dignity. Equity is an issue that we still need to come back to. D4, 8, and 9 seem to be affected even harder than others regarding the arts and culture, and stormwater later. Please do look at the golf courses. There's definitely more to get out of that. Don't give the money to Flock and overtime for PD and fire. Instead, get the Padres to pay for the actual services that they take advantage of. We don't know them that much. The SB enhancement program zeroed out, not a good thing. We need to demand big businesses help. Yes, of course. There are resources that exist. There's great people here. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to say, if I have more, I've got more to say. Thank you.
You do have 55 seconds left.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate CalCoast doing a sponsor, looking at enterprise funds and revenue. Yes, the golf courses. PUD, 70% holdover leases and month to month. We're losing out a lot of money on that one. Why is it that arts and culture is cut 85%? Obviously, it's because our mayor doesn't care about it. He's telling us what he values, and it's not arts and culture. It's not children and youth. It's not seniors and veterans. He's looking at public safety as strictly being fire and police, and that's just not true. The Promise Zone ends next month, I think. Yes. So we're losing a lot of grant potential and help that we were getting, and it was relied upon by D4, D8, D9. We want equitable, safe communities. We do not want the unraveling of the soul of our city.
Thank you. Thank you. This does conclude your time. Thank you. Shyla, please unmute and indicate which department you wish to speak to.
Economic development, or management, arts and culture.
Okay, great. 1 minute, please begin.
My name is Shyla Hales, and I'm a board president of Discover Pacific Beach Business Improvement District. I'm here today urging you to protect funding for the Small Business Enhancement Program. SBEP is not just funding for businesses, it is funding for the community programs, cultural events, neighborhood activations, and economic development efforts that make San Diego's neighborhoods vibrant and unique. Programs like this directly support business improvement districts like Discover PB, allowing us to promote local businesses, organize community events, support tourism, and create experiences that bring people into our commercial corridors. I respectfully ask that you not to cut this program and to continue investing in businesses, events, and community programs that make San Diego so special. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. The 5-minute timer has concluded. We have 12 hands remaining in the virtual queue. We will take no additional callers after these 12. Catherine Rhodes, please unmute and indicate which department you wish to speak to.
Policy, please.
Okay, 3 minutes, please begin.
Wonderful. First, I want to ask Councilmember Shanley Rivera to actually call me up, and I could go over with you that the besides the money that we pay for the Petco Park bonds, there's an additional $10 million that is being paid, most of it with the police overtime. Because as much as I know, but I'm not, it's not confirmed, that the police, anybody who works, at Petco Park is getting overtime pay, just not regular pay. It's always, for some reason, overtime pay. And then also, the fire department is also getting some overtime pay for them too. And there's a fire station right up the street. So why is the fire department taking money out of the 4% of the TOT that's supposed to go to visitor serving, including the penny for the arts? And so what I'm saying is that there's $10 million, and I could show you alternative funding sources for some of them. One of the things in the joint use management agreement is that the city of San Diego only has to pay for traffic outside of the ballpark, but any fire person or fire official or any uniformed police officer or any police officer that is inside the stadium actually has to be paid for by the Padres. I just don't think the city has asked them to ever do that because they had this fund called the Petco Park Fund that no longer has any money that they were taking out of. But now they're taking out of the 4% special tax for visitors serving in the TOT. And so I have an alternative. For example, even for the police officers who do traffic control outside of the stadium during all games, they could be paid for by the Center City Parking District. There's, the community parking district right there. The funds for that can be paid for that because security is an allowable use of parking district revenue as long as you put it into your ordinance. And so, there, right there, I could basically show you where we could have alternatives to the $10 million. And that $10 million could now be re-given back to the arts community for their penny for the arts, at least 10 of the 12 million that you're taking away. And so I would actually like to work with you and the arts community to actually show you the evidence that we need your support, and we need the IBA to show us exactly where is this money, where is this $10 million, where is it coming from? Is it coming from 100% of it coming from the 4% special tax TOT, or is it coming from somewhere else? So,
thank you. This does conclude your time. Thank you. Our next speaker, Kathleen Lippett, please unmute and indicate which department. Kathleen Lippett, I've asked you to unmute. Okay, Becky Rapp, please unmute and indicate which department you wish to speak to.
Good afternoon. My name is Becky Rapp, and I want to speak to both items. I want to express concern that many residents no longer feel the city is keeping pace with infrastructure. As new housing is approved, communities are watching projects move forward faster than the roads, parks, libraries, and fire protection, drainage, parking, and public services needed to support them. Too often, people feel projects are being pushed through with limited public engagement and inadequate environmental review. Residents want to be a part of the planning process, not informed after major decisions have been made. There's also a frustration over funding priorities, and we continue to see money directed toward new programs and initiatives that either never fully materialize or fail to produce results, while longstanding community programs and services face cuts. Programs like arts and culture, libraries, parks, and recreation are not extras. They improve mental health, strengthen community connections, support youth, and enhance the quality of life for all residents of all ages. Successful communities require balance. Infrastructure, public safety, transportation, environmental protections, and proven community programs must keep pace with growth. Residents want to know that the city is planning responsibly, listening to the neighborhoods, and protecting the services that people rely on every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Madison. Please indicate which department and begin.
Hi, housing, please.
Okay, 1 minute, please begin.
Thank you. So I'm living in multi-unit housing with my husband and our 3 young children, and I'm here to ask that smoke-free multi-unit housing be prioritized as part of our housing strategy and budget decisions. The city is doing important work to expand housing by streamlining permitting, increasing production, and investing in communities. But as we build more multi-unit housing, we also need to ensure those homes are truly healthy places to live. Secondhand smoke does not stay contained within one unit. It travels through walls, vents, and shared spaces, meaning families like mine can be exposed daily in our own homes. Smoke-free policies are a cost-effective solution. They reduce health risks, lower maintenance costs for property owners, and create cleaner, safer environments for residents. As you allocate funding and shape housing policy, I urge you to include support for smoke-free multi-unit housing. Building more housing is critical, but building healthier housing is just as important. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Tony, please unmute and indicate which department. Tony, I've asked you to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, I'd like to speak to all the departments. I don't, I'm driving right now, so I can't see what the names
that's okay.
are to mention them.
Please begin.
Thank you. Hey, how's it going, City Council? How you doing today? I wanted to say I love what you said this morning, Kent Lee, with regard to needing to see the EIA reports and kind of thinking that it's preposterous to be cutting the arts programs without knowing the economic impact analysis that cutting said arts programs would have that our city is relying upon economically. I wanted to thank Vivian Moreno for pointing out that our arts departments collectively are bringing in a total of, she said, over $1 billion in our revenue stream. So yeah, it's you know, without and then I also wanted to thank Raul Campillo as well for bringing up the points that he made as well with regard to the necessity for arts funding. And I also wanted to thank Sean Elo Rivera for the great points that he made this morning about the necessity for us to be charging more in terms of the fees that we charge for empty businesses, or rather for empty lots around the city. I completely agree. It really is a blight on the city to not have places open for public use for any type of economic activity or any type of city benefit. You know, whether that be even providing shelters for places. It's you know, criminally stupid that we have so many buildings that are totally unoccupied and empty and that aren't being used at all by the city. So I love what you said there. Raul Campillo, I hope that we can keep the focus on actual, you know, the big culprits that are responsible for not boosting the economic development. And we can definitely state with all certainty that it is not hot dog vendors, you know, getting by on not paying their taxes, or, you know, like you said, having underage kids chopping onions a couple blocks away. It's definitely not those people that are causing the economic hardships in San Diego by, say, not paying their nominal share of taxes. It's the, you know, economic burden is definitely being weighed on us heaviest by the lack of being able to collect any type of meaningful revenue from the businesses that we have in downtown, the empty buildings and whatnot that we have throughout the city. So again, great work, everyone. Love the points that were made, and let's stay focused on the things that we can do to not have to cut the arts, which as many members of the public have stated, we can do by cutting flock right off the bat, and we can also do that by cutting SDPD's over bloated
Thank you.
budget,
This
including the
concludes your
50
time.
million
Thank you. Our next speaker, Travis Bouchard, please unmute and indicate which department and begin.
All three, please.
Please begin.
Yeah, so for housing and the arts, many people have spoke to this. It's pretty no-brainer. Please, I didn't get the woman's name that called in a moment ago, Sean. Please take her up on figuring out the TOT revenue and getting the Padres to pay their fair share. It seems like a no-brainer that can be supported by everyone on the council, regardless of how beholden they might be to the police. I want to give you guys a little bit of gumption to cancel flock. I'm going to read you through cities that have canceled it: Santa Cruz, Mountain View, Los Altos, South Pasadena, Santa Clara, Capitola, Watsonville, Redmond, Washington, Linwood, Washington, Mountain Lake Terrace, Washington, Olympia, Washington, Bloomington, Indiana, Ferndale, Michigan, Flagstaff, Arizona, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Eugene, Oregon, Sturgeon Bay, Wisconsin, Austin, Texas, Sierra Vista, Arizona, San Marcos, California, right here in our backyard, and Trumansville, New York, or Trumansburg, New York. I really hope everyone grows a little bit of spine, cancels flock, limits police OT. I would like to call out something, though, that I was really disappointed with. If I had a coworker that was villainizing one of the most vulnerable people in our community, I'd call them out in front of everyone. So Sean, those of you on this with the spine, Vivian, I'm not talking to Joe or Steve, you guys have no spine, but Raul spending almost a minute villainizing hot dog vendors. Raul, I hope you get yourself a handler when you run for mayor, man, because, man, talk about missing the mark. You look like a pinche colero. I mean, really way. Like, fuck, dude. That was crazy. That was absolutely batshit crazy. Calling out someone's kid who's chopping onions to try to make sure that they can pay for their fucking rent. Like, what is wrong with you, my friend? Wild. And I'm really sorry we didn't get to hear from Marnie today. We get a pearl clutching comment from Marnie once a week. I hope everyone sees through that. When you make decisions about police, it needs to be based on data and statistics, not your heart. Marnie always likes to talk about that one time someone got stabbed or that one time someone got shot. That's the same bullshit that Trump and his entire cabinet pulled, okay? You should do some introspection and do better. Look at data, make reasoned decisions based on data, not based on talking points. Extremely disappointed in Marnie's constant pearl clutching. It's sad that someone thinks that people don't see through that. We all do, any of us with half of an IQ. Lastly, I know it's not going to be a huge surprise, but people treat San Diego like their dumping ground. I see the same drunk dude from Ohio for the last year. Put them on a bus, send them home over and over. Stop providing services to people that we don't need in our
This
backyard.
concludes your time. Phone number ending in 8700, please press *6 to unmute and let us know which departments, and please begin.
Thank you, Natalie. All three.
Please begin.
Joy Sunyata. I'll start with a branch highlight: updating policies and strategies with a focus on generating revenue with our real estate portfolio. From planning, city planning, 3.6 million grant secured. Congratulations. City planning, delayed completion of work program, increased reliance on grant funding. Lots of luck on that. From economic department, real estate portfolio revenue, as I mentioned before on the branch statement. And yes, airport safety, that was such a great statement, Director Bibler. And then let's see here, let's go down to Mayor, Council President Pro Tem Lee. Mayor's office transfer of the one FTE. Does the $400,000 stand for just how much we're going to pay that person? I really hope I can find out on that. DSD again, the TAC working group is fabulous. Reduction of enforcement. I just want to do a shout out to Keely Halsey for her work. She's been serving the people of San Diego for years. Thank you so much, Keely Halsey. And yes to the building reserve. Let's see here. Okay, that's enough little. I have lots more, but I need to focus on this. So today there was a lot of roaring in the chamber. There was a lot of fight in the chamber. There was a lot of collaboration in the chambers. A special shout out to Mr. Charvel, our CFO, for his abiding presence. There was a lot of caring in the chambers. And Councilmember Elo Rivera and others, you shined a light on what is needed to make our city one people, one family, one San Diego. We need a new vision, a guiding vision. The energy, the will that is needed to create this vision is in all of us now. Please, let's follow that inspiration from all of you today. This was a fabulous day today. It was the best I can remember in years. So we're ready for this vision. Let's do it. Love to all.
Thank you. Judy Strang, please unmute and let us know which department you'd like to speak to.
Good afternoon, San Diego City Council. I apologize. I missed getting on before. It's very difficult to call in from my workplace, so I appreciate that that's something I can do. It'd be such a loss if I couldn't. I would like to speak to both developmental services and art and culture. And I'll begin with art and culture because I felt the speakers were extraordinary. They moved me to tears. And if ever I were to teach a class in public speaking, I would have you come and do that class. It was a golden opportunity to learn how to address a policy issue. Number two, I wanted to speak to my surprise after living decades in the city of San Diego to know how much of DSD is involved in enforcement. I thought we had some sort of separate code enforcement office, and of course I don't see it anywhere on the budget, so I'm assuming it must dwell in each department. That's a heavy responsibility, and the citizens of San Diego really need to know how to reach into that department and be heard. You mentioned and illustrated wonderfully well what it does to a neighborhood to have a home that's been abandoned or junked up like the pictures showed. Oh, wonderful description. I've seen in my own neighborhood. It affects everyone in dramatic ways, quality of life, feelings about your community. And I didn't realize that enforcement fell to DSD. And finally, my third item is I want to thank City Councilperson Marino. Your eloquence the last couple of days and in the past have moved me. You nailed what are some of the thoughts I have in a far more eloquent way than I could. And it was very valuable for you to draw attention to your community. I hope that will continue after you have to leave City Council because you're being termed out. But I want you to know that at least I appreciated your wonderful words that you've said to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. This concludes your time. Patricia, please unmute, indicate which department you'd like to speak to, and begin.
Hi, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, all three. And anytime I may have, I'd like to seat if possible.
There's no seating time for virtual speakers, but you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Equity for whom? We are increasing homelessness to over 9 million, cutting and gutting arts and culture 12 million. And yet we ask, why is PD increasing for public safety? PD has now become the agency to respond to all get it done encampments, fires, overdoses, mental health crises, and now public safety responses to hotel conversions. Maybe we should ask why. Increase in property taxes, trash fees, utilities, and now fire hazard insurance for all properties reclassified. Guess where? Yep, Central Region D2. So, Mr. Elo Rivera, when you ask for those that have more to pay more, we are. Property owners are now forced to pay over $10,000 or more for fire insurance. Why? We are now in fire season all year long, and as long as we continue to accept only a 1% reduction in homelessness is a failure from the 50% platform our mayor wrote on. Cuts to arts and culture, public safety, parks and rec, pitted against homelessness, shame on you. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Bradley, please unmute, indicate which departments and begin.
Bradley, I'd like to speak to all 5 of them, but randomly. On the arts and culture, I think those guys should, every council group has leases that are way too old. The rent's not being collected. Let those guys go out and collect the rent from them and say if they get a guy to pay $30,000, they get 20% of that money. You guys don't have the guys to go out and collect the rent from these people. So let the arts and culture guys go out, they collect the rent, and then they get 20% of it in their particular thing. So you guys aren't hiring those guys to do that. And then the city planning, I'd say cut half of them because they never notified the neighbors in my neighborhood that they're building 15 ADU units on 2 lots in Linda Vista, 2 blocks from my house. And they haven't opened up yet, but they're almost done. So when they open up and rent them, there's going to be 30 cars in the neighborhood and there's no parking already. So have a city planner when you have a 20-story building going next to your house in PB. They have to notify the guys, give them a heads up. Don't just wait till they start building it. That's what they did. They didn't tell anybody. So they should have an insider hotline to the community. And then the budget is more like this Todd Gloria the other day. One guy said he's going MAGA. This looks like Todd is going MAGA. Thing is, MAGA don't want him. I want MAGA, but we don't want Todd, and you guys don't want him either. Anyway, let's see now. The housing thing. Here's how to, no more buying housing for the city. No more putting money. Just give out $1,000 to homeless guys. Take care of your housing. Go rent a room from somebody. We don't need to build housing at $1 million a door. You're not giving the money to the homeless guys. You're giving the money to the developers. They're making money on these things. The developers are, not the homeless guys. You're not helping homeless guys by doing that. You're helping yourselves and your other big time guys. They're the one raking in the money, not the homeless people. Just give them $1,000 a piece or whatever it takes. And then one thing we got to do, hopefully, the race and equity department, we should kind of twilight that in a couple of years and we'll just pass out race cards. If you guys want to play the race card, you can do it once a week. Just pull up the race card, but not every day for the race card. And we should twilight that program and just go by what Martin Luther King said, the content of your character, not the color of your skin or your race. We got to get over all that stuff. And that would be kind of a good thing to do. And then development services, emulate the building they have.
This
for you
concludes
guys.
your time. Thank you. Our next speaker, Viet Voices, please unmute, indicate which department and begin.
I just one item with the economics development.
Okay, please begin.
Hi, my name is Wee Tran, and I'm Executive Director for Big Voices. I'm calling because I want to name something here is that I feel that the mayor need to learn what the deficit of equity is because they feel very gaslighting. He's basically go around saying that all of these things have been done to equitable, blah, blah, blah. But the reality is like a lot of the cuts are not equitable at all. So you cannot use that word as a buzzword and then telling people is that data core services and how important it is for our community and narrative about what the city is and then run around to cut them all, which he needs an education on that. The other thing that I want to highlight is beside the art and culture is inside the economic development department, there are 2 programs like capacity building grant, as well as storefront improvement. These are good programs to support small businesses. If you're talking about long-term investment and revenue, sell tax on the stuff, you need to support the small businesses. We find a way to also restore the funding as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Natalie Rasky, please unmute and indicate which department you'd like to speak to.
Hi, I want to speak to all of them.
3
I
minutes,
represent District, can you hear me?
Yes, please begin.
I represent District 7. I want to start out with addressing the art community. We had a person, Dennis Larkin, who was a part of LEA. He had recently started a project that was starting to take off. He was finding unhoused people and the art that they can produce. It was amazing artwork. When we cut the art, we also are neglecting our unhoused people. I think we need to start thinking outside of the box and how we generate revenue with all different sorts of ideas with what Dennis has started, the art outreach program. He had recently passed and he didn't get this to take off. There are so many amazing unhoused people that are artists. When it comes to development, I'm losing my voucher. I have been in a lottery to get a project-based voucher. One of the major companies that run these affordable housing is Con Am. They're in a federal lawsuit right now with the Real Pages for an antitrust class action lawsuit. So they were changing the algorithm, which making pricing go up, which depleted the funding quicker with my EHV. So now they get the solution and they get the fund, they get these voucher and they get the tax credit write-off. We have to understand who we're doing business with. And I appreciate Sean saying, make this make sense to the mayor. How are we participating in our community? Make it make sense. The mayor needs to make it make sense on how he's participating that makes this city better. Because as I'm seeing it, it's making maybe his friends or big business better for them, but not the city of San Diego. I think we need to be creative on how we participate in our own lives and how we participate in this city. I appreciate being heard today. I appreciate the council sitting there and listening to all the comments, but this is not going to go the way we want it to go if we don't participate in a way as a collective that is best for everyone to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 2 hands remaining in the queue. Francine Maxwell, please unmute and indicate which department you'd like to speak to.
Good afternoon, all three.
Okay, please begin, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Francine Maxwell, Southeastern San Diego. Make it make sense. Make it make sense that the city council that we're meeting with the mayor, because I'm sure that you guys did, because Kevin used to have all the city council members in his office before the big boom, so that there could be more performances. So I can almost guarantee that our strong former mayor government, Mayor Todd Gloria, has been meeting with council members because a neighbor in District 7 did a PRA, pulled his calendar. And so rather it's a lunch, a breakfast, a coffee, a smoothie, conversations have been happening in reference to this major budget deficit. City council has decided not to use your newsletter that goes to a lot of homes that are not Wi-Fi deficient to educate the community. So the participation goes both ways. Participating in the community with the elected official, because the elected official for that district has more pull, has more access to the strong mayor that we have. And so to act like everything is surprise, only the community can claim that one. Absolutely, the community is concerned and surprised that it's 100% gone for arts and culture because, yes, $1.8 billion attracts people around the world. America's finest city? I think not, but we absolutely have some weather that people are just hungry for. Now that a Black woman and her husband are with the Padres, we're going to go and we're going to start turning over all the rugs, all the couch cushions now. Not a problem that the Padres should have been paying all along. Full respect for that. But it's just certain that now that there's a Black woman at the helm, all of these things are going to be discovered. I again want to ask the council people, the legislative branch, for every proclamation, for every certificate, for every resolution that you have been with billionaires, millionaires, did you ask for some sponsorships when you're sitting at their table with their galas. I want to thank our economic development. Please make sure that the storefront for our small businesses are so second chance friendly. When our men and women get out, they don't worry about what they did. They look at them and moving forward. Small businesses are helping put food on the table for our second chance residents. Again, California Coast Credit Union, they are just awesome. Again, you've been with them. We could have gotten more. Are you guys at Union Bank? Are you at Chase Bank? So again, this is everybody, the legislative
Thank you.
branch.
This does conclude your 3 minutes. Thank you. Our next speaker, our final speaker in the queue, Kathleen Lippett, please unmute. Giving you another opportunity, Kathleen Lippett. Okay. Chair, this will conclude public comment on sub-item G.
All right. Thank you for that, Natalie, and thank you for how you handled all the public comment and everybody that helped you. So we do have an opportunity for final council comments. I will alert you, it's 2:45. We have some very smart people sitting there in the audience patiently waiting. Councilmember Moreno is going to leave at 5. We will obviously lose our quorum.
I will be back with my daughter.
Oh, okay. Then we can recess and wait until you come
If
back.
that is, and I apologize, but this is
Yep.
how life is.
Yeah, no, I completely understand. The fact that you're willing to come back means a lot. So let's see, you do have an opportunity for final comment on item G. Or sub-item G, nobody seen anything?
Council President, just they're not even here anymore because it all took so long, but acknowledgement of the folks who did show up and made public comment. Appreciate that, and the folks who called in, obviously. I have more to say about it, kind of in the context of the budget as a whole, but I'll save that for then. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll also give a shout out to the people that came just to give somebody else time and sat through 3 hours to do that. I'm going to make one request since I see Ms. Bibler is still here. I think from the comments that my colleagues made and some of the things we heard from the audience, I think it would be helpful for the council if we actually understood who is getting grants. So for FY26, where we did fund these things, which arts and culture organizations were awarded grants. Race and Equity gave us a summary, but if we understand and how they break out by district, also any SBEP funds that were awarded, again, broken out by district. And if it's still available, actually, which arts organizations applied and did not get funding. So we understand the universe of who we're talking about, in addition to whoever showed up. So as you have time, which I know you have none of, that I think might be helpful to the council to understand how that landscape plays out. So thank you.
Council President. We'd be happy to in form of a memo.
Yeah, in form of a memo. Yeah, that would be fine.
Thank you.
All right. So Casey, thank you for leading this section. To DSD and city planning and EDD, thank you for the good work. So we are not going to take a recess unless I think we all understand. So we are going to, Council President Pro Tem Lee, my apologies.
I was just going to make one last quick comment, which is that my understanding in the news today from earlier, and this is separate of what the city does, but I think it's interconnected in this regional conversation, is that as of this morning, I understand that the county initiated its effort to establish several $1 million for arts funding at the county in quite an opposite move to what we're seeing at the city of San Diego, and thought that would be helpful for folks to see.
Thank you for that update. So with that, we will continue with the good work of the Budget Review Committee meeting. Appreciate all those who had the patience for a 2:45 start instead of a 2 o'clock start. So with that, Natalie, please introduce sub-item H.
Thank you, Chair. Sub-item H, Infrastructure Branch Overview, which includes public utilities, stormwater, and environmental services. Chair?
All right, Mr. McFadden, introduce yourself. And unlike what I did last time, because I did it wrong, so we're going to have you do the interview, and then we're going to go right to PUD, and then we'll take council member comments. So,
Very good.
so
Thank
when
you.
you're ready.
Good afternoon, Council President and council members. My name is Chris McFadden. I'm the Chief Infrastructure Officer. Today, I'll need about 15 minutes for the first presentation with the Public Utilities Department. I'm joined by Juan Guerrero and Lisa Salaya with Public Utilities. Also joining us later will be Kirby Brady and Todd Snyder, and of course, the rest of their staff. I want to start off by thanking the IBA, particular Jordan and Kim, for really working with our team to really understand the impacts and the decisions that this budget has on residents, especially those who are most vulnerable. I want to recognize the dedicated staff in all of our departments. This is something I cannot do alone, and none of us can. This includes unclassified MEA and 127 staff. Our branch just alone has over 3,000 employees and managing an operating budget of over $1.6 billion. That's larger than most cities, which is true of most of our branches within the city. At the same time, we're responsible for maintaining critical infrastructure that, as we all know, does not improve with time. Our assets continue to age, and we're seeing increasing claims, greater demands on staff time, and higher costs due to deferred repairs. Still, staff move forward. We have found ways to address these through creative efficiencies, millions of dollars of grants, multi-million dollar low interest loans, also new revenue from the county to cover reductions, as well as switching some unclassified staff with classified staff. We coordinate closely with all the regulatory agencies because all these departments are so heavily regulated. This includes the Regional Water Quality Control Board, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, the U.S. EPA, and of course, Air Pollution Control District to make sure we are in compliance and we protect public health and the environment. We are also advancing major capital projects, including the largest capital projects the city has ever done, and that's Pure Water Phase 2, which is coming online later this year. With Phase 1 coming online later this year, and Phase 2 currently in design. Also, the first ever loan of its type, $733 million from the EPA, low interest loan to stormwater. Also delivering on some critical landfill improvements that are required under strict environmental controls. These efforts are, of course, in cooperation with our partners in engineering and capital projects. As your chief infrastructure, it's my role to translate policy and budgetary decisions into operational reality. That means working collaboratively with all of our internal teams and departments and external stakeholders. The services are essential to everyday life and impact not just residents, but also the millions of visitors to the city every year. They also support all of the city departments that you will be hearing from this week. Indeed, our operations run 24/7, 365. When residents do turn on their faucets, and when they rely on trash, recycling, and green waste, when they swim in our beaches and they take shelter from the storm, they expect and deserve infrastructure to work seamlessly. Beyond these more visible services, we also support storm patrol, emergency operations with our partners in public safety. We maintain strong in-house crews to respond when needed. This work is only possible because of the collaboration we have with all city departments and chiefs across our organization. For example, with purchasing and contracting, over 8,400 purchase orders totaling $625 million just for our branch alone. General Services helps us maintain our 1,200 vehicles and pieces of equipment, as well as over 100 facilities. Human Resources continues to help us with our recruiting efforts and training staff. Customer input through service delivery through Get It Done, thanks to Panda, who actually created the Get It Done in the first place. Public Works Dispatch and the Transportation Department. Communication Department to help alert customers to disruptions in service. Department of IT and Performance and Analytics, again, support key systems such as SAP and billing and coordination with the treasurers. Of course, Department of Finance and Planning help us with our large-scale capital improvement projects in the environmental planning stages. None of what we do can be done in silos, It requires strong leadership across all branches and across all city departments. We are one city and a teamwork that enables us to consistently deliver to our residents. On the next slide, you'll see an overview of our branch. In the presentation ahead, each department will highlight their accomplishments and efficiencies in this fiscal year. They will also outline operational impacts related to the budget and address any equity considerations. And with that, I'll turn it over to Juan Guerrero, Public Utilities Director.
Good afternoon, members of the Budget Review Committee. As Chris was mentioning, I'm Juan Guerrero, Director of Public Utilities. The work of the Public Utilities Department touches every resident and business in San Diego every single day, whether it's a water flowing from the tap, the treatment of wastewater, or the systems that protect public health and the environment. Our customers rely on us, and they deserve a level of service that reflects that trust. That responsibility weighs on every decision we make, and it's especially present as we bring forward this budget following the rate increases the City Council approved last year. Our customers have invested more, and we're committed to delivering on that investment in reliability, efficiency, and accountability. Sorry about that. To deliver on that commitment, we must be clear-eyed about the environment we're operating in. While PUD's budget is primarily funded by rates, our operations don't exist in isolation. We're deeply interwoven with and dependent on the broader general fund operations of the city, which means that pressures felt across the organization are pressures that we share, and efficiencies gained elsewhere benefit all of us. Sound utility management is inseparable from sound city management. At the same time, we remain steadfast in our pursuit of progress. We're not standing still. We're actively seeking improvements in how we operate and how we maintain our infrastructure, how we plan for the future, all while staying grounded in the reality of affordability and budget constraints. Every dollar we save through smarter operations is a dollar that preserves service quality without asking more of our ratepayers. It's within this context, the obligation to our customers, the interconnected nature of our finances, and our drive for continuous improvement that we present this budget. To begin, Public Utilities delivers clean, safe drinking water for 1.4 million city residents and wastewater services for 2.3 million regional customers. These services are essential to protecting public health, supporting our local economy, and safeguarding the environment. Behind this system is a full range of support functions, including water quality monitoring, engineering, finance, and customer support, all working together to operate more than 6,300 miles of pipelines, 131 pump stations, and 7 treatment plants across the entire department. This year's accomplishments reflect a strong focus on reliability, customer service, and cost efficiency. We made significant progress in maintaining critical infrastructure and protecting public health, including proactive sewer cleaning and critical dam safety work. We also improved the customer service experience by eliminating a major billing backlog and responding to more than 100,000 customer calls while reducing wait times. Operationally, we maintained strong performance, achieving high meter reading accuracy and earning national recognition for water quality at all of our treatment plants. At the same time, we continued managing costs strategically by increasing the use of local water supplies and securing over $10 million in savings through key agreements. These accomplishments demonstrate our commitment to managing a highly complex utility system while being responsible stewards of ratepayer dollars. We made deliberate decisions to avoid unnecessary cost, including not moving forward with a large smart metering project, and instead focus on delivering work more efficiently in-house. By shifting key maintenance and construction activities to city staff, we achieved meaningful savings in both time and cost while maintaining greater operational control. We also continue optimizing treatment processes to reduce energy and chemical use while strengthening long-term asset planning to prioritize investments where they have the greatest impact, all while maintaining affordability for our customers. While these efficiencies help offset and reduce pressure on rates, they do not eliminate the broader financial challenges we face. as rising costs, regulatory requirements, and unexpected emergencies continue to require ongoing investments to maintain a safe and reliable system. These highlights reflect our continued focus on equity, both for our workforce and for the customers we serve. Within our workforce, we're working to remove financial barriers to career advancement by supporting training and certification costs to ensure all employees have equitable opportunities to grow. For our customers, we're expanding access to services by offering more ways to engage beyond traditional call centers, making it easier to request support. We're also strengthening equitable billing practices by increasing awareness and use of flexible payment options, helping customers better manage costs based on their own individual circumstances. Before I highlight the significant budget adjustments reflected here, I want to note that these items were identified as part of the financial plan supporting the rates approved by council last fall. Our most significant milestone for FY27 will be the operational launch of Pure Water Phase 1, following nearly 2 decades of planning, studies, and construction. These include the major operational additions needed to support implementation and commissioning. Another important investment is ongoing dam safety maintenance at El Capitan and Barrett Dams. These funds support operations and maintenance activities and are separate from capital improvement work. We've also included preliminary estimates for increased water purchase costs from our wholesaler, the San Diego County Water Authority. Please note that these figures remain tentative pending their proposed rate release expected next month. Finally, in the last row, the majority of the final adjustments shown here reflect debt service and utility costs to maintain system reliability and long-term financial stability. Before wrapping up, I'd like to thank the PUD team for all their work in putting together this budget. I'd like to thank the IBA and DRE for their feedback, and the council members for your time and attention. And that concludes the presentation for public utilities, and I'll hand it over to Director Todd Snyder to present on stormwater.
Before we go to stormwater, we'll give council members a chance. Actually, excuse me, we'll have the Office of the IBA go first. Jordan?
Yes. Thank you, Council President LaCava. Jordan Moore with the Office of the IBA. Our review of public utilities can be found on page, I forgot to look at it, 267 of our review. As Juan mentioned, basically all the adjustments that are happening within the PUD budget are in line with the expectations that were done at the last financial outlook. So I won't be going over any of those, just some highlights for the council to be aware of. There are no changes to the general fund budget for PUD, which is the budget that supports recreation at lakes. So therefore, there are no changes proposed to the recreational access levels at any of the city's lakes. That said, we do have some issue write-ups that I'd like to provide updates to the council on. First is, as you probably know, there are future rate increases that are anticipated. The water rates were only done for 2 years. That will cover parts of fiscal year 27. Sewer rates were for 4. While PUD is taking efficiencies in order to live within the financial means that they have right now, a lot of what's going on are sort of one-time, moving expenses out, delaying things, especially CIPs, even smart metering. Eventually, unless you're just never going to go to smart meters, those costs should come back. What this is seeing is that without an subsequent increase in water sales, which we are not expecting, there still will be a big expectation of future rate increase needs. The one thing that is not in here that was mentioned right at the end is CWA hasn't taken action on what their next rates are going to be. So that goes into our second issue. As you know, our office has had recommendations for the City 10 for the last number of years. One of our main recommendations this year was that in order for CWA to get their rates lower, which is the biggest impact on the city's rates, they needed to sell water. If you have been following the news, there is an update here. They've sold about 20,000 acre feet of water, which is good news insofar as they have sold something. But the one thing we would note is what they advertised and what the goal should be is around 50,000 acre feet. They're about 40% of the way there. Good job. There's more work to be done. Also, we are not sure how that revenue from their water sales is going to flow into their rates. CWA hasn't released their rate cases. We expect them to be released in May, at what point the city can see, here's how they're going to use their revenue. Are they going to use it for rate reduction, or are they going to use it for something else? To that end, the one recommendation that we do have is there will be a window in June where the council could consider holding an open meeting to provide direction to both PUD and City 10 board members prior to CWA's final vote at the end of June on how they would like the City 10 to handle CWA's rate case for the oncoming year, because that will directly tie into the next set of rates that the council will be asked to approve. And that concludes my comments, and I'll turn it over to Ye.
Thank you, Jordan. Good afternoon, Council President LaCava and members of the Budget Review Committee. My name is Ye Morales. My pronouns are they, them, theirs, and I'm with the Office of the Independent Budget Analyst, Division of Race and Equity. I'll be providing a summary of our analysis of the PUD's fiscal year 27 proposed budget as included in the IBA report. As part of our analysis, we reviewed all proposed adjustments and identified 2 adjustments as significant equity implications. Both proposed adjustments are additions, and their full descriptions can be found in the IBA report starting on page 274. The Public Utilities requests a one-time addition of $6.5 million in non-personnel funding to support raw water engineering operations and maintenance of dams. Critical investment that upholds operational safety, water supply reliability, and compliance with FEMA and California Division of Safety of Dam regulations. Ongoing dam maintenance not only ensures an affordable and stable water supply for residents, but also reduces the risk of catastrophic dam failure, which would disproportionately burden communities with limited emergency resources and higher vulnerability to environmental hazards. The department has identified more than $3 billion in long-term dam safety needs over the next coming decades, signaling that future budget cycles will require significant additional capital and operating investments. Lastly, the addition of $550,000 and 10 FTE positions is intended to expand the department's capacity to comply with the Street Preservation Ordinance and improve overall infrastructure maintenance. By enhancing trench restoration practices, the adjustment aims to reduce long-term roadway damage and minimize disruptions, though timely completion of the trenching projects will remain an important factor to monitor. If implemented equitably, these improvements can strengthen service and reliability and public safety while enabling the Transportation Department to then address backlog across multiple asset types through their prioritization process in their support of historically underserved communities. That concludes my comments. I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you both for the IBA's perspective, always very helpful. We'll now go to council members, and we'll start with Council Member Elo Rivera.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Juan, for the presentation there. Jordan and Ye, thank you for your analysis. Appreciate everything that was presented. There was just one thing I wanted to kind of dig into that we didn't necessarily hear. Non-rate revenue. We had a big discussion last fall about why that's important to pursue public utilities being in a unique position because of the amount of land and the assets that are within public utilities. What should we know about how that analysis of non-rate revenue opportunities is going?
Yeah, no, thanks for the question. We've been doing a lot of work with San Diego Community Power to look at potential options within the power grid to save some money there or generate revenue. We've also been working with economic development and the real estate team to look at a lot of our leases to work through those. We've made a lot of progress. One of the challenges that we do come across is that our land has a lot of requirements associated with it. So we are working with economic development to work through those details and make sure we do take advantage of opportunities as they come through. It does take some time to get through those.
Got it. So just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. The leases that are in holdover status, are there questions as to whether or not what is being done there can continue to be done? Or, because I think that's like kind of the first place to start is existing leases in holdover status, the city public utilities not getting fair market value for those leases. Yeah, I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, we have a list of leases that are in holdover status, and we've been working through a lot of those. Again, the challenge is the requirements, and I'll let Lisa go ahead and provide a little bit more detail on the status.
Thank you. So some of the agreements that are in holdover status actually predate some of the bond covenants we have and some of our regulatory requirements. So as we go over and we're trying to renew these leases, we have to bring in the fair market value consideration, which was not originally in their original lease. So that is taking a lengthy amount of negotiation because that can be a significant change on a leaseholder. And so,
And for us as well.
yes. And so, we have to make sure, one of the most important things in regards to our limitations is we do have to evaluate every single piece to make sure that what we are doing is not going to be a detriment to the water system. So that's our first finding that we have to do. The second finding, are they in good standing? And then how do we handle the fair market value? So these are why it is complicated. It is not easy in regards to, it's not a blanket where you just give them a new lease. It is taking considerable amount of time, but our partners in economic development have been very helpful in regards to working through those.
Got it. And my understanding is that work had been done with MEA to get the okay to outsource some of that work, to get some help, so we can get caught up, because I think everyone understands that that would mean more revenue, which can either offset rates or, so yeah, just what should we know? This is a place where it's within an enterprise fund, doesn't hit the general fund the same way as I understand it. I just want to make sure we're fully understanding what's going on that front.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councilmember. We have worked with MEA in order to provide some support to the department. We do have 19 active negotiations in the PUD portfolio with city staff currently. We also have a bench of consultants that can work for us, and we have a scope currently under review. Because of AB 339, a lot of the additional scopes and consultants are not yet online, because we need to give that timeline. So they're under review right now, and hopefully we'll be able to move forward. With the scope we have agreed upon, will give us an additional 5 leases that hopefully be able to offload through that process, so that we're building our capacity through external resources at the time, and those funds do get paid to PUD. We do have an SLA with the department, so to charge our time accordingly for the time spent.
Got it. And the sequencing of which leases are being renegotiated or updated or analyzed, what's the process being used? Is it those that have been in holdover status the longest? Is it those with the highest dollar value?
It's actually across the portfolio. We work with PUD to determine which ones are the highest priority, and then basically allocate resources accordingly. This council has also given us direction at previous public hearings in order to prioritize San Pasqual Valley, for example. So we have actively worked on that. We do have an update to the revenue, and we provide that to the department every 2 months, and that shows the progress that we're making on a bi-monthly basis. So that's prioritized based on the needs and 3 different goals.
So well, I get it that sometimes the council adds priority leases to address, but is there kind of a general criteria that we should be aware of?
Yeah, so some of it is we are looking at in regards to, some of it is the dollar value, especially those that predate the existing laws, just because we need to get them current so we're compliant with all of the current regulations. So that's kind of a prioritization. And some of it also is, are some of these a little bit quicker that we could get through so we can build some momentum too? So there is a little bit of across the board as it relates to our prioritization, but we keep reviewing it in regards to what can be the most successful, so that way we can start getting some wins and start seeing these increases and addressing this.
Okay, and in addition to those two, and I know you already have more work than you can do, and like just keeping everything going that Public Utilities does is super, super important. And every dollar that we save, every dollar that we bring in is a dollar that we don't have to charge a San Diego resident. So when do you think we'll start to see the effects of these efforts? there's the meetings with community power, there's the leases.
Councilmember, I could speak to the leases. We're on the cusp of finishing 2 of those negotiations, so I'm hopeful that we can docket those this fiscal year, depending on what is on the agendas and if we can make time for it. So very soon, on a minimum of 2 that we've been working on for years. With that, the throughput, because of this additional effort, I will also say there is an impact for some of our other projects slowing down at the moment, specifically in engineering capital projects. We've realigned a couple of our property agents to help temporarily support the other leasing agents to give us more bandwidth. So I'm hoping that we're able to get 5, 6, 7 PUD leases this calendar year, which will then help to achieve some of the goals of the concerted effort. Plus getting the consultant on board within that year of that time frame, that should be another 5. That's a pretty significant impact, prioritizing revenue generating leases and fair market value.
Thank you. And is the IBA being kept in the loop on where those are at, what those dollar values are, so that they have a good accounting for that as we finalize the budget?
I'm happy to make that happen.
Yes, we'll keep them updated.
Appreciate that. Last question, and I meant to ask this actually to EDD earlier, but I think it applies to PUD as well. Are there memberships in any organizations that PUD pays for? And what's the justification for those? I think we're at a point in terms of the city's budget where we need to be justifying those sort of expenses, not just the city's budget, but the rates that folks are paying.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. There's a number of associations that we're a part of that support technical training for our staff, certification, all of those types of things. There's also a lot of advocacy organizations that we're a part of. And really what those allow us to do is leverage them if we do have some major challenge, either with regulators, or there's a regulation that's coming through that might not make the most sense and might cost a lot of money for our ratepayers. We leverage those relationships to help them push back, because typically what happens is all the utilities, not just the city of San Diego's, but the rest throughout the nation, if it's something coming down from the EPA, we all have a similar take on those, and we all kind of join together to push back on some of those regulations. Or if there's something like a low-income rate assistance program that we're all pushing for, we all get together to work to convince Congress to maybe move on some of these ideas that the industry and the ratepayers really need. So we do evaluate those. There's like 3 or 4 that we're looking at right now that we think we'd really benefit from joining, but because of the times, we're really holding off. We have a lot of their people reaching out to us to say, hey, we really think you guys should engage in this. There's potential value for the city. And there is, but again,
just give us free membership as like a
trial. Yeah, exactly. Well, there was one instance where there was an association that we started questioning the value, and they cut that annual membership in half. And we continue to evaluate these things and make sure we're only investing in efforts that we feel like we're going to get a return for our ratepayers on.
Okay, thank you. Jordan, do you have a full list of those?
I do not have a full list of the memberships, but I'm sure they'll provide it to me.
Would it be possible to provide that to Jordan and then for us to receive that as a council?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you, Council President.
All right, thank you, sir. I don't see anybody else on the lights. Council President Pro Tem Lee. They do that on purpose, don't they?
So I was being slow this time. One is I saw that there was the $800,000 for effective utility management. Can you share a little bit more about what that entails? And right off the top of my head, when it mentions some of the sort of efficiencies that you're seeking, it made me wonder, is this like very specialized in terms of why it's needed as a consultant, as opposed to, say, being able to utilize Panda and reimburse for those services that way?
No, it's a great question. Effective utility management is a framework that was developed by the EPA in coordination with a lot of these major associations that Councilmember Elo Rivera was referring to. And what it does is really benchmarks against the agencies against each other across the entire industry. So you look at, when we're dealing with issues, often we're aware of what's coming at us and the challenges the fires that we're trying to put out and the issues that we're trying to address. but we don't know what we don't know. And we can't address those and make them better if we're not aware of them. So we use this type of framework to really cast a wide net to understand everything a utility like ours should be doing to make sure we're not missing anything. We develop key performance indicators, KPIs. They evaluate our processes and procedures and compare us to our industry peers to make sure we're not over-investing in some areas, under-investing in other areas, to make sure we're really operating as efficiently and effectively as we should be. The use of outside consultants, it's really because the consultants that we're evaluating are all within the industry, and they're all really a part of this benchmarking exercise. And it's what they do throughout the country as they jump from different utilities to provide this type of service. So again, it's trying to really plug us into and calibrate us against the industry.
Okay, that's helpful to explain. I know there's $486,000 and 2 FTEs for 2 program manager positions focused on managing and improving information technology and enterprise systems. And again, this is staff working on systems specific to PUD and separate, or is it in conjunction with updates that are being made by IT?
To clarify, those 2 positions are reductions.
Oh, so how were they serving before, I guess, then? And
So it is in partnership with the Department of IT, but a lot of the systems that we have in public utilities are specific to our business operations, and so they're not necessarily maintained by the Department of IT. So we work in conjunction with them, and so we kind of identified this as an area that we could reduce because we have enough bandwidth that we can kind of support what we have. So that's why we reviewed that.
got it. And then similarly, I think there were some reductions when it came to call center billing systems and some staff there as well. And obviously, there's been a lot of advancement on that front, but I'm sure no one would like to see a return to some of the past.
We'll be utterly honest with you. Those are actually 2 positions that we actually never filled originally when they were created. We've been very fortunate in regards to having a new deputy director, Michelle Costello, who has made significant improvements in the year that she's been here. We are giving her additional resources to make sure she was successful, and she has identified that she did not need those, so we don't believe that it will be an impact in regards to the improvements that we've made.
Got it. And then one last question. I know Councilmember Von Wilper isn't here, but we sort of share some of the space. But in Scripps Ranch, there is a public utilities site, I think, that has been used very unofficially for some time by a lot of residents as a dog park. And it was one that, and frankly, has been there for quite some time. When I first got to the district, it was described to me in that format, but is not officially served in that capacity. And in the area, in that vicinity, there really are no other facilities to serve in that format. That as I understand it, was recently closed off, and I haven't delved into the full details of it, but in a time where we're looking at decreases on the Park and Rec side, I know one of the previous responses from the community was to try to ask for Park and Rec support to actually help with maintenance. And I just want to ask now, is that something that is not feasible as a sort of an example of how public utility spaces can serve other public needs, and frankly, in this sense, can actually help support city staff that could provide services for that?
Right. Yeah, no, that was a really unfortunate situation. We understand the community's frustration with that. It was one that we came across that we worked with the city attorney's office on to make sure we're doing the right thing. Lisa knows more about the details, so I'll pass it over to her.
So what we identified is, as you stated, it was kind of an unofficial dog park. It is on top of one of our reservoirs. That reservoir has never been evaluated to have that type of use on top of it. So we cannot ascertain to whether or not it's safe in regards to having that use. It was in regards to liability, it was raised that it is a significant liability, and we have had this issue with other pieces of our property that create liability for the city because we're allowing these things. So we're unable to, on that piece of land and on that asset, because of what's underneath it, be able to have a dog park. And that is what we made that determination.
Okay, it's right out of the boundaries of my district, so I don't want to delve into too much further with my colleague here as well, but would be something we could perhaps continue to follow up on after. That concludes my questions for the time being.
All right, thank you, Council President Pro Tem Lee. Not seeing any other comments. I'll just kind of close it out by thank you for the good work. Reading that section about those 2 program coordinators who were never filled and that you solved the problem. That's some of the best news we've heard in a while. That's rather extraordinary, the changes that you were able to make. And the, you know, what is it, 95 seconds now, typical response time is huge. Just a quick, what are we looking at in terms of Pure Water coming online, and how does that affect your operations in this budget?
So Pure Water, this is obviously the first year that Pure Water is actually going to be online, so there's going to be some operational costs associated with that. We're looking at Pure Water coming online towards the end of this year. It's going to impact the system because obviously, you know, we're going to be having this ultra pure water going into the Miramar reservoir, and then the Miramar water treatment plant will be picking that up. This water is of better quality than the water that we import from the Colorado River. The team's been doing a lot of technical studies to evaluate how that's going to change their treatment process. Because when you're treating cleaner water, the percentage of removals that you're achieving through the treatment plant changes. So there's some regulatory nuances that we have to work through. The team's looking at different chemicals and how to use those. And so there's going to be an impact. But one of the things that we've really focused on over the past 6 years or so, it's been a while, is operations readiness within the department. So we've invested a lot of time and effort into not just the team that's going to manage that facility and that operation, into them being ready, but the entire department.
And Council President, if I may too, working with the Mayor's Department, we did secure $600,000 from the county to actually make sure we don't have any impacts to our lakes. And that's actually a 3-year commitment too. So I did want to highlight that as well. And one thing I do have to, I remember being in front of you all when we were talking about call times and really engaging public utilities, and Panda was so instrumental in that. They were able to get people another way to actually not have to call and to get a portal and get things done quicker. Yeah. So I can't stress what an efficiency, what a change that they helped us do that tremendously. So I really wanted to give them that recognition.
Yeah, well, certainly well deserved. And to the point that you made, Chris, about the lake, this was the conversation we had last year about we were going to defund the lake's recreation components. So the county stepped up again for this year. So terrific, good work on that. So some good news coming out of PUD. It's always grateful. So, all right, thank you very much for that work. And we'll now, I guess, invite Stormwater, Mr. Snyder. All right, introduce yourself for the record and begin when you're ready.
Okay, good afternoon, council members. I'm Todd Snyder, Director of the Stormwater Department. So I wanted to start with some of the accomplishments and efficiencies for fiscal year 26 for the department. We have accomplished a lot despite the many challenges we face. We've secured $43 million in grants and loans for 7 different CIP projects, which is critical. We've saved millions by completing 3 emergency CIPs with using our in-house crews. We continue to be hyper-focused on maintaining channels that have been cleared consistently since the 2024 floods, particularly focused on the Chollas Creek watershed. To maintain a channel takes a lot of work, and so to that end, we have completed 3 wetland mitigation projects this year. These are large-scale construction projects. We've also secured permit extensions for multiple different regulatory agencies through 2031, which helps us expedite channel maintenance. Our field teams have inspected and cleaned as needed the entire inventory of over 30,000 storm drain inlets and cleanouts. And we found a way to reduce our wastewater treatment costs for the low flow diversions that we send to the sewer system by $1.2 million. This is a cost savings without a need to reduce service levels. So to provide core baseline services, the department relies on 3 primary funding sources for our total operating budget of $79.4 million. Our general fund budget is $66.6 million, which is offset by $21.6 million in revenues, mostly related to street sweeping and in-house pipe replacement. The existing storm drain fee on water bills brings in about $5.7 million per year, and this fee is 95 cents per month Originally adopted in the 1990s before Prop 218, it has not been adjusted in 30 years. And for the past few years, we've tapped into the Environmental Growth Fund to support our wetland mitigation construction costs. This slide shows the extensive network of flood control and water quality assets managed by the department. We have been in front of this council for many years describing how our drainage system is aging beyond its useful life. So I won't belabor that point, but the need for more investment continues to grow each year. The pie chart on the right breaks down our planned expenditures that are in the draft budget. These totals combine both personnel and non-personnel costs. As you can see, about 2/3 of the budget, or $52 million, is used to maintain our infrastructure. $10.8 million is focused on pollution prevention programs. These are all mandated by state and federal law. And about $12.9 million is for CIP support. This includes our in-house pipe replacement team, as well as the staff that manage the $733 million WIFIA loan. So there's very little room to cut without impacting service levels or compliance. This slide focuses on budget impacts. In terms of highlights, as I mentioned, we remain steadfast in our commitment to keep up with channel maintenance in the Chollas Creek watershed. We also completed several wetland mitigation projects, as I mentioned, including a 5-acre project in District 8, the Otay Reed site, which you see pictured here. So mitigation is a critical element of keeping the channel maintenance program going, but it also adds valuable natural habitat and climate resilience to our communities. So you heard from Kim Desmond on Monday that some of the reductions proposed in the draft budget do have equity implications. When you look at the decreases proposed in water quality monitoring, public education, community cleanups, this could increase pollution levels in storm drains and the creeks and bays and ocean that they drain to. Continued reductions in this area also risk regulatory noncompliance. We have really tried as hard as we can over the last few years to limit cuts to core operation and maintenance functions, but this draft budget does include some minor cuts to the channel maintenance program, primarily because it's the largest program budget that we have to work with. But I want to emphasize, very importantly, none of the reductions proposed to channel maintenance are proposed for the communities in the Chollas Creek watershed. This slide highlights some significant budget adjustments that are in the draft. So for the first time in decades, there is new funding proposed. This is in addition to start addressing some of the deferred maintenance and engineering studies that are needed to maintain our federal accreditation of the levees along the San Diego River. The levee system is absolutely critical as a flood fighting asset for the city. It protects approximately 1,000 structures and a population of 6,000. But beyond that, the loss of accreditation could have dramatic negative impacts, including failure to qualify for federal disaster assistance. As for revenue, we have identified a new revenue opportunity. So while our engineering staff currently recover the cost of their time to review floodplain impacts, plan checks for capital projects, we have not traditionally recouped costs for our time to review private development projects. So we do plan to initiate charging to those projects in FY27. The table on the slide here lists the significant budget adjustments. So the first three are related to our permit compliance. So with reductions to water quality monitoring, the Think Blue public outreach program, and some of the compliance support functions, these are all contract reductions that will result in less pollution investigation and abatement, less public education, fewer community cleanups, and less consultant support for our staff. Channel maintenance. This is a $430,000 reduction in our contracts. I want to emphasize that the total size of this program for channel maintenance and wetland mitigation is about over $17 million. So this represents a fairly small 5% reduction. As I mentioned, it will result in less maintenance of channels, but not within the Chollas Creek watershed. It would be channels outside of that area. For wetland mitigation, we're looking at both a small contract reduction of $237,000 and reducing a vacant senior planner position. So when we go to do a wetland mitigation project, it has many phases: the initial planning, the design, and the construction. So these cuts will result in fewer projects at the initial planning phase, which means there's fewer projects that are entering the design phase. So in a few years, you may see fewer wetland projects ready for construction. For equipment rentals, we like to have a buffer in our budget to be able to respond to large storm events. This reduction will basically eliminate that buffer. So if we get hit hard this storm season, we won't have sufficient budget to rent additional equipment that may be needed. The last two reductions here are related to FTE cuts. So the first one is a reduction of a filled unclassified program manager position. This program manager currently oversees the street sweeping, parking enforcement, Public Record Act request, and Get It Done intake programs. So cutting this position will result in delays in response to public inquiries and Public Records Act requests, and it's going to increase the span of control for the remaining department leadership. There are two reductions for the CIP fiscal administrative section. This is the group that helps oversee the financial side of our CIP program, including the WIFIA loan and several grants. It's a reduction to a filled unclassified program manager and a vacant senior account clerk. There will be a substitution of a classified supervising management analyst to carry some of the workload here. So we're going to need to reorganize our CIP fiscal administrative duties, and span of control will increase. So this brings our unclassified numbers from 9 currently down to 7 for the department, which is down to 2% unclassified ratio. So just quickly, the final slides here, I'm going to go through a few pie charts that indicate, with looking at the reductions and additions that I just went to, that this is what we would be spending our money on in FY27. And again, this includes general fund, storm drain fee, revenue, and the environmental growth fund. So our overall budget for operation and maintenance is $52 million. The single largest area of investment remains channel maintenance and wetland mitigation at 17.6. The next biggest expense is $12.5 million for street sweeping. And this program is almost entirely cost recoverable through parking citation revenues, TOT, and parking meter revenues. And then the next highest levels of investment are storm drain inspection, cleaning, and repair, as well as our pump station maintenance. The pollution prevention programs, again, these are all mandated by our municipal stormwater permit. Water quality is funded at $4 million. Compliance inspections at 2.5, and compliance support and reporting covers a broad array of functions, including extensive annual compliance reporting, negotiations with regulators, and significant coordination with our watershed partners. And then, of course, our code enforcement team handles over 2,500 complaints per year, so that will continue. For our CIP and engineering, you can see that the in-house pipe replacement team, they make up more than half of the annual expenditures here. Most of this work is reimbursable through the WIFIA program. 2.9 million is dedicated to planning and managing the CIP program. It's worth noting that while we have completed some master drainage plans for the city, much of the city does not have a recent drainage master plan analysis. So currently for the department, there's little to no work funded to be able to plan and design the next generation of stormwater CIP projects after we're done with WIFIA. And then finally, the $2 million that are planned for our floodplain management and levee engineering programs. The levee studies are new this year, and then funding the floodplain management helps us retain our rating with the federal government that gets San Diego residents qualified for a 15% reduction on their flood insurance premiums. So the last slide here, I just want to indicate we did conduct a zero-based review of all of our external contracts and services. You can see we use about 60 different contracts and vendors for a range of services. There are some reductions to our contracts in the proposed budget that are offset by some additions. But in general, any further contract reductions for this department will increase the risk of regulatory noncompliance or will reduce current service levels for flood resilience. Thank you. That concludes the presentation.
All right, thank you, Todd, very much for the presentation. We'll turn it over to the Office of the IBA.
Thank you, Council President. Again, Jordan Moore with the Office of the IBA. Our review of the Stormwater Department can be found on page 291 of our analysis. Todd covered most of the reductions. I just want to note that while the stormwater budget is on the whole gaining about a $1.8 million increase in their total budget, most of that is because, as he mentioned, there is a significant investment proposed in this budget for levee maintenance, almost $2 million to fix levees along the San Diego River that I will say have been a known issue, at least for as long as I have been here. However, there are offsetting reductions, almost $3.5 million of reductions, as Todd went over in his report. You will note there's different ways you can categorize these. I will note that our office specifically put channel clearing and wetland mitigation together because those two things go hand in hand. When you don't clean channels, having to get back into that channel is what requires you to do wetland mitigation. When you pull back on wetland mitigation, you now no longer can get to channels. So those two things should always be thought of in tandem. You need to do the wetland mitigation in order to get the channels clean. And in order to get the channels clean, you need to have a wetland mitigation pipeline ready to go. The other cuts, again, as Todd mentioned, mostly revolve around regulatory compliance. The two issue write-ups we have here, the first one is about that compliance. As should be no surprise to this council, management plans that the stormwater department has put together for years to show what it would take to get into compliance with regular things show that you would need both significant operating and capital investments beyond what is in this proposed budget as well. That has been the case for years. The one thing I will note is as you go through the report, deadlines with regulators are coming up. Those deadlines keep getting closer and closer and closer. The less regulatory support stormwater has, the more likely it's going to be that the regulators finally give up on waiting for the city to comply and force compliance. When the regulators come down, you no longer are in control of how you comply and how much it's going to cost you. So that's why pre-planning for stormwater would be an important issue. And we say that the department, if the council wishes, should comment on its ability to continue to remain in compliance. We also provide a brief history. There have been fits and starts for a stormwater funding measure. Though we talk about some of the histories of efforts that have been done to increase stormwater funding, dedicated stormwater funding, and we also have a brief description of a potential process that would be Proposition 218 compliant if the council or the mayor or anyone would wish to start to go down that route. So that concludes my comments, and I'll turn it over to Grace.
Thank you, Jordan, and good afternoon, Council President LaCava and members of the Budget Review Committee. My name is Grace Bagunu in the Office of the IBA Division of Race and Equity. The budget implications in fiscal year proposed budget for stormwater are included in the IBA report starting on page 297. We've determined that there are 5 adjustments that have budget equity implications. The first is in relationship to equity with our neighborhoods and the maintenance of the levees, specifically along the San Diego River, where the city is at risk of being remapped into a high-risk zone if the levees are not maintained to a certified and accredited level. This accreditation does have economic benefits to the city as a whole as we participate in the community rating system, which currently gives property owners that 15% discount that Todd mentioned in their flood insurance premiums. Losing that accreditation would put the city and the homeowners in more of a financial burden. This investment is part of a multi-year strategy to ensure that the levees are certified and accredited by federal regulatory standards. And as this addition is focused on the San Diego River levee, the City Council may want to consider the ongoing maintenance needs that includes the Tijuana River levee as well. The second implication is in the reduction of $907,000, which is in addition to the $2.9 million cut that happened in fiscal year 26, which could potentially lead to inadequate responses that might result in greater fines and penalties in the future. This equity implication in process may lead to water quality improvement, is related to water quality improvement plans. This also impacts the funds for trash cleanup partnerships as well as water monitoring that measures the maximum amount of a specific pollutant that our water body can receive while still meeting quality standards. The third implication is in the reduction of staff in wetland and channel clearing, which has been discussed already here, but it also has compounding impacts in the reduction in Think Blue. So maintaining stormwater infrastructure really is at critical levels, and additional reductions would have a greater financial impact in the future, especially in the historically underserved communities like our city faced in January of 2024. Maintaining channel clearing is integral, and it ensures that more money and time doesn't need to be spent in the future with wetland mitigation. The fourth equity implication is related to the reduction in the education and outreach of Think Blue program, which would limit access to information and educational sessions for our residents, businesses, and industry to understand the causes of stormwater pollution and behaviors that can be adopted to improve our water quality. The lack of resources to do this outreach and education may result in more debris or city assets such as streets, drains, pipes, and channels, requiring more costly repair and mitigation. Lastly, the reduction in administrative support would impact Stormwater's ability to respond to get it done requests in a timely manner, thus putting our assets in further risk and leading to more costly maintenance and mitigation as we defer maintaining stormwater assets. These tasks would also include responding to PRA requests, which require a 10-day response. So other related stormwater requests may take longer to be addressed in order to maintain compliance with the California Public Records Act. As discussed in previous presentations, underfunding stormwater now has long-term impacts to the budget, particularly in CIP funding, where many of our funds are diverted to stormwater emergency projects, thus taking away from projects in historically underserved communities concentrated in districts 4, 8, and 9. This does conclude my comments for stormwater, and I'm happy to field any questions. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you both. Always appreciate the IBA's input. We're going to go over to council and we'll start with Council Member Moreno.
Thank you for the presentation and thank you to the IBA for your report. Though the Stormwater Department is a citywide department, districts like mine with low-lying areas have felt firsthand the results of deferred maintenance. The January 2024 floods are a prime example of that. When there's rain in the forecast, District 8 residents feel the anxiety of what that rain is going to mean to them. I am deeply troubled by the cuts with stormwater since preventative maintenance, regulatory compliance, and long-term planning are interconnected and needed. Stormwater budget should be approached through a risk management lens, long-term implications of what it takes to mitigate risk to life, property, but also to litigation. Postponement now can mean lawsuits later. The Stormwater Department is not in a position to absorb cuts when we look at prior year reductions and years of reliance on the general fund without steady, dedicated revenue streams. This administration is killing Stormwater Department by 1,000 cuts. This proposed budget eliminates $841,000 in wetland and channel clearing activities, including 430 related to channel maintenance, effectively reducing maintenance to 13 out of the 18 miles along the Chollas Creek storm channel. Ongoing preventative maintenance along the Chollas Creek storm channel section should remain a top priority, and our budget should substantiate that claim. I've heard this rhetoric from the mayor's office that the entire proposed budget is about prioritizing public safety. Stormwater Department is public safety in D8. With increasingly warm years and the reality of climate change, the development of strong storms like El Nino will be testing they have already tested our infrastructure, and they will continue to test our infrastructure. So proposing cuts this year on top of the cuts that occurred last year create an environment where the city is asking stormwater to do more and more with less and less. So I would ask for the budget eliminations that were proposed to be added back. And that concludes my comments, Council President. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Moreno. We'll go next to Councilmember Elo Rivera.
Thank you, Council President. So, Todd, I feel like every time you're here and your predecessors were here, it's just like a flashing red light in terms of why this city needs to be better resourced. Jordan, you made a comment that there are certain things that should have been funded that we've been told should be funded since you got here. When did you get here?
2019.
Okay. And I mean, and a lot of that preceded you as well. So, and you know, we are where we are with this budget. I appreciated Councilmember Moreno's comments because I'm thinking about it in the same terms. I think we're thinking about it in the same terms because of the districts that we represent and what we've seen, what we feared would happen if our stormwater system failed, and what we've seen happen when the stormwater system fails. The reduction in wetland and channel clearing, what are we looking at in terms of cumulative impact?
Yeah, so for the last couple years, what our resources have allowed is for us to be able to go out and do repeat maintenance on everything that was touched during the 2024 flooding. With this reduction, we will be able to keep up with most of that. And as I mentioned a couple times, tried to really emphasize, our focus is on the Chollas Creek watershed. So what you can expect to see, even with the reduction in FY27, is continued existing level of service in the Chollas Creek. Taking us back to 2024, we did maintenance in other areas of the city, Mission Bay channels, Sorrento Valley, San Diego River area. So it's going to be probably our best estimate. It's about 2 miles of what we've been maintaining over the last few years. Probably we won't be able to get to, but those are going to be areas and channels outside of Chollas Creek.
Okay, thank you. Somewhat for Chris, or whoever, I guess. In the context of the budget, with public safety being one of the 4 priority areas, talk to us about how we are here with this being the level of investment in stormwater. And we heard folks from the impacted communities talk about how public safety to them is knowing that their stormwater system is not going to fail them. And I appreciate the commitment to the Chollas Creek watershed. Yeah, but if you're living in an area that is adjacent to a channel that could flood, why is the investments being made in public safety as presented or as proposed the right way to go?
Fair question. So, and I'm going to go back to 2008 when I started with the city, and recognizing the storm drain fee, as acknowledged, hasn't changed since 1996. Since 2008, we have built up, and actually the last 2 years, unfortunately, we've seen a necessary reduction. So when we look at how do we reduce, let's start within the department. As a reference, we do have a watershed asset management plan, which does a risk-based analysis of all of our assets throughout the entire city. We do know, quite frankly, there are risks. I know Bethany had worked out when there was a very good audit of the stormwater department a few years ago that really teased out what are those risks. And it's primarily water quality and flood. And we know where they all are. I know we produced maps that we actually provided. And since then, we have looked at ways for funding. WIFIA was a huge move forward. Before then, we were spending a couple $1 million on capital improvement projects. I think that was such a huge move forward. And I know, correct me if I'm wrong, Todd, 2/3 of that fund, $733 million, is going into communities of concern.
That's correct.
So that would be one way, I'd say, at least getting to where we are today. Now fast forward. And so the last 2 fiscal years, we've had to make cuts after I recall when I was managing this department with transportation as well, one department. So we have made a lot of progress. And even when I sat down with Todd's staff, right when we were talking about the budget and what their impacts are, because they're feeling it too. I remember that. I did take them back so that I remember being at Troyes when we only had one civil engineer sitting at Troyes. We built that team up to see and being able to bring in other departments like transportation and public utilities to help with those flood fighting efforts when they occur. That's mitigation, albeit after the fact. Our gold standard should be mitigation before anything happens. The progress we've made, we do know where we have to do. In Troyes Creek, I know we have an estimated, it's over $100 million for a capital improvement fix to that, which is well-deserved in that neighborhood. WIFIA is part of that, strategizing on low-interest loans, which Todd's group have been very successful. But when you're looking at, so that's building us up to where we are today. And similar to other departments, I know we've had this discussion and it's a fair question. Todd was asked, identify the 7%, which he did through his risk-based analysis for his department. And that's something I will say it has been recognized by EPA as a good standard of practice. The next step is really for us to layer that on top of all the other department needs, which has been really beneficial for me to listen for the last 3 days, because the tangible, intangible, the economic and non-economic impacts to those. And what it means to the community. What I will say, we're prioritizing maintenance in Troyes where we know that's the most vulnerable. Unfortunately, in those other areas, which I would say are less at risk, not zero risk, it's managing risk right now. So we are allowing risk outside of in those other areas where Todd would love to be able to do and has plans to do some channel maintenance. I think the good news is that if a funding referendum ever moves forward, Todd has done a very good job of setting up what do we need. We know exactly what we need. So if other revenue comes to pass, we have that. I do know that Todd's also looking at, for the first time, charging for re-inspections to bring in more revenue and start more of that so we can help get off the general fund and free up those resources to those other ones that are so desperately needed. I hope that gets to helps answer the question. I'm happy to go into more detail. I agree, I've lived in a flood zone before, not nearly as bad as the communities in Troyes. I mean, we have people whose properties are actually in the floodway. And that was poor land use decisions years ago, not their fault. What I will say is that was the first watershed plan that we did to make sure we queue up those projects, those capital improvement projects like Hamishaw, like Marie Weidman Park, that are about, should be going into construction in the next few years.
Yep.
So that would be my response.
Thank you, Chris. I'll stop there. I appreciate the response. Todd, Chris, Bethany, you all have had impossible jobs to do what needs to be done with the resources that you're being provided. So I want to say thank you for all of that work that you've done. I know that all three of you worked your asses off and worked in those roles. But it speaks to a broader issue about how this city's resourced, and I'll talk more about that later, but I appreciate the response. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Council Member. If I could just acknowledge my staff too, Summer Hassenen and Eddie Salinas and Brianna Menke, my leadership team. They have been here before I was, and so they deserve acknowledgement too.
Well done, sir. Well done. We'll go next to Council Member Whitford.
Thank you, Council President. Also in regard to the reduction on the channel clearing, understanding and appreciating the fact that we've made a lot of progress in recent years, but also looking at the reduction that we're discussing here, I understand the prioritization of the Troyes watershed, fully understood. You mentioned that one of the areas that might not get as much attention as a result of that is the river, the San Diego River. And I'd like to understand a little bit about what in practical terms that could mean. And I ask that question because we know that floods when it rains. But beyond just seeing the annual pictures of cars stranded in the water, we've also seen people who unfortunately live in the riverbed die because the water rose, they weren't aware of it, and they drowned. So tell me in practical terms what perhaps scaling back on channel clearing, and I don't even know where that happens in the river. You can inform me about that, but what, you understand my concern, what do I need to worry about with this?
Yeah, so what we've been working on the last few years for floods. So specific to San Diego River watershed, we're talking about literally one segment. And I could have Eddie Salinas come up here and explain exactly where that channel is. But essentially what that looks like is for the next year, there's going to be another year's worth of opportunity for sediment to accumulate, vegetation to grow, and basically it's going to clog that channel. And when it clogs the channel, it reduces the conveyance capacity of the channel. So I don't have on my fingertips exactly what that particular channel, the size storm it can convey now and what it could convey if we clear it. But for San Diego River, we're talking about a very, very specific channel location.
Good afternoon, Eddie Salinas, Stormwater Department. So that specific location in the San Diego River, there's multiple areas. The ones that are in need of clearing, those are already on the list that will be inspected before and after each storm. So there's going to be eyes on it. So in the event that is needed, we're going to shift resources to address those areas.
Yeah, so council member, I'm looking at my reference map here, and the specific channel that is going to be dropped down to the list of unfunded is called Mission Gorge 2 channel, and it's just east of the 15 freeway and north of the 8 freeway. So that particular channel segment, which we've been maintaining for the last couple of years, we won't have the resources to get to next year. So it's a very specific segment in that location.
Thank you. And I kind of want to understand the difference between.
And what Eddie was saying was basically, we have two programs. One is to go put eyes on all of our channels. We do that regardless. We have our engineers go out and inspect every single channel that is in the city's inventory. So if conditions change and we are observing some sort of unusual risk situation and we've got a large storm coming, we have the ability to divert our resources and maybe take care of that channel instead of something else that our inspections show might, for this particular storm, pose a little bit more of a risk. So what Eddie's referring to is we still have staff going and assessing, inspecting, but in terms of being able to get our heavy equipment in there and start clearing stuff out, we're going to be limited because of the budget reductions.
So it might not be in the regular rotation as frequently as it otherwise might have been,
Correct.
but we'll be monitoring it and addressing it as we deem needed. Okay, thank you.
And council member, to address, the individuals experiencing homelessness, we have a storm patrol call well in advance of any rain event. Every department, including HSSD, is on that call. They do proactive outreach. Also, and it takes a village, environmental services also looks in the river and does those mitigations for encampments to keep, they've done so much work in reducing the population there, getting them connected to resources, and making sure it's not reestablished, because that is a crisis.
And saving untold lives in the process. Very much appreciated. Thank you for adding it on that.
Thank you, Councilmember Whitburn. Before I have some concluding comments, I believe Ms. Desmond has some questions or information.
Thank you, Council President. Listening to, this has been a long week, and I just wanted to just say that there are equity implications to all these decisions. Very rarely, as you see, my team has provided the implications for those departments. This is one where I came up here because of what we're talking about. And I'm looking at Jordan with this one. This is one I'm looking at Jordan right in his eye, where this implication around the wetland mitigation in Councilmember Moreno, what you just stated, is something that is not to be played with. In the IBA's role around being objective and concise around providing unbiased information, this one right here is a very factual conversation. We are very clear of the impact to this and what it will decrease, which is why our team has worked so closely with Todd. And Todd, thank you for that. And so with this one, I felt implored to make sure that equity-wise, this is one where I don't want to be here 5 years from now saying that we made a decision around this. I just want to just say that right now in terms of whichever side of politics that we sit on, this one gives me the most, that keeps me up at night. And so I would be remiss if I didn't say that in this role, because this one is very concise around the inequity that we're looking at. So just want to provide that information to you all from the equity division. And looking at Jordan, our team overall has been very concise with talking about the impacts here. Happy to field more questions, and definitely Jordan is very nuanced with this topic and experienced, but just wanted to make sure you heard that from me directly. As of all of them, this is one where I needed to say something directly.
Well, thank you, Kim. The good segue. My last budget memo, I had one ask, and that was fund stormwater. As a civil engineer, I've watched it traditionally not be prioritized. I won't go into the reasons that I've talked about at length in the past. I was just talking about, Jordan, the decision that was made to split stormwater from transportation was a huge, important change that probably most folks don't appreciate. I remember back in the day coming down here and saying, you got to split these two departments because they have two different roles. And stormwater, I thought, was always kind of losing out to transportation because that's what most of the public knows about. So Chris, your work, Todd, your work in pivoting, and sometimes it does take something dramatic to cause us to shift, but the extraordinary work that you've done since is certainly laudable. But you're still being asked to take cuts. So let me ask one question I think I know the answer to, but I don't want to assume, leaving no stone unturned. The levy, the San Diego River levy, I suspect that didn't pop up today, that's probably been around. Why are we funding it this cycle?
Yeah, it's a good question. So I'll say that the Army Corps, in the aftermath of Katrina, started to sort of intensify their inspection process. So I think it was 2015 that the city got its first inspection in decades on that levee system. And so that really, for the first time, in a meaningful way, uncovered some of the issues that are there. We have been working very closely with both FEMA and Army Corps on a plan to get us to full accreditation, which is key. As part of that, they sent some written correspondence that basically said, hey, city, we've been working with you for a long time. We're going to make our final decision in 2029. So they essentially laid out a deadline, and that's what's changed. And so we have shared with them a 3-year plan to get us where we need to get. They are appreciative of this finally getting some attention from the funding side. So that's really what changed in the last year, is more of a deadline.
In a difficult year, I have to ask whether we need the full funding, because that 1.9 could be used for a lot of what we were talking about, the channel clearing, the wetland mitigation, could be half funded in FY27 with the work continuing. Maybe I'm not going to put you in the hot seat and ask you for an answer, but I think that's something that would be important to explore, because every time we identify cuts we don't like, we got to come back with something else that actually can help either cut someplace else to make that happen.
So our 3-year plan is looking at, about a couple $1 million per year for the next 3 years to get us to 2029. I can tell you that once we start doing our full condition assessments and we do our engineering studies, the full cost of fixing the levees is going to be in the tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. So $6 million over the next 3 years is a very small investment, and it's a small down payment. So I personally feel strongly we need every penny of that.
And I can appreciate that. And some of the things that we get frustrated about now was because decisions were made, let's do that next year. Let's do that next year. And suddenly years go by and nothing ever got done and then we're gonna have a real problem. I appreciate the answers to my colleagues in terms of the risk assessment, and not only in terms of flooding, because of how our older neighborhoods were built under much different standards than we do today, but also the risk on the regulatory compliance, and whether when they come down and hit us with fines or hit us with mitigation measures that we don't really want to be doing because it's not strategic for our overall needs or our citywide needs. But I think you're hearing a message from the council on the importance of this, how we find out those dollars, whether it's the 800,000 or more. But I have to thank you, Todd, and the rest of your crew with the good work that you've done to elevate the importance of this and fight for the funding. So, and as Chris said, kind of set the bench so you have a good team to go forward as we get more funding. So we'll close there. And again, thank you, Todd. So I think we can still get environmental services in. All right, when you're settled in, introduce yourselves for the record. Begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Council President and members of the Budget Review Committee. My name is Kirby Brady. I am the Director of Environmental Services. Excuse me, and I'm joined today by Jeremy Bauer and Jeremy Kluko, our Assistant Directors. Today, I'll briefly highlight accomplishments, equity impacts, core service continuity, and our approach to fiscal stewardship in the FY27 draft budget. As many of you know, this has been a transformational year for the department as we continue implementing Measure B while also maintaining essential environmental and public health services citywide. Just to start with some of our accomplishments from this year, the first is that we successfully completed one of the most significant operational transitions in recent department history, with the transitioning of about 17,000 ineligible customers to private franchise service while also maintaining continuity for eligible city customers. At the same time, we deployed more than 256,000 gray containers, and with the ongoing effort to distribute our new recycling containers, today we've delivered more than 53,000 to support our Measure B implementation. Also, just recognizing affordability concerns, we partnered with MAC to launch the Rate Assistance Program, which could support up to 7,000 households with financial assistance for their trash fee. And as of the April 30th deadline, we received nearly 4,000 applications for assistance in this current fiscal year, and we're continuing to accept more applications. We're also proud to announce that we expanded access to the household hazardous waste facility by introducing Wednesday appointments. This is notable because this has been the first major service expansion for this facility in decades. Collectively, these efforts reflect our focus on operational readiness, customer service, and equitable implementation. We also continued supporting citywide public health and environmental priorities. One thing that was notable this year was our delegated maintenance agreement with Caltrans. So that was the new agreement that allowed us to complete over 500 encampment abatements, removing nearly 300 tons of waste and helping connect more than 90 individuals to safe sleeping programs. This is on Caltrans right of way. That's a partnership that we look forward to continuing and hopefully expanding in the coming years with reimbursement from Caltrans. The department also successfully secured $3.5 million in Cal Recycle grant funding to support organics diversion, public education, and outreach. You've probably seen some of our new kind of fun recycling diversion campaigns as well with the Seagulls, who seem to be very popular. And this funding also allows us to advance state compliance requirements while minimizing pressure on local ratepayers. We also completed a pilot program focused on reducing contamination in residential organics processing at the Miramar Greenery.
So there's a lot of work happening, there's a lot of work to do, budget's tight, we know all of that. One of the things that I can't separate from how I think about the discussion that we're having today is the fact that there's an active effort to defund your department right now. We have a better sense now of what it costs to provide the trash services what we do. As you understand it, what would be the financial impacts to environmental services if the current effort from our former mayor were to be successful?
Councilmember, thank you for that question. So the impacts to our department and more broadly the impacts to the city, as we understand it now, it would basically put $120 million at least burden back to the general fund. Obviously, putting environmental services and collection services in particular back and supporting with the general fund, I think we'd just be subject to the same challenges that all of the general fund departments are experiencing now. And so our biggest concern is that the fee was really our opportunity to right-size the operation, address historic underinvestment in the resources that we've needed, such as vehicles, such as drivers, such as the technology. So in short, the impact to our department would be, I'm guessing we would probably have to find ways to scale back. We're obviously keeping track of what's going on with the repeal effort now and are evaluating mitigation options for if and when that time comes to pass. But it would be a significant detriment to this department, but more broadly to the general fund.
Yeah, so about $120 million.
Or more,
Or
yes.
more,
Yes, at least.
So there's positions budgeted for the 52 FTEs for bulky item pickup, which is something it's one of the most popular things the city does. Whenever we can do that, it's certainly one of the things that was appealing to folks when we were talking about the benefits of cost recovery. I assume we cannot move forward with actually hiring those folks until we know whether or not that repeal effort what the outcome of that is, correct?
The repeal effort aside, the plan for bulky item pickup and to actually begin staffing up and resourcing for that was always envisioned to occur later in this fiscal year. So we're okay. We have a little bit of time, but it would be prudent to wait to understand what's happening there.
Hard to imagine we'd be able to make those hires and provide that service if we took the $120 million plus hit.
Yeah, again, I think the real question is if we are faced with any lowering or repeal of the fee itself, what that would mean for the new services that were envisioned as part of the solid waste management fee. So again, I think now behind the scenes, what we are doing is just evaluating potential mitigation measures if and when we need to deploy those.
Got it. Thank you. And this is the last thing. I'm looking forward to having more conversation at Environment Committee about how the city is planning for the closure of Miramar. As you know, this is something that we've been talking about for a while. I think it's a really important issue for the city and one that is going to require the engagement not just of environmental services, but the council as well to think about what the potential impacts of that are, if there are any opportunities in that closure that can move us toward some of our environmental goals, if there can be any ways to offset the costs by revenue generating activities at that site. There's just a lot there. And I won't do the full nerding out right now, but we'll just say I'm excited to do that at committee. That's what Council President and I do at Environment Committee. Not just there, but especially there. The last thing I'll say is I really appreciate the efforts of the Environmental Services Department. You all work very, very hard. You took on a huge task. I know that there's been a lot of pushback about that. And I just cannot emphasize how reckless the efforts to defund your department are. The lack of concern about the people in our city if that were to happen. We're having just completely terrible conversations this week about the impacts of our budget situation on the people of San Diego, not on us, but on the people who live in this city and earn a living in this city. And that would be, to say that that would be compounded by the defunded environmental services is such an understatement. It'd be catastrophic. And there's just not just like a reckless disregard, but an actual, like, I think, like malicious indifference to well-being of human beings in this city by those who are proposing that defunding. So I just want to say thank you for keeping your heads up and doing the work that you're doing. I hope the public sees those efforts what they are, as a cynical political effort to sabotage the city. Yeah, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Real Rivera. We'll go next to Councilmember Whitburn.
Thank you, Council President. You mentioned it in the PowerPoint presentation, but I just want to acknowledge the success of the delegated maintenance agreement with Caltrans. And just very much appreciate your department, HSSD, the mayor's office, everybody worked really hard to bring that to fruition and to continue to effectuate that. The fact that 90 people who were sleeping along the side of the freeway are now in safe sleeping, where they have security and bathrooms and showers and meals and connections to housing, that is transformational to those people. And I just want to acknowledge the efforts that went into that, the success that we've been having with it. So thank you. Thank you, Council President.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Whitburn. I'll offer some conclusion. Yeah, what you all have been able to do is just a complete pivot about what environmental services are and how one would expect bumps when you do something new, but how you learn from that. I know my daughter, who now has her blue bin, said the rollout of the blue bins was a lot smoother than the gray bins. And it's great to drive down the street and see the new bins lined up there. I know there's still a few properties, there's still a few black bins that are still kind of floating around out there. So I want to just close with one question. I assume that this budget includes $3 million as help for low-income folks. How's the rollout of that program? That's relatively recent that we've rolled that out. How's that going over?
Overall, it's going very well. So again, we partnered with MAC. We estimated that we could serve up to 7,000 households. Today, we have about 4,000 applications that have come in, which is good. And we are working through those to make sure that everybody who's eligible within those 4,000 applicants are approved and will receive their assistance for this year.
Oh, fantastic. All right, I'll close there. Again, thank you for the good work. Thank you for the presentation, the IBA's assessment of that. So that concludes the presentation. Got 30 minutes. Let's see if we can get this done. We don't have that many, but you never know. Natalie, let's go to public comment for sub-item H.
Thank you, Council President. The public comment period for sub-item H is now open. And as a reminder, sub-item H is the infrastructure branch overview, and that includes public utilities, stormwater, and environmental services. Each speaker will have 1 minute per department for a total of 3 minutes. So please indicate which department or departments you're speaking to. We did receive one speaker slip from an individual here in chambers. Blair Beekman, please approach the lectern. You've indicated that you wish to speak to all three, so you'll have 3 minutes on the clock.
We're going to take a minute just for it to show up.
My mic's, okay, my mic's working. Good, thank you. Thank you. Sorry, I had to take a sip of my drink first. Thanks for this item. It was really dire, what's being reported. You know, I've learned a lot this week. I myself have perhaps been a bit negligent on stormwater issues and its importance. And I think we've all gotten important reminders how much stormwater and the January 2024 storm has been affected our lives. And I'm sorry if I got the year wrong, but the January storm, maybe I should just call it that, has had a major effect on our lives. And I don't know what else to say to try to add to Councilperson Oliveira's words. We're addressing what it feels like is the combination of professionalism, a sense of autocracy, and a status quo in how to talk about our budget issues when, we're asking for something else besides those things, and not just this, austerity that the mayor keeps pushing as the only way to talk about our budget issues. And I'm really getting a sense that it hurts that that's all that that is the mayor's direction. Our council, our community really want to talk about from that, what do we do? And I think a very clear idea is that we don't place so much emphasis on, balancing the budget to fix the deficit in short order. I know it is important, but we can actually take our time with it. We don't have to solve it in a year or 2 years. This can be a 3 to 4 to 5 year process. I mean, I'm getting that sense. I'm just learning how to talk about this. Our council sat up here last year stating these words and how this could take place. And we're not doing that. That's not the narrative here. We simply have to just cut to the bone and try to beg for scraps to get out of it. And man, I'm disappointed. I mean, we really have to offer the human element now. We're at that time. And good luck that our mayor can really understand that and have those conversations with the public and not just be so centered and focused on budget cutting. And I know it's important. We all understand that. Let's really work towards ways of human kindness and decency now. And that budget cutting can wait. Thank you.
Thank you. This concludes in-person public testimony. We will move to the virtual queue. There are 10 hands raised in the virtual queue, and I've started the 5-minute timer. As a reminder, please indicate which department or departments you're speaking to, and if you're on Zoom, you'll see those on your screen. Catherine Rhodes, please unmute and indicate which department.
All of them, please.
Please begin.
Hi, this is Catherine Rhodes, and as a civil engineer, I have a plan that I brought before you a few different times. It's called my La Playa Plan for full tidelands reclamation, and the whole point of it is stormwater capture. I believe we could actually build subterranean space in our areas like Midway Rising specifically. We could actually do so much good, plus create space to capture our stormwater and get money from the federal and state government for reclamation projects that you've never actually applied for because you didn't have a reclamation project. So my La Playa Plan, you could find it under tinyurl.com/2019-0130A and tinyurl 2021-0527A. And this is my plan that could do so much things. The first of it is it gets rid of the seismic hazard of liquefaction that we have on our former saltwater marshlands, where now the city council, are going to allow Midway Rising to build high-rise structures on a mat foundation a couple of feet thick, when the solution is for your infrastructure department to call in the Caltrans Seismic Advisory Board to give you information so that you can the reason why you violated your EIR for the Midway community planning area is due to not having a plan for foundations or for deep foundations on high-rise structures. You're letting them put in mat foundations that would be very similar to what's happening at the Millennial Towers, the highest residential structures in San Francisco. it's tilting because it doesn't have a good foundation. And you're trying to get a law passed. And I think that your engineering department, your infrastructure department should actually opine on your plan for Midway Rising to say that we should be ignoring the effects of high-rise structures on liquefiable soils. I think it's creepy, and you guys really need to change that. The next thing I was going to say is, something has to be done about the Neil Good Day Center. There's no funding for the Neil Good Day Center. If somebody could call me, I could
Catherine,
actually.
we're not talking about Neil Good Day Center on this item.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. It's just always into my heart of how we're going to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. This does conclude your 3 minutes. Thank you. Our next speaker, Sally Small, please unmute, indicate which department, and begin.
All three, thank you. D4 resident and active community person. PUD, we need to work on those leases. That's a lot of money that we're just letting slip through our fingers. That's all I have to say about them. And for them to give the plot near 47th and Castana to turn into a park near the edge of Choyas Creek. Moving to stormwater, Choyas Creek Storm Channel, thank you very much for making that the priority. D4, D8, and D9 certainly got hit hard in the January 2024 flooding. Some people are still out of their homes. Also knowing that the channel clearing and the wetland mitigation needs to be worked in tandem, but they're still losing funding for that. Yes, regulatory compliance needs to be the top needs, for maintenance, operation, and capital investments, meeting the deadline for the regulatory compliance, or we're in even more trouble than we already are. The stormwater funding that we tried to get through a couple of years ago was a very wishy-washy effort and was not clear to people. I don't think they realize how little they pay for stormwater, but it's very important because our watershed for Choyas Creek, it's going all the way from the other cities through to San Diego Bay. Deferred maintenance just makes me anxious. I know I'm not right on the creek, but I have plenty of people that are. Knowing that we end up spending all that money on CIP emergency projects, we need to push harder to get things done and have some of the groups in the neighborhood be able to do things with Choyas Creek and the channel. The area underneath Euclid Trolley is already filled up again and needs work. Water quality for Choyas Creek is obviously very bad, and we're not considered a healthy water area at this point. Environmental services, thank you for increased hazardous waste by appointment. You need to work on the illegal dumping. We don't ask enough for get it done because a lot of people are afraid to do it in our area or don't have the tech ability. Bulky item pickup, yes, please push it as soon as you can. The outreach needs to come through our libraries and rec centers too. Thank you.
Thank you. The 5-minute timer concluded. We have 9 hands remaining in the virtual queue. We will take no additional callers after these 9. Phone number ending in 8700, please press *6 to unmute and indicate which departments, and please begin.
Thank you, Natalie. All of them, please.
Please begin.
Oh, I'm sorry. Joy Senyata. Jordan Moore, 5 stars. Thank goodness we've got you. Thank you for talking about the water rates and what's happening with the selling of water and all of that. Dear Councilmember Whitburn, I know you're on top of this. The speaking that Jordan did of the dates that are coming up, please, I know you'll be following those. Fight for us. And next week, I'll be speaking more on this item at council. Okay, Pure Water. Phase 1 this year, is that exciting? I can't remember who said this. I think it was Jordan, but I'm looking forward to understanding more about the chemicals and that this water is cleaner than the Colorado River water that we get. So thank you, PUD. Love you so much. Stormwater. Just a couple of things. Well, on the $43 million grants and loans, could you split out the grants and loans for me? Because I'd like to know which amount was for grants and which was for loans. I know we have matching grants where it involves money on our side, but I don't know what these loans are. So there must be paybacks on that and so forth. So I'm blown away by the equity speeches on these. Kim Desmond, what you said scared me, but it was good to hear all of that. The equity speaking on each of these issues is fabulous. Thank you and keep it up. City Attorney, love your work. Keep up the work. Now, here's the one thing I want to say, and I'll say more as I conclude this. The leeway. I'm going to listen to that gentleman. I don't know if it was Chris or Todd or which one it was. I'm going to listen to what he said on the leeway because that is going to happen. It's going to be huge. I'm sure he's right. So I'll talk a little bit about that as I bring it all together. Okay, let's switch to Environmental Department and Director Kirby Brady and the rest of her team. Are you guys 5-star plus or what? Thank you for what you accomplished on the trash collection fee. I just can't say enough about what you're doing in that department, how you're putting your neck out and, taking the pushback and everything. So just know that you're terrific. We love you. We appreciate you. We need you. And great. So here's what I want to say. I'm relaxing, and I'll tell you why. Because I learned about the vendor ordinance and that's defunct now. I understand with the little carts. I learned about, there's trouble with some of the shelter, the safe sleeping sites. I learned about the parking fees, the trash fees. I
Thank
learned about
you.
the leeways.
This
today.
does conclude your time. Thank
Okay,
you.
sorry. Thank you.
Bradley, please unmute, indicate which department, and begin.
All three of these areas, please. I would like, one thing that affects all the places on this particular thing is the city employees' pension funds. Now, if we can eliminate all drop programs in the people that work in these particular things, no more drop in these particular areas. So that's costing us a lot of money. And then push off their retirement for like 5 years. You can only retire like it. From 55, push it to 60. From 60, push it to 65. That's what's actually killing the city through everything, is all the retirement benefits we're paying. It's almost like the city's working for the retirement city workers. That's who they're working for. They're not working for us. So that's the main thing that's messing everything up. But anyway, on the trash thing, maybe go back to bait and switch we guys did on the trash. Maybe go back to the original $20 or $23 for everybody. That would save a lot of lawsuits. And then also, also I have a thing on the race and equity people you got hiring or working for you and stuff. How about if we just go for the race and equity, anything north of 8, all city services, whatever, a mile of a road, you have water, you have libraries, everything, anything north of 8 that gets 1 mile of roads, and 2 miles south of 8 gets 2 miles of roads. So 1 library opens north of 8, 2 libraries got to open up below 8, like in south. So apply it to everything. Police officers, 1 up there, 2 down there. Well, you guys don't like the police that much, but whatever it is, lifeguards, swimming classes, swimming, ocean pools, 1 pool in North San Diego, it gets 2 of them in the south. And do that for 5 years. And that would you could eliminate the race and equity guys hiring there. And they just have the whole system work that way. Hiring, like you hire a couple police captains north, you got to hire 2 captains south. That would turn it on ear very fast. And it happened for 5 years because the South has always been neglected. You talked about 2 different cities, and there has been that. And so, but to make it right, it's never going to be fair. Life ain't fair, but, slavery, I was thinking about slavery. Slavery was so terrible, man. But without slavery, if we didn't have slavery, there'd
Thank you.
be
This
no
does
Marvin
conclude
Gaye.
your 3 minutes. Our next speaker is the original. Please unmute, state which departments, and begin.
All 3.
Please begin.
It is so negligent what's going on, and this is just proof of that. That the infrastructure and everything has been neglected for decade upon decade upon decade. I mean, Jennifer Campbell was talking about a 150-year-old problem, and so it's been board or council after council that has neglected to make sure to keep up with this infrastructure. And as you're talking about the homeless in the riverbeds, it's like, Stephen Whitburn, shame on you for saying that you're doing a good job handling that. I mean, you're not. People are dying in your district because of your own negligence and because of the nepotism with Teresa Smith that's going on, where you're just funding her racket, where homeless people are not getting into housing. That is BS. And if you really went and talked to them, you would know that. I mean, they're more likely to die than like on the steps of the council chambers than get into housing. And it's so negligent. And then we're talking about pure water and just the way that you guys handle the water. I mean, you're talking about it being cleaner and you're sitting here talking about putting chemicals in it. Make that make sense. I mean, you're literally toxifying it with toxic chemicals that are detrimental to our health when you could just be drilling for water. Like, it's an intentional thing to control these types of elements because then you can control the people. And it's just sad because, you guys, again, time after time have money, so much money, billions at your disposal, and we still need like 5 billion to keep up with the infrastructure. And it's like, what's going on here? And how much is the pure water actually going to cost us? Billions of dollars, and you're sitting here talking about putting chemicals in it and that it's clean. I mean, those are 2 contradictory statements. You can't be poisoning the people and at the same time giving them clean water. And when you guys sit here and you transfer water, you lose a lot of it. So if we really were in dire straits for these things, you wouldn't be doing things like that. And just the fact that you guys can't even hold a quorum and you should be trusted with billions of our dollars, like you can't even run a meeting correctly. Time and again, you guys have no quorum, and then you don't like being called out on it, and you call the police over to escort me out. So it's ridiculous when things are brought up to your guys' attention and, the fraud, waste, and abuse. And instead of, mitigating that, the only way you're mitigating it is to come to the people and shut them up. And it's like, I feel like whenever you guys are doing the budget, this is the time to talk about all of the ways or reasons that you guys haven't been spending our money wisely, and that you wanted us to trust that if you get any more, even with the trash stuff, like you guys, that is such a scam. You're making people get containers when they don't even need them. So, I mean, this is just proof of further fraud, waste, and abuse that is coming down the pike to the people, and people are just trying to survive. So shame on you guys for sitting here and pretending like things are good when obviously they aren't.
Thank you. This does conclude your time. And for staff's awareness, we have 4 hands remaining in the queue. Courtney Brown, please unmute and indicate which departments you'd like to speak to and begin.
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. I will be speaking for public utilities and stormwater.
Please begin.
Thank you. Hi, this is Courtney Brown, staff attorney with San Diego Coastkeeper. I know it's been a long week and a long day of listening, so thank you for your continued attention. On PUD, I just want to quickly voice Coastkeeper's support for the IBA's recommendation that I just learned of, that council should hold an open meeting to provide direction to PUD staff and the City 10 prior to County Water Authority's final vote on its budget and rates this June. So just wanted to say that on the record. Now onto stormwater. We're relieved that stormwater was not broadly cut in this draft budget, but we want to be direct. Solving our stormwater crisis will ultimately require a new dedicated revenue source, and we support that. But until then, every existing dollar must be managed with exceptional care, and these reductions deeply concern us. I think that our conflicted position was accurately reflected during the brief discussion earlier, and that is that the San Diego River levee work is absolutely critical, especially hearing more from Mr. Snyder about how we got to that $1.9 million figure. But we're deeply troubled by the significant reductions, including loss of staff, needed to offset it. We are relieved that channel maintenance reductions will spare the Choice Creek watershed, another point that I learned during that presentation, but the remaining cuts do demand scrutiny. We're very concerned about the $400,000 cut to Think Blue. Closing the stormwater funding gap will ultimately require a Prop 218 vote, and you cannot win that vote without a well-informed public. Cutting outreach now undermines the foundation we need to build that support. We respectfully urge council to oppose these targeted cuts and protect the city's ability to manage stormwater in the face of growing climate risk and infrastructure challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is phone number ending in 7234. Please press *6 to unmute. Indicate which department, please, and begin.
Good afternoon, San Diego City Council. I'll be speaking to Environmental Services. My name is Terry Ann Skelly. I'm a community volunteer with Youth Mentoring Programs, and I attend my local planning group. I've called in to address item H, infrastructure, especially environmental services. My planning group is located in a primarily wooded area, and we care a lot about trash throughout our environment. As you know, cigarette butts are the single most littered trash item in San Diego, across the United States, and worldwide. The Policy Research Center for Tobacco and the Environment, located here at San Diego State University, found that tobacco product butts and waste littered on streets and sidewalks in Pacific Beach pollutes Mission Bay with toxic tobacco chemicals and microplastics. This is just one example where smoke-free public policy would improve the environment and the quality of water and air. Thank you for hearing my concerns this afternoon.
Thank you. Andrea Ebbing, please unmute, indicate which department, and begin.
I'd like all three, please.
Please begin.
So it's Andrea Ebbing. I'm looking at, I was in Pacific Beach trying to get onto the highway over there by the In-N-Out. And I was just thinking to myself, like, how we cannot do Turquoise Tower. We can't do all of this development. The infrastructure can't support. We literally can't, you can't get through that area in any reasonable amount of time as it stands. But then we also have that Famosa Slough, and then that golf course over there gets flooded all the time. So I just feel like that whole area just needs to be considered as well. I think it would create a whole lot more issues by not considering that. And in terms of like trash feeds, I think we should trace back all of the zero salaried people like Kenneth Biggers, I think his name was. If you go on transparentcalifornia.com, you can find like 123 city employees that all made like $0 of regular pay per year, but they wound up making like $300,000 a year by means of other pay and then overtime, pension benefits, and all these other things. So there's definitely something weird going on in the waste management or trash refuse positions. There's something weird about those positions, their pay structure, and the fees that everybody has been incurring. And on the last note here, I just want to say that I appreciate that we have engineers, attorneys, people with different backgrounds on city council. I think it's like now is the time where we say we'll never, ever, ever again elect a mayor who has zero experience running a company. Because you know, my career has been awesome. I feel very blessed. I love the challenges I've faced, but certainly all of the things that you would consider in terms of a budget revolve around revenue and profit. And it's not about just like, hey, I'm going to fire everybody. Let's clear the building out. Actually, let's tear this building down, get some kickbacks, build a new one. I mean, the politics involved in his role at this time have been beyond disappointing as a tax-paying resident. And then also just as we're dumping way more money into a miserably failing law enforcement agency that is militarized and hurting people, you know, as mayor, if he's going to be strong mayor, I think there should be some kind of background or experience in really running an organization, not just politics. Because when you're just pandering to the people that pay you and not your residents and not the actual big issues, we land in the position we're in now. And let's invest in the kids, elderly, and the people. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker in the queue is Tony. Please unmute, indicate which department, and begin.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes,
Hey, I would like to speak to all three departments, please.
please begin.
Thank you. Hey, City Council, how's it going? Just wanted to piggyback on the point that one of the callers brought up earlier. They were talking about cigarette butts being one of the #1 sources of microplastics and contamination. I wanted to concur and follow up with that report, and I wanted to implore upon this city council to do what the Santa Cruz City Council has already done, which is ban the use of single-use cigarettes. That is to say, cigarettes that come in a pre-packaged container. That is to say that the only tobacco that we should be selling is the tobacco that comes in like a bag that you have to roll the cigarettes yourself with. And that's because no cigarette company creates, no prepackaged cigarette company creates cigarettes without these microfilters. And these microfilters are littering our beaches, and there's so many littered. They're actually the #1 source of pollution at our public beaches. And obviously here in San Diego, our beaches are a huge attraction. #1, one of our biggest tourist destinations are our beaches. So this is something that concerns all, affects all, and it's actually contaminating the water as well, affecting the creatures living in the ocean as well. There's actually a documentary film that was made by a surfer who he entered a surfboard competition where he was designing surfboards that were made with cigarette butts. And he got a bunch of famous surfers to ride this surfboard made with the cigarette butts to basically bring awareness to the issue globally and to sponsor legislation where he grew up locally in Santa Cruz, where he surfs, to effectively get these single-use cigarettes banned in local stores. I would really suggest that we look into doing the same thing. I think that we can't afford not to. And I think that if we're serious about cleaning up our environment, I think this is an enormous environmental service that we should look into. Speaking to the other issues with regard to public utilities and stormwater, great work with the Cholla Creek River Fund. Hopefully we can work on some public utility campaign to educate the public on why certain taxes are needed for us to get the infrastructural repairs that we need, because it's obvious, like Jennifer Campbell was saying weeks ago, we haven't had an increase in our stormwater tax in like over 100 years. And so it's important that we
Thank you.
take care of that.
Thank you. This does conclude your time, and Chair, this concludes public comment.
All right, thank you, Natalie. There is one last opportunity for council members, given the fact that it's now 5 o'clock. All right, with that, we will now recess to the next hearing of the Budget Review Committee meeting being held tomorrow, Thursday, May 7th, 2026 at 9 a.m. We are recessed.